Section 29 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chairlie. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 29. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, like all other men who have great friends, you begin to feel the pangs of neglected merit; and all the comfort that I can give you is by telling you that you have probably more pangs to feel and more neglect to suffer. You have indeed begun to complain too soon, and I hope I am the only confidant of your discontent. Your friends have not yet had leisure to gratify personal kindness. They have hitherto been busy in strengthening their ministerial interest. Footnote. This part of this letter was written, as Johnson goes on to say, a considerable time before the conclusion. The coalition ministry, which was suddenly dismissed by the King on December 19th, was therefore still in power. Among Boswell's friends was Burke. End of footnote. If a vacancy happens in Scotland, give them early intelligence; and as you can serve government as powerfully as any of your probable competitors, you may make in some sort a warrantable claim. Of the exaltations and depressions of your mind you delight to talk, and I hate to hear. Drive all such fancies from you. On the day when I received your letter, I think, the foregoing page was written, to which one disease or another has hindered me from making any additions. I am now a little better, but sickness and solitude press me very heavily. I could bear sickness better if I were relieved from solitude. Footnote. On November 22nd he wrote to Dr. Taylor, "I feel the weight of solitude very pressing. After a night of broken and uncomfortable slumber, I rise to a solitary breakfast, and sit down in the evening with no companion. Sometimes, however, I try to read more and more." On December 27th he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "You have more than once wondered at my complaint of solitude, when you hear that I am crowded with visits. In opem me copia fecit. Visitors are no proper companions in the chamber of sickness. They come when I could sleep or read, they stay till I am weary. The amusements and consolations of languor and depression are conferred by familiar and domestic companions, which can be visited or called at will. Such society I had with Levitt and Williams; such I had where I am never likely to have it more." End of footnote. The present dreadful confusion of the public ought to make you wrap yourself up in your hereditary possessions. Footnote. The confusion arising from the sudden dismissal of a ministry which commanded a large majority in the House of Commons had been increased by the resignation, on December 22nd, of Earl Temple, 3 days after his appointment as Secretary of State. End of footnote. Which, though less than you may wish, are more than you can want; and in an hour of religious retirement return thanks to God, who has exempted you from any strong temptation to faction, treachery, plunder, and disloyalty. Footnote. "News I know none," wrote Horace Walpole on December 30th, 1783, "but that they are crying peerages about the streets in barrows, and can get none off." 33 peerages were made in the next 3 years. Macaulay tells how this December "a troop of lords, of the bedchamber, of bishops who wished to be translated, and of Scotch peers who wished to be re elected, made haste to change sides." End of footnote. As your neighbours distinguish you by such honours as they can bestow, content yourself with your station, without neglecting your profession. Your estate and the courts will find you full employment, and your mind, well occupied, will be quiet. The usurpation of the nobility, for they apparently usurp all the influence they gain by fraud and misrepresentation, I think it certainly lawful, perhaps your duty, to resist. What is not their own they have only by robbery. Your question about the horses gives me more perplexity. I know not well what advice to give you. I can only recommend a rule which you do not want: give as little pain as you can. I suppose that we have a right to their service while their strength lasts. What we can do with them afterwards I cannot so easily determine, but let us consider. Nobody denies that man has a right first to milk the cow, and to shear the sheep, and then to kill them for his table. May he not, by parity of reason, first work a horse, then kill him the easiest way, that he may have the means of another horse, or food for cows and sheep? Man is influenced in both cases by different motives of self-interest. He that rejects the one must reject the other. I am, etc. Samuel Johnson. London, December 24th, 1783. A happy and pious Christmas, and many happy years to you, your lady, and your children. The late ingenious Mr. Mickle, some time before his death, wrote me a letter concerning Dr. Johnson, in which he mentions, "I was upward of 12 years acquainted with him, was frequently in his company, always talked with ease to him, and can truly say that I never received from him one rough word." In this letter he relates his having, while engaged in translating the Lusiad, had a dispute of considerable length with Johnson, who, as usual, declaimed upon the misery and corruption of a sea life, and used this expression: "It had been happy for the world, sir, if your hero Gama, Prince Henry of Portugal, and Columbus had never been born, or that their schemes had never gone farther than their own imaginations." This sentiment, says Mr. Mickle, which is to be found in his introduction to The World Displayed, [Footnote: Prince Henry was the first encourager of remote navigation. What mankind has lost and gained by the genius and designs of this prince it would be long to compare, and very difficult to estimate. Much knowledge has been acquired, and much cruelty been committed. The belief of religion has been very little propagated, and its laws have been outrageously and enormously violated. The Europeans have scarcely visited any coast but to gratify avarice, and extend corruption, to arrogate dominion without right, and practise cruelty without incentive. Happy had it then been for the oppressed if the designs of Henry had slept in his bosom, and surely more happy for the oppressors. I, in my dissertation prefixed to the Lusiad, have controverted; and though authors are said to be bad judges of their own works, I am not ashamed to own to a friend that that dissertation is my favourite above all that I ever attempted in prose. [Footnote: The author himself, wrote Gibbon, is the best judge of his own performance. No one has so deeply meditated on the subject, no one is so sincerely interested in the event. Next year, when the Lusiad was published, I waited on Dr. Johnson, who addressed me with one of his good humoured smiles. "Well, you have remembered our dispute about Prince Henry, and have cited me too. You have done your part very well indeed. You have made the best of your argument, but I am not convinced yet." Before publishing the Lusiad, I sent Mr. Wheal a proof of that part of the introduction in which I make mention of Dr. Johnson, yourself, and other well-wishers to the work, begging it might be shown to Dr. Johnson. This was accordingly done, and in place of the simple mention of him which I had made, he dictated to Mr. Wheal the sentence as it now stands. [Footnote: Mickle, speaking in the third person as the translator, says, "He is happy to be enabled to add Dr. Johnson to the number of those whose kindness for the man and good wishes for the translation call for his sincerest gratitude." Dr. Johnson told me, in 1772, that, about 20 years before that time, he himself had a design to translate the Lusiad, of the merit of which he spoke highly, but had been prevented by a number of other engagements. Mr. Mickle reminds me in this letter of a conversation at dinner one day at Mr. Wheal's with Dr. Johnson, when Mr. Nichol, the King's bookseller, and I attempted to controvert the maxim, "Better that 10 guilty should escape than one innocent person suffer," and were answered by Dr. Johnson with great power of reasoning and eloquence. I am very sorry that I have no record of that day, but I well recollect my illustrious friends having ably shown that unless civil institutions ensure protection to the innocent, all the confidence which mankind should have in them would be lost. I shall here mention what, in strict chronological arrangement, should have appeared in my account of last year, but may more properly be introduced here, the controversy having not been closed till this. The Reverend Mr. Shaw, a native of one of the Hebrides, having entertained doubts of the authenticity of the poems ascribed to Ossian, divested himself of national bigotry, and having travelled in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, and also in Ireland, in order to furnish himself with materials for a Gaelic dictionary, which he afterwards compiled. The author of Memoirs of the Life and Writings of Dr. Johnson says that it was Johnson who determined Shaw to undertake this work. "Sir," he said, "if you give the world a vocabulary of that language, while the island of Great Britain stands in the Atlantic Ocean, your name will be mentioned." On page 156 is a letter by Johnson introducing Shaw to a friend. Was so fully satisfied that Dr. Johnson was in the right upon the question, that he candidly published a pamphlet stating his conviction, and the proofs and reasons on which it was founded. A person at Edinburgh, of the name of Clarke, answered this pamphlet with much zeal, and much abuse of its author. Johnson took Mr. Shaw under his protection, and gave him his assistance in writing a reply, which has been admired by the best judges, and by many been considered as conclusive. A few paragraphs, which sufficiently mark their great author, shall be selected. My assertions are, for the most part, purely negative. I deny the existence of Fingal, because, in a long and curious peregrination through the Gaelic regions, I have never been able to find it. What I could not see myself, I suspect to be equally invisible to others, and I suspect with the more reason, as among all those who have seen it, no man can show it. Mr. Clarke compares the obstinacy of those who disbelieve the genuineness of Ossian to a blind man, who should dispute the reality of colours, and deny that the British troops are clothed in red. The blind man's doubt would be rational if he did not know by experience that others have a power which he himself wants. But what perspicacity has Mr. Clarke which nature has withheld from me or the rest of mankind? The true state of the parallel must be this. Suppose a man, with eyes like his neighbours, was told by a boasting corporal that the troops indeed wore red clothes for their ordinary dress, but that every soldier had likewise a suit of black velvet, which he put on when the king reviews him. This he thinks strange, and desires to see the fine clothes, but finds nobody in 40,000 men that can produce either coat or waistcoat. One, indeed, has left them in his chest at Port Mahon; another has always heard that he ought to have the velvet clothes somewhere; and a third has heard somebody say that soldiers ought to wear velvet. Can the inquirer be blamed if he goes away believing that a soldier's red coat is all that he has? But the most obdurate incredulity may be shamed or silenced by acts. To overpower contradictions, let the soldier show his velvet coat, and the Fingalist the original of Ossian. Why is not the original deposited in some public library? he asked. The difference between us and the blind man is this: the blind man is unconvinced because he cannot see, and we, because though we can see, we find that nothing can be shown. Notwithstanding the complication of disorders under which Johnson now laboured, he did not resign himself to despondency and discontent, but with wisdom and spirit endeavoured to console and amuse his mind with as many innocent enjoyments as he could procure. Sir John Hawkins has mentioned the cordiality with which he insisted that such of the members of the old club in Ivy Lane as survived should meet again and dine together, which they did, twice at a tavern and once at his house; and in order to ensure himself society in the evening for 3 days a week, he instituted a club at the Essex Head in Essex Street, then kept by Samuel Greaves, an old servant of Mr. Thrale's. December 27th, 1873. The wearisome solitude of the long evenings did indeed suggest to me the convenience of a club in my neighbourhood, but I have been hindered from attending it by want of breath. December 31st. I have much need of entertainment, spiritless, infirm, sleepless, and solitary, looking back with sorrow and forward with terror. End of footnote. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, it is inconvenient to me to come out. I should else have waited on you with an account of a little evening club which we are establishing in Essex Street, in the Strand, and of which you are desired to be one. It will be held at the Essex Head, now kept by an old servant of Thrale's. The company is numerous, and, as you will see by the list, miscellaneous. The terms are lax, and the expenses light. Mr. Barry was adopted by Dr. Brocklesby, who joined with me in forming the plan. We meet thrice a week, and he who misses forfeits twopence. Footnote. I think, said Mr. Cambridge, it sounds more like some club that one reads of in the Spectator, than like a real club in these times, for the forfeits of a whole year will not amount to those of a single night in other clubs. Mr. Cambridge was thinking of the Twopenny Club. End of footnote. If you are willing to become a member, draw a line under your name, return the list. We meet for the first time on Monday at 8. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson. December 4th, 1783. It did not suit Sir Joshua to become one of this club, but when I mention only Mr. Daines Barrington, Dr. Brocklesby, Mr. Murphy, Mr. John Nichols, Mr. Cook, Mr. Jodrell, Mr. Paradise, Mr. Horsley, Mr. Wyndham, footnote. I was in Scotland when this club was founded, and during all the winter. Johnson, however, declared I should be a member, and invented a word upon the occasion. Boswell, he said, is a very clubbable man. When I came to town, I was proposed by Mr. Barrington, and chosen. I believe there are few societies where there is better conversation or more decorum. Several of us resolved to continue it after our great founder was removed by death. Other members were added, and now, above 8 years since that loss, we go on happily. Boswell. Mr. Croker says Johnson had already invented unclubbable for Sir J. Hawkins, and refers to a note by Dr. Burney, in which Johnson is represented as saying of Hawkins, while he was still a member of the Literary Club, "Sir John, sir, is a very unclubbable man." But, as Mr. Croker points out, Hawkins was not knighted till long after he had left the club. The anecdote, being proved to be inaccurate in one point, may be inaccurate in another, and may therefore belong to a much later date. End of footnote. I shall sufficiently obviate the misrepresentation of it by Sir John Hawkins, as if it had been a low alehouse association, by which Johnson was degraded. Johnson himself, like his namesake Old Ben, composed the rules of his club. Footnote. Rules. To-day deep thoughts with me resolve to drench in mirth which after no repenting draws. Milton. To-day deep thoughts resolve with me to drench in mirth that, etc. Sonnets, 21. The club shall consist of 24. The meetings shall be on the Monday, Thursday, and Saturday of every week, but in the week before Easter there shall be no meeting. Every member is at liberty to introduce a friend once a week, but not oftener. 2 members shall oblige themselves to attend in their turn every night from 8 to 10, or to procure 2 to attend in their room. Every member present at the club shall spend at least 6d, and every member who stays away shall forfeit 3d. The master of the house shall keep an account of the absent members, and deliver to the president of the night a list of the forfeits incurred. When any member returns after absence, he shall immediately lay down his forfeits, which if he omits to do, the president shall require. There shall be no general reckoning, but every man shall adjust his own expenses. The night of indispensable attendance will come to every member once a month. Whoever shall for 3 months together omit to attend himself, or by substitution, nor shall make any apology in the 4th month, shall be considered as having abdicated the club. When a vacancy is to be filled, the name of the candidate, and of the member recommending him, shall stand in the club room 3 nights. On the 4th he may be chosen by ballot, 6 members at least being present, and 2/3 of the ballot being in his favour, or the majority, should the numbers not be divisible by 3. The master of the house shall give notice, 6 days before, to each of those members whose turn of necessary attendance is to come. The notice may be in these words: Sir, on the of will be your turn of presiding at the Essex Head. Your company is therefore earnestly requested. 1 penny shall be left by each member for the waiter. Johnson's definition of a club in this sense, in his dictionary, is an assembly of good fellows meeting under certain conditions. Boswell. In the end of this year he was seized with a spasmodic asthma of such violence that he was confined to the house in great pain, being sometimes obliged to sit all night in his chair, a recumbent posture being so hurtful to his respiration, that he could not endure lying in bed. And there came upon him at the same time that oppressive and fatal disease, a dropsy. It was a very severe winter, which probably aggravated his complaints, and the solitude in which Mr. Levitt and Mrs. Williams had left him rendered his life very gloomy. Mrs. Desmoulins, who still lived, was herself so very ill that she could contribute very little to his relief. Footnote: he received many acts of kindness from outside friends. On December 31st he wrote, "I have now in the house pheasant, venison, turkey, and ham, all unbought. Attention and respect give pleasure, however late or however useless. But they are not useless when they are late. It is reasonable to rejoice, as the day declines, to find that it has been spent with the approbation of mankind." End of footnote. He, however, had none of that unsocial shyness which we commonly see in people afflicted with sickness. He did not hide his head from the world in solitary abstraction. He did not deny himself to the visits of his friends and acquaintances, but at all times, when he was not overcome by sleep, was ready for conversation as in his best days. Footnote: December 16th, 1783. I spent the afternoon with Dr. Johnson, who indeed is very ill, and whom I could hardly tell how to leave. He was very, very kind. Oh, what a cruel, heavy loss he will be! December 30th. I went to Dr. Johnson and spent the evening with him. He was very indifferent indeed. There were some very disagreeable people with him, and he once affected me very much by turning suddenly to me, and grasping my hand, and saying, "The blister I have tried for my breath has betrayed some very bad tokens, but I will not terrify myself by talking of them. Ah! priez Dieu pour moi." I snatch, he wrote a few weeks later, every lucid interval, and animate myself with such amusements as the time offers. End of footnote. To Mrs. Lucy Porter, in Lichfield. Dear Madam, you may perhaps think me negligent that I have not written to you again upon the loss of your brother; but condolences and consolations are such common and such useless things, that the omission of them is no great crime, and my own diseases occupy my mind and engage my care. My nights are miserably restless, and my days, therefore, are heavy. I try, however, to hold up my head as high as I can. Footnote: Hawkins says that this November Johnson said to him, "What a man am I, who have got the better of 3 diseases, the palsy, the gout, and the asthma, and can now enjoy the conversation of my friends without the interruptions of weakness or pain." End of footnote. I am sorry that your health is impaired. Perhaps the spring and the summer may in some degree restore it, but if not, we must submit to the inconveniences of time, as to the other dispensations of eternal goodness. Pray for me, and write to me, or let Mr. Pearson write for you. I am, etc. Samuel Johnson, London, November 29th, 1783. End of section 29. Recording by Chairlie, B.C. Canada.
Section 30 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 30. And now I am arrived at the last year of the life of Samuel Johnson, a year in which, although passed in severe indisposition, he nevertheless gave many evidences of the continuance of those wondrous powers of mind which raised him so high in the intellectual world. His conversation and his letters of this year were in no respect inferior to those of former years. The following is a remarkable proof of his being alive to the most minute curiosities of literature. To Mr. Dilly, bookseller in the Poultry. Sir, there is in the world a set of books which used to be sold by the booksellers on the bridge, and which I must entreat you to procure me. Footnote: the street in (on London Bridge, which before the houses fell to decay consisted of handsome lofty edifices pretty regularly built, was 20 feet broad, and the houses on each side generally 26½ feet deep. After 1746 no more leases were granted, and the houses were allowed to run to ruin. In 1756–7 they were all taken down. End of footnote. They are called Burton's books. The title of one is Admirable Curiosities, Rarities, and Wonders in England. I believe there are about 5 or 6 of them. They seem very proper to allure backward readers. Be so kind as to get them for me, and send me them with the best printed edition of Baxter's Call to the Unconverted. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, January 6, 1784. To Mr. Perkins. Dear Sir, I was very sorry not to see you when you were so kind as to call on me. But to disappoint friends, and if they are not very good-natured, to disoblige them, is one of the evils of sickness. If you will please to let me know which of the afternoons in this week I shall be favoured with another visit by you and Mrs. Perkins and the young people, I will take all the measures that I can to be pretty well at that time. I am, dear Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, January 21, 1784. His attention to the Essex Head Club appears from the following letter to Mr. Alderman Clarke, a gentleman for whom he deservedly entertained a great regard. To Richard Clarke, Esquire. Dear Sir, you will receive a requisition, according to the rules of the club, to be at the house as President of the night. This turn comes once a month, and the member is obliged to attend, or send another in his place. You were enrolled in the club by my invitation, and I ought to introduce you, but as I am hindered by sickness, Mr. Wheal will very properly supply my place as introductor, or yours as president. I hope in milder weather to be a very constant attendant. I am, Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, January 27, 1784. You ought to be informed that the forfeits began with the year, and that every night of non-attendance incurs the mulct of 3d, that is, 9d a week. On the 8th of January I wrote to him anxiously inquiring as to his health, and enclosing my Letter to the People of Scotland on the present state of the nation. Footnote. Boswell's purpose in this letter was to recommend the Scotch to address the King to express their satisfaction that the East India Company Bill had been rejected by the House of Lords. Let us, he writes, upon this awful occasion think only of property and constitution. Let me add, he says in concluding, that a dismission of the Portland administration will probably disappoint an object which I have most ardently at heart. He was thinking, no doubt, of his expectations from the interest of an eminent person then in power. End of footnote. I trust, said I, that you will be liberal enough to make allowance for my differing from you on 2 points, the Middlesex election and the American War, when my general principles of government are according to your own heart, and when, at a crisis of doubtful event, I stand forth with honest zeal as an ancient and faithful Briton. Footnote. Boswell condemns the claim of Parliament to tax the American colonies as unjust and inexpedient. This claim, he says, was almost universally approved of in Scotland, where due consideration was had of the advantage of raising regiments. He continues, when pleading at the bar of the House of Commons in a question concerning taxation, I avowed that opinion, declaring that the man in the world for whom I have the highest respect, Dr. Johnson, had not been able to convince me that taxation was no tyranny. End of footnote. My reason for introducing those 2 points was that as my opinions with regard to them had been declared at the periods when they were least favourable, I might have the credit of a man who was not a worshipper of ministerial power. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I hear of many inquiries which your kindness has disposed you to make after me. I have long intended you a long letter, which perhaps the imagination of its length hindered me from beginning. I will therefore content myself with a shorter. Having promoted the institution of a new club in the neighbourhood at the house of an old servant of Thrale's, I went thither to meet the company, and was seized with a spasmodic asthma so violent that with difficulty I got to my own house, in which I have been confined 8 or 9 weeks, and from which I know not when I shall be able to go even to church. The asthma, however, is not the worst. A dropsy gains ground upon me. My legs and thighs are very much swollen with water, which I should be content if I could keep there, but I am afraid that it will soon be higher. My nights are very sleepless and very tedious, and yet I am extremely afraid of dying. My physicians try to make me hope that much of my malady is the effect of cold, and that some degree at least of recovery is to be expected from vernal breezes and summer suns. Footnote. I have really hope from spring, he wrote on January the 21st, and am ready, like Almanzor, to bid the sun fly swiftly, and leave weeks and months behind him. The sun has looked for 6,000 years upon the world to little purpose, if he does not know that a sick man is almost as impatient as a lover. Almanzor's speech is at the end of Dryden's Conquest of Granada. Move swiftly, sun, and fly a lover's pace, leave weeks and months behind thee in thy race. Johnson said, this distinction of seasons is produced only by imagination operating on luxury. To temperance every day is bright. End of footnote. If my life is prolonged to autumn, I shall be glad to try a warmer climate. Though how to travel with a diseased body, without a companion to conduct me, and with very little money, I do not well see. Ramsay has recovered his limbs in Italy. Footnote. He died in the following August at Dover on his way home. End of footnote. And Fielding was sent to Lisbon, where indeed he died, but he was, I believe, past hope when he went. Think for me what I can do. I received your pamphlet, and when I write again may perhaps tell you some opinion about it. But you will forgive a man struggling with disease his neglect of disputes, politics, and pamphlets. Footnote. On the last day of the old year he wrote, To any man who extends his thoughts to national consideration, the times are dismal and gloomy. But to a sick man, what is the public? The original of the following note is in the admirable collection of autographs belonging to my friend Mr. M. Holloway. To the Reverend Dr. Taylor, in Ashbourne, Derbyshire. Dear Sir, I am still confined to the house, and one of my amusements is to write letters to my friends, though they, being busy in the common scenes of life, are not equally diligent in writing to me. Dr. Heberden was with me 2 or 3 days ago, and told me that nothing ailed me, which I was glad to hear, though I knew it not to be true. My nights are restless, my breath is difficult, and my lower parts continue tumid. The struggle, you see, still continues between the two sets of ministers, those that are out and in, one can scarce call them, for who is out or in is perhaps 4 times a day a new question. The tumult in government is, I believe, excessive, and the efforts of each party outrageously violent, with very little thought of any national interest, at a time when we have all the world for our enemies, when the King and Parliament have lost even the titular dominion of America, and the real power of government everywhere else. Thus empires are broken down, when the profits of administration are so great that ambition is satisfied with obtaining them, and he that aspires to greatness needs do nothing more than talk himself into importance. He has then all the power which danger and conquest used formerly to give. He can raise a family and reward his followers. Mr. Burke has just sent me his Speech upon the Affairs of India, a volume of above 100 pages, closely printed. I will look into it, but my thoughts seldom now travel to great distances. I would gladly know when you think to come hither, and whether this year you will come or no. If my life be continued, I know not well how I shall bestow myself. I am, Sir, your affectionate, etc., Samuel Johnson. London, January the 24th, 1784. End of footnote. Let me have your prayers. My compliments to your lady and young ones. Ask your physicians about my case, and desire Sir Alexander Dick to write me his opinion. I am, dear Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, February the 11th, 1784. To Mrs. Lucy Porter, in Lichfield. My dearest love, I have been extremely ill of an asthma and dropsy, but received by the mercy of God sudden and unexpected relief last Thursday by the discharge of 20 pints of water. Whether I shall continue free or shall fill again cannot be told. Pray for me. Death, my dear, is very dreadful. Let us think nothing worth our care, but how to prepare for it. What we know amiss in ourselves, let us make haste to amend, and put our trust in the mercy of God, and the intercession of our Saviour. I am, dear Madam, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 23rd, 1784. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I have just advanced so far towards recovery as to read a pamphlet, and you may reasonably suppose that the first pamphlet which I read was yours. I am very much of your opinion, and, like you, feel great indignation at the indecency with which the King is every day treated. Your paper contains very considerable knowledge of history and of the Constitution, very properly produced and applied. It will certainly raise your character, though perhaps it may not make you a Minister of State. Footnote. I sent it to Mr. Pitt, with a letter in which I thus express myself. My principles may appear to you too monarchical, but I know and am persuaded they are not inconsistent with the true principles of liberty. Be this as it may, you, sir, are now the Prime Minister, called by the Sovereign to maintain the rights of the Crown, as well as those of the people, against a violent faction. As such, you are entitled to the warmest support of every good subject in every department. He answered, I am extremely obliged to you for the sentiments you do me the honour to express, and have observed with great pleasure the zealous and able support given to the cause of the public in the work which was so good to transmit to me. Boswell. 5 years later, and 2 years before the Life of Johnson was published, Boswell wrote to Temple, As to Pitt, he is an insolent fellow, but so able that upon the whole I must support him against the coalition. But I will work him, for he has behaved very ill to me. Can he wonder at my wishing for preferment, when men of the first family and fortune in England struggle for it? Warburton said of Helvetius, whom he disliked, that if he met him, he would have worked him. End of footnote. I desire you to see Mrs. Stewart once again, and tell her that in the letter case was a letter relating to me, for which I will give her, if she is willing to give it to me, another guinea. Footnote. Out of this offer, and one of a like nature made in 1779, Mr. Croker weaves a vast web of ridiculous suspicions. End of footnote. The letter is of consequence only to me. I am, dear Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, February 27, 1784. In consequence of Johnson's request that I should ask our physicians about his case, and desire Sir Alexander Dick to send his opinion, I transmitted him a letter from that very amiable baronet, then in his 81st year, with his faculties as entire as ever, and mentioned his expressions to me in the note accompanying it. With my most affectionate wishes for Dr. Johnson's recovery, in which his friends, his country, and all mankind have so deep a stake. And at the same time a full opinion upon his case by Dr. Gillespie, who, like Dr. Cullen, had the advantage of having passed through the gradations of surgery and pharmacy, and by study and practice had attained to such skill that my father settled on him £200 a year for 5 years, and £50 a year during his life, as an honorarium to secure his particular attendance. The opinion was conveyed in a letter to me, beginning, I am sincerely sorry for the bad state of health your very learned and illustrious friend Dr. Johnson labours under at present. To James Boswell, Esquire, Dear Sir, presently after I had sent away my last letter, I received your kind medical packet. I am very much obliged both to you and your physicians for your kind attention to my disease. Dr. Gillespie has sent me an excellent Consilium Medicum, all solid, practical, experimental knowledge. I am at present, in the opinion of my physicians, Dr. Heberden and Dr. Brocklesby, as well as my own, going on very hopefully. I have just begun to take vinegar of squills. The powder hurt my stomach so much that it could not be continued. Return Sir Alexander Dick my sincere thanks for his kind letter, and bring with you the rhubarb which he so tenderly offers me. Footnote, from his garden at Prestonfield, where he cultivated that plant with such success that he was presented with a gold medal by the Society of London for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures, and Commerce. Boswell. End of footnote. I hope dear Mrs. Boswell is now quite well, and that no evil, either real or imaginary, now disturbs you. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, March 2nd, 1784. I also applied to 3 of the eminent physicians who had chairs in our celebrated School of Medicine at Edinburgh, Drs. Cullen, Hope, and Munro, to each of whom I sent the following letter: Dear Sir, Dr. Johnson has been very ill for some time, and in a letter of anxious apprehension he writes to me, "Ask your physicians about my case." This, you see, is not authority for a regular consultation, but I have no doubt of your readiness to give your advice to a man so eminent, and who, in his Life of Garth, has paid your profession a just and elegant compliment. I believe every man has found in physicians great liberality and dignity of sentiment, very prompt effusions of beneficence, and willingness to exert a lucrative art where there is no hope of lucre. Dr. Johnson is aged 74. Last summer he had a stroke of the palsy, from which he recovered almost entirely. He had before that been troubled with a catarrhous cough. This winter he was seized with a spasmodic asthma, by which he has been confined to his house for about 3 months. Dr. Brocklesby writes to me that upon the least admission of cold, there is such a constriction upon his breast that he cannot lie down in his bed, but is obliged to sit up all night, and gets rest and sometimes sleep only by means of laudanum and syrup of poppies, and that there are edematous tumours on his legs and thighs. Dr. Brocklesby trusts a good deal to the return of mild weather. Dr. Johnson says that a dropsy gains ground upon him, and he seems to think that a warmer climate would do him good. I understand he is now rather better, and is using vinegar of squills. I am, with great esteem, dear Sir, your most obedient humble servant, James Boswell, March 7, 1784. All of them paid the most polite attention to my letter and its venerable object. Dr. Cullen's words concerning him were, "It would give me the greatest pleasure to be of any service to a man whom the public properly esteem, and whom I esteem and respect as much as I do Dr. Johnson." Dr. Hopes, "Few people have a better claim on me than your friend, as hardly a day passes that I do not ask his opinion about this or that word." Dr. Munro's, "I most sincerely join you in sympathizing with that very worthy and ingenious character, from whom his country has derived much instruction and entertainment." Dr. Hope corresponded with his friend Dr. Brocklesby. Drs. Cullen and Munro wrote their opinions and prescriptions to me, which I afterwards carried with me to London, and, so far as they were encouraging, communicated to Johnson. The liberality on one hand, and grateful sense of it on the other, I have great satisfaction in recording. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I am too much pleased with the attention which you and your dear lady show to my welfare, not to be diligent in letting you know the progress which I make towards health. The dropsy, by God's blessing, has now run almost totally away by natural evacuation, and the asthma, if not irritated by cold, gives me little trouble. While I am writing this, I have not any sensation of debility or disease, but I do not yet venture out, having been confined to the house from the 13th of December, now a quarter of a year. When it will be fit for me to travel as far as Affleck, I am not able to guess, but such a letter as Mrs. Boswell's might draw any man, not wholly motionless, a great way. Pray tell the dear lady how much her civility and kindness have touched and gratified me. Our parliamentary tumults have now begun to subside, and the King's authority is in some measure re-established. Footnote. On January the 12th, the Ministry had been in a minority of 39 in a House of 425. On March the 8th, the minority was reduced to 1 in a House of 381. Parliament was dissolved on the 25th. In the first division in the new Parliament, The ministry were in a majority of 97 in a house of 369. End of footnote. Mr. Pitt will have great power, but you must remember that what he has to give must at least for some time be given to those who gave and who preserve his power. A new minister can sacrifice little to esteem or friendship. He must, till he is settled, think only of extending his interest. If you come hither through Edinburgh, send for Mrs. Stewart, and give from me another guinea for the letter in the old case, to which I shall not be satisfied with my claim till she gives it me. Please to bring with you Baxter's Anacreon, and if you procure heads of Hector Boece, the historian, footnote, in old Aberdeen stands the King's College, of which the first president was Hector Boece, or Boethius, who may be justly reverenced as one of the revivers of elegant learning, end of footnote, and Arthur Johnston, the poet. I will put them in my room, or any other of the fathers of Scottish literature. I wish you an easy and happy journey, and hope I need not tell you that you will be welcome to, dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. London, March the 18th, 1784. I wrote to him March the 28th from York, informing him that I had a high gratification in the triumph of monarchical principles over aristocratical influence in that great country, in an address to the King. Footnote. Horace Walpole wrote on March the 30th, "The nation is intoxicated, and has poured in addresses of thanks to the Crown for exerting the prerogative against the palladium of the people." End of footnote. That I was thus far on my way to him, but that news of the dissolution of Parliament having arrived, I was to hasten back to my own county, where I had carried an address to his Majesty by a great majority, and had some intention of being a candidate to represent the county in Parliament. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 31. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, you could do nothing so proper as to haste back when you found the Parliament dissolved. With the influence which your address must have gained you, it may reasonably be expected that your presence will be of importance, and your activity of effect. Your solicitude for me gives me that pleasure which every man feels from the kindness of such a friend. It is with delight I relieve it by telling that Dr. Brocklesby's account is true, and that I am, by the blessing of God, wonderfully relieved. You are entering upon a transaction which requires much prudence. You must endeavour to oppose without exasperating, to practice temporary hostility without producing enemies for life. This is perhaps hard to be done, yet it has been done by many, and seems most likely to be effected by opposing merely upon general principles, without descending to personal or particular censures or objections. One thing I must enjoin you, which is seldom observed in the conduct of elections. I must entreat you to be scrupulous in the use of strong liquors. One night's drunkenness may defeat the labours of 40 days well employed. Be firm, but not clamorous. Be active, but not malicious, and you may form such an interest as may not only exalt yourself, but dignify your family. We are, as you may suppose, all busy here, Mr. Fox resolutely stands for Westminster, and his friends say will carry the election. However that be, he will certainly have a seat. *. He was returned also for Kirkwall, for which place he sat for nearly a year, while the scrutiny of the Westminster election was dragging on. Mr. Wheal has just told me that the City leans towards the King. Let me hear from time to time how you are employed, and what progress you make. Make dear Mrs. Boswell and all the young Boswells the sincere compliments of, Sir, your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. London, March the 30th, 1784. To Mr. Langton he wrote with that cordiality which was suitable to the long friendship which had subsisted between him and that gentleman. Hannah More wrote on March the 8th, I am sure you will honour Mr. Langton when I tell you he is come on purpose to stay with Dr. Johnson, and that during his illness. He has taken a little lodging in Fleet Street in order to be near to devote himself to him. He has as much goodness as learning, and that is saying a bold thing of one of the first Greek scholars we have. March 27th. Since you left me, I have continued, in my own opinion and Dr. Brocklesby's, to grow better with respect to all my formidable and dangerous distempers, though to a body battered and shaken as mine has lately been, it is to be feared that weak attacks may be sometimes mischievous. I have indeed, by standing carelessly at an open window, got a very troublesome cough, which it has been necessary to appease by opium in larger quantities than I like to take, and I have not found it give way so readily as I expected. Its obstinacy, however, seems at last disposed to submit to the remedy, and I know not whether I should then have a right to complain of any morbid sensation. My asthma is, I am afraid, constitutional and incurable, but it is only occasional, and unless it be excited by labour or by cold, gives me no molestation. Nor does it lay very close siege to life, for Sir John Floyer, whom the physical race consider as author of one of the best books upon it, panted on to 90, as was supposed. And why were we content with supposing a fact so interesting of a man so conspicuous? Because he corrupted, at perhaps 70 or 80, the register, that he might pass for younger than he was. He was not much less than 80, when, to a man of rank who modestly asked his age, he answered, "Go look," though he was in general a man of civility and elegance. The ladies, I find, are at your house all well, except Miss Langton, who will probably soon recover her health by light suppers. Let her eat at dinner as she will, but not take a full stomach to bed. Pay my sincere respects to dear Miss Langton in Lincolnshire, and let her know that I mean not to break our league of friendship, and that I have a set of lives for her when I have the means of sending it. April 8th. I am still disturbed by my cough, but what thanks have I not to pay when my cough is the most painful sensation that I feel, and from that I expect hardly to be released while winter continues to gripe us with so much pertinacity. The year has now advanced 18 days beyond the equinox, and still there is very little remission of the cold. When warm weather comes, which surely must come at last, I hope it will help both me and your young lady. The man so busy about addresses is neither more nor less than our own Boswell, who had come as far as York towards London, but turned back on the dissolution, and is said now to stand for some place. whether to wish him success his best friends hesitate. Let me have your prayers for the completion of my recovery. I am now better than I ever expected to have been. May God add to his mercies the grace that may enable me to use them according to his will. My compliments to all. April 13th. I had this evening a note from Lord Portmore, desiring that I would give you an account of my health. Footnote, to which Johnson returned this answer: To the Right Honourable Earl of Portmore. Dr. Johnson acknowledges with great respect the honour of Lord Portmore's notice. He is better than he was, and will, as his Lordship directs, write to Mr. Langton. Bolt Court, Fleet Street, April 13, 1784. Boswell. Johnson here assumes his title of Doctor, which Boswell says, so far as he knew, he never did. Perhaps the letter has been wrongly copied, or perhaps Johnson thought that in writing to a man of title he ought to assume such title as he himself had. End of footnote. You might have had it with less circumduction. I am, by God's blessing, I believe, free from all morbid sensations except a cough, which is only troublesome. But I am still weak, and can have no great hope of strength till the weather shall be softer. The summer, if it be kindly, will, I hope, enable me to support the winter. God, who has so wonderfully restored me, can preserve me in all seasons. Let me inquire in my turn after the state of your family, great and little. I hope Lady Rothes and Miss Langton are both well. That is a good basis of content. Then how goes George on with his studies? How does Miss Mary? And how does my own Jeanie? I think I owe Jeanie a letter, which I will take care to pay. In the meantime, tell her that I acknowledge the debt. Be pleased to make my compliments to the ladies. If Mrs. Langton comes to London, she will favour me with a visit, for I am not well enough to go out. To Ozias Humphrey, Esquire. Footnote, the eminent painter, representative of the ancient family of Humphrey, now Humphrey, in the west of England, who, as appears from their arms, which they have invariably used, have been, as I have seen authenticated by the best authority, one of those among the Knights and Esquires of Honour, who are represented by Holinshed as having issued from the Tower of London on coursers apparelled for the jousts, accompanied by ladies of honour, leading every one a knight with a chain of gold, passing through the streets of London into Smithfield, on Sunday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, being the first Sunday after Michaelmas, in the 14th year of King Richard II. This family once enjoyed large possessions, but like others have lost them in the progress of ages. Their blood, however, remains to them well ascertained, and they may hope in the revolution of events to recover that rank in society for which in modern times fortune seems to be an indispensable requisite. Boswell. End of footnote. So Mr. Wheal has told me with what benevolence you listened to a request which I was almost afraid to make, of leave to a young painter, footnote, son of Mr. Samuel Patterson, Boswell. In the first two editions, after Patterson is added, eminent for his knowledge of books, end of footnote, to attend you from time to time in your painting room, to see your operations and receive your instructions. Footnote, Humphrey, on his first coming to London, poor and unfriended, was helped by Reynolds. End of footnote. The young man has perhaps good parts, but has been without a regular education. He is my godson, and therefore I interest myself in his progress and success, and shall think myself much favoured if I receive from you a permission to send him. My health is, by God's blessing, much restored, but I am not yet allowed by my physicians to go abroad, nor indeed do I think myself yet able to endure the weather. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, April the 5th, 1784. To the same. Sir, the bearer is my godson, whom I take the liberty of recommending to your kindness, which I hope he will deserve by his respect to your excellence and his gratitude for your favours. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, April the 10th, 1784. To the same. Sir, I am very much obliged by your civilities to my godson, but must beg of you to add to them the favour of permitting him to see you paint, that he may know how a picture is begun, advanced, and completed. If he may attend you in a few of your operations, I hope he will show that the benefit has been properly conferred, both by his proficiency and his gratitude. At least I shall consider you as enlarging your kindness to, Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson, May the 31st, 1784. To the Reverend Dr. Taylor, Ashbourne, Derbyshire. Dear Sir, what can be the reason that I hear nothing from you? I hope nothing disables you from writing. What I have seen and what I have felt gives me reason to fear everything. Do not omit giving me the comfort of knowing that after all my losses I have yet a friend left. I want every comfort. My life is very solitary and very cheerless. Though it has pleased God wonderfully to deliver me from the dropsy, I am yet very weak, and have not passed the door since the 13th of December. Footnote: on April the 21st he wrote, after a confinement of 129 days, more than the third part of a year, and no inconsiderable part of human life, I this day return thanks to God in St. Clement's Church for my recovery. End of footnote. I hope for some help from warm weather, which will surely come in time. I could not have the consent of the physicians to go to church yesterday. I therefore received the Holy Sacrament at home, in the room where I communicated with dear Mrs. Williams a little before her death. Oh, my friend, the approach of death is very dreadful. I am afraid to think on that which I know I cannot avoid. It is vain to look round and round for that help which cannot be had. Yet we hope, and fancy that he who has lived today may live tomorrow. But let us learn to derive our hope only from God. In the meantime, let us be kind to one another. I have no friend now living but you and Mr. Hector, that was the friend of my youth. Do not neglect, dear Sir, yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson, London, Easter Monday, April the 12th, 1784. Footnote: on April the 26th he wrote, on Saturday I showed myself again to the living world at the exhibition. Much and splendid was the company, but, like the Doge of Genoa at Paris, I admired nothing but myself. I went up the stairs to the pictures without stopping to rest or to breathe, in all the madness of superfluous health. The Prince of Wales had promised to be there, but when we had waited an hour and a half, sent us word that he could not come. The first gentleman in Europe was 21 years old when he treated men like Johnson and Reynolds with this insolence. Mr. Forster says that it was at this very dinner that Johnson left his seat by desire of the Prince of Wales, and went to the head of the table to be introduced. He does not give his authority for the statement. End of footnote. What follows is a beautiful specimen of his gentleness and complacency to the young lady, his godchild, one of the daughters of his friend Mr. Langton, then, I think, in her 7th year. He took the trouble to write it in a large round hand, nearly resembling printed characters, that she might have the satisfaction of reading it herself. The original lies before me, but shall be faithfully restored to her, and I dare say will be preserved by her as a jewel as long as she lives. Footnote. Mr. Croker wrote in 1847 that he had seen it very lately framed and glazed, in possession of the lady to whom it was addressed. End of footnote. To Miss Jane Langton, in Rochester, Kent. My dearest Miss Jenny, I am sorry that your pretty letter has been so long without being answered, but when I am not pretty well, I do not always write plain enough for young ladies. I am glad, my dear, to see that you write so well, and hope that you mind your pen, your book, and your needle, for they are all necessary. Your books will give you knowledge and make you respected, and your needle will find you useful employment when you do not care to read. When you are a little older, I hope you will be very diligent in learning arithmetic, and above all, that through your whole life you will carefully say your prayers and read your Bible. I am, my dear, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, May the 10th, 1784. On Wednesday, May the 5th, I arrived in London, and next morning had the pleasure to find Dr. Johnson greatly recovered. I but just saw him, for a coach was waiting to carry him to Islington, to the house of his friend the Reverend Mr. Strahan, where he went sometimes for the benefit of good air, which, notwithstanding his having formerly laughed at the general opinion upon the subject, he now acknowledged was conducive to health. One morning afterwards, when I found him alone, he communicated to me with solemn earnestness a very remarkable circumstance, which had happened in the course of his illness, when he was much distressed by the dropsy. He had shut himself up, and employed a day in particular exercises of religion, fasting, humiliation, and prayer. On a sudden he obtained extraordinary relief, for which he looked up to heaven with grateful devotion. He made no direct inference from this fact, but from his manner of telling it, I could perceive that it appeared to him as something more than an incident in the common course of events. Footnote. Cooper wrote on May the 10th to the Reverend John Newton, "We rejoice in the account you give us of Dr. Johnson. His conversion will indeed be a singular proof of the omnipotence of grace, and the more singular, the more decided." Johnson, in a prayer that he wrote on April the 11th, said, "Enable me, O Lord, to glorify Thee for that knowledge of my corruption, and that sense of Thy wrath, which my disease and weakness and danger awakened in my mind." End of footnote. For my own part, I have no difficulty to avow that cast of thinking which, by many modern pretenders to wisdom, is called superstitious. But here I think even men of dry rationality may believe that there was an intermediate interposition of divine providence, and that the fervent prayer of this righteous man availed. Footnote. Upon this subject there is a very fair and judicious remark in the life of Dr. Abernethy, in the first edition of the Biographica Britannica, which I should have been glad to see in his life, which has been written for the second edition of that valuable work. To deny the exercise of a particular providence in the deity's government of the world is certainly impious, yet nothing serves the cause of the scorner more than an incautious forward zeal in determining the particular instances of it. In confirmation of my sentiments, I am also happy to quote that sensible and elegant writer, Mr. Melmoth, in letter 8 of his collection published under the name of Fitz-Osborne. "We may safely assert that the belief of a particular providence is founded upon such probable reasons as may well justify our assent. It would scarce therefore be wise to renounce an opinion which affords so firm a support to the soul in those seasons wherein she stands in most need of assistance, merely because it is not possible in questions of this kind to solve every difficulty which attends them. Boswell. End of footnote. On Sunday, May the 9th, I found Colonel Valiancy, the celebrated antiquarian and engineer of Ireland, with him. On Monday the 10th, I dined with him at Mr. Paradise's, where was a large company, Mr. Bryant, Mr. Jodrell, Mr. Hawkins Brown, etc. On Thursday the 13th, I dined with him at Mr. Jodrell's with another large company, the Bishop of Exeter, Lord Monboddo, Mr. Murphy, etc. Footnote. I was sorry to observe Lord Monboddo avoid any communication with Dr. Johnson. I flattered myself that I had made them very good friends, but unhappily his lordship had resumed and cherished a violent prejudice against my illustrious friend, to whom I must do the justice to say there was on his part not the least anger, but a good-humoured sportiveness. Nay, though he knew of his lordship's indisposition towards him, he was even kindly, as appeared from his inquiring of me after him by an abbreviation of his name. Well, how does Money? Boswell. Boswell says, I knew Lord Monboddo and Dr. Johnson did not love each other, yet I was unwilling not to visit his lordship, and was also curious to see them together. Accordingly, he brought about a meeting. 4 years later, in 1777, Monboddo received from Johnson a copy of his Journey to the Hebrides. They met again in London in 1780, and perhaps then quarrelled afresh. Dr. Seattle wrote on February 28, 1785, Lord Monboddo's hatred of Johnson was singular. He would not allow him to know anything but Latin grammar, and that, says he, I know as well as he does. I never heard Johnson say anything severe of him, though when he mentioned his name he generally grinned horribly, a ghastly smile. The use of the abbreviation Money on Johnson's part scarcely seems a proof of kindliness. See ante, where he said, Why, sir, sherry is dull, naturally dull, etc., and volume 3, page 84, where he said, I should have thought Mund Burke would have had more sense. And also Rogers's Boswelliana, where he said, Derry, Derrick, may do very well while he can outrun his character, but the moment that his character gets up with him, he is gone. End of footnote. On Saturday, May the 15th, I dined with him at Dr. Brocklesby's, where were Colonel Valiancy, Mr. Murphy, and that ever cheerful companion, Mr. Devane's apothecary to his Majesty. Footnote. On May the 13th he wrote, Now I am broken loose, my friends seem willing enough to see me, but I do not now drive the world about. World drives or draws me. I am very weak. End of footnote. Of these days, and others on which I saw him, I have no memorials, except the general recollection of his being able and animated in conversation, and appearing to relish society as much as the youngest man. I find only these 3 small particulars. When a person was mentioned who said, I have lived 51 years in this world without having had 10 minutes of uneasiness, he exclaimed, The man who says so lies. He attempts to impose on human credulity. The Bishop of Exeter in vain observed that men were very different. His lordship's manner was not impressive, and I learnt afterwards that Johnson did not find out that the person who talked to him was a prelate. If he had, I doubt not that he would have treated him with more respect. For once, talking of George Salmazar, whom he reverenced for his piety, he said, I should as soon think of contradicting a bishop. One of the company, footnote, Boswell himself, likely enough, end of footnote, provoked him greatly by doing what he could least of all bear, which was quoting something of his own writing against what he then maintained. "What, sir," cried the gentleman, "do you say to the busy day, the peaceful night, unfelt, uncounted, glided by?" Johnson, finding himself thus presented as giving an instance of a man who had lived without uneasiness, was much offended, for he looked upon such a quotation as unfair. His anger burst out in an unjustifiable retort, insinuating that the gentleman's remark was a sally of ebriety. "Sir, there is one passion I would advise you to command. When you have drunk out that glass, don't drink another." Footnote: if it was Boswell to whom this advice was given, it is not unlikely that he needed it. The meagreness of his record of Johnson's talk at this season may have been due, as seems to have happened before, to too much drinking. End of footnote. Here was exemplified what Goldsmith said of him with the aid of a very witty image from one of Cibber's comedies: "There is no arguing with Johnson, for if his pistol misses fire, he knocks you down with the butt end of it." Another was this: when a gentleman of eminence in the literary world was violently censured for attacking people by anonymous paragraphs in newspapers, he, from the spirit of contradiction, as I thought, took up his defence and said, "Come, come, this is not so terrible a crime. He means only to vex them a little. I do not say that I should do it, but there is a great difference between him and me. What is fit for Hephaestion is not fit for Alexander." Another, when I told him that a young and handsome countess had said to me, "I should think that to be praised by Dr. Johnson would make one a fool all one's life," and that I answered, "Madam, I shall make him a fool to-day by repeating this to him." He said, "I am too old to be made a fool, but if you say I am made a fool, I shall not deny it. I am much pleased with a compliment, especially from a pretty woman." End of section 31. Section 32 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 32. On the evening of Saturday, May the 15th, he was in fine spirits at our Essex Head Club. He told us, "I dined yesterday at Mrs. Garrick's with Mrs. Carter." Footnote: 46 years earlier Johnson wrote of this lady, "I have composed a Greek epigram to Eliza, and think she ought to be celebrated in as many different languages as Lewis le Grand." Miss Burney described her in 1780 as "really a noble looking woman. I never saw age so graceful in the female sex yet. Her whole face seems to beam with goodness, piety, and philanthropy." End of footnote. Miss Hannah More and Miss Fanny Burney. "Three such women are not to be found. I know not where I could find a fourth, except Mrs. Lennox, who was superior to them all." Footnote: Mrs. Thrale says that though Mrs. Lennox's books are generally approved, nobody likes her. End of footnote. Boswell: "What, had you them all to yourself, sir?" Johnson: "I had them all as much as they were had, but it might have been better had there been more company there." Boswell: "Might not Mrs. Montague have been a fourth?" Johnson: "Sir, Mrs. Montague does not make a trade of her wit. But Mrs. Montague is a very extraordinary woman. She has a constant stream of conversation, and it is always impregnated, it has always meaning. Footnote: September 1778. Mrs. Thrale. Mrs. Montague is the first woman for literary knowledge in England, and if in England, I hope I may say in the world. Dr. Johnson. I believe you may, madam. She diffuses more knowledge in her conversation than any woman I know, or indeed almost any man. Mrs. Thrale. I declare I know no man equal to her, take away yourself and Burke for that art. It is curious that Mrs. Thrale and Boswell should both thus instance Burke. Miss Burney writes of her in much more moderate terms. Allowing a little for parade and ostentation, which her power in wealth and rank in literature offer some excuse for, her conversation is very agreeable. She is always reasonable and sensible, and sometimes instructive and entertaining. These 5 ladies all lived to a great age. Mrs. Montague was 80 when she died, Mrs. Lennox 83, Miss Burney, Madame D'Arblay 87, Miss Moore and Miss Carter 88. Their hostess, Mrs. Garrick, was 97 or 98. End of footnote. Boswell. Mr. Burke has a constant stream of conversation. Johnson. Yes, sir. If a man were to go by chance at the same time with Burke under a shed to shun a shower, he would say, "This is an extraordinary man." If Burke should go into a stable to see his horse dressed, the ostler would say, "We have had an extraordinary man here." Footnote: Miss Burney, describing how she first saw Burke, says, "I had been told that Burke was not expected, yet I could conclude this gentleman to be no other. There was an evident, a striking superiority in his demeanour, his eye, his motions, that announced him no common man." See ante, where Johnson said of Burke, "His stream of mind is perpetual." End of footnote. Boswell. Foote was a man who never failed in conversation. If he had gone into a stable, Johnson. Sir, if he had gone into a stable, the ostler would have said, "Here has been a comical fellow," but he would not have respected him. Boswell. And so the ostler would have answered him, would have given him as good as he brought, as the common saying is. Johnson. Yes, sir. And Foote would have answered the ostler. When Burke does not descend to be merry, his conversation is very superior indeed. There is no proportion between the powers which he shows in serious talk and in jocularity. When he lets himself down to that, he is in the kennel. Footnote: Kennel is a strong word to apply to Burke, but in his jocularity he sometimes let himself down to indelicate stories. In the House of Commons he had told one, and a very stupid one too, not a year before. Horace Walpole speaks of Burke's pursuit of wit, even to puerility. He adds, "Burke himself always aimed at wit, but was not equally happy in public and private. In the former, nothing was so luminous, so striking, so abundant. In private, it was forced, unnatural, and bombast." See ante, where Wilkes said that in his oratory there was a strange want of taste. End of footnote. I have in another place opposed, and I hope with success, Dr. Johnson's very singular and erroneous notion as to Mr. Burke's pleasantry. Mr. Windham now said low to me, that he differed from our great friend in this observation, for that Mr. Burke was often very happy in his merriment. It would not have been right for either of us to have contradicted Johnson at this time, in a society all of whom did not know and value Mr. Burke as much as we did. It might have occasioned something more rough, and at any rate would probably have checked the flow of Johnson's good humour. He called to us with a sudden air of exultation, as the thought started into his mind, "Oh, gentlemen, I must tell you a very great thing. The Empress of Russia has ordered the Rambler to be translated into the Russian language, so I shall be read on the banks of the Volga." *I have since heard that the report was not well founded, but the elation discovered by Johnson in the belief that it was true showed a noble ardour for literary fame. Boswell. Johnson wrote on February 9th, "One thing which I have just heard you will think to surpass expectation. The chaplain of the factory at Petersburg relates that the Rambler is now, by the command of the Empress, translating into Russian, and has promised, when it is printed, to send me a copy." Stockdale records that in 1773 the Empress of Russia engaged 6 English literary gentlemen for instructors of her young nobility in her academy at St. Petersburg. He was offered one of the posts. Her zeal may have gone yet further, and she may have wished to open up English literature to those who could not read English. Beauclerk's library was offered for sale to the Russian ambassador. Miss Burney in 1789 said the newspaper reported that Angelica Kaufmann is making drawings from Evelina for the Empress of Russia. Horace boasts that his fame would extend as far as the banks of the Rhone. Now the Volga is farther from me than the Rhone was from Horace. Boswell. You must certainly be pleased with this, sir. Johnson. I am pleased, sir, to be sure. A man is pleased to find he has succeeded in that which he has endeavoured to do. One of the company mentioned his having seen a noble person driving in his carriage, and looking exceedingly well, notwithstanding his great age. Johnson. Ah, sir, that is nothing. Bacon observes that a stout, healthy old man is like a tower undermined. On Sunday, May the 16th, I found him alone. He talked of Mrs. Thrale with much concern, saying, "Sir, she has done everything wrong since Thrale's bridle was off her neck," and was proceeding to mention some circumstances which have since been the subject of public discussion, when he was interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Douglas, now Bishop of Salisbury. Dr. Douglas upon this occasion refuted a mistaken notion, which is very common in Scotland, that the ecclesiastical discipline of the Church of England, though duly enforced, is insufficient to preserve the morals of the clergy, inasmuch as all delinquents may be screened by appealing to the Convocation. Being therefore authorized by the King to sit for the dispatch of business, the appeal never can be heard. Dr. Douglas observed that this was founded upon ignorance, for that the bishops have sufficient power to maintain discipline, and that the sitting of the Convocation was wholly immaterial in this respect, it being not a court of judicature, but like a parliament, to make canons and regulations as times may require. Johnson, talking of the fear of death, said, "Some people are not afraid because they look upon salvation as the effect of an absolute decree, and think they feel in themselves the marks of sanctification. Others, and those the most rational in my opinion, look upon salvation as conditional, and as they never can be sure that they have complied with the conditions, they are afraid." In one of his little manuscript diaries about this time, I find a short notice which marks his amiable disposition more certainly than 1,000 studied declarations. "Afternoons spent cheerfully and elegantly, I hope, without offence to God or man, though in no holy duty, yet in the general exercise and cultivation of benevolence. On Monday, May the 17th, I dined with him at Mr. Dilly's, where were Colonel Valiancy, the Reverend Dr. Gibbons, and Mr. Capper Loft, who, though a most zealous Whig, has a mind so full of learning and knowledge, and so much exercised in various departments, and withal so much liberality, that the stupendous powers of the literary Goliath, though they did not frighten this little David of popular spirit, could not but excite his admiration. H.C. Robinson describes him as an author on an infinity of subjects. His books were on law, history, poetry, antiquities, divinity, politics. He adds, Godwin, Loft, and Thelwall are the only three persons I know, except Hazlitt, who grieve at the late events, the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo. He found, long after his death, a manuscript by him in these words: Rousseau, Euripides, Tasso, Racine, Cicero, Virgil, Petrarch, Richardson. If I had 5 millions of years to live upon this earth, these I would read daily with increasing delight. End of footnote. There was also Mr. Braithwaite of the Post Office, that amiable and friendly man, who with modest and unassuming manners has associated with many of the wits of the age. Johnson was very quiescent today. Perhaps, too, I was indolent. I find nothing more of him in my notes, but that when I mentioned that I had seen in the King's library 63 editions of my favourite, Thomas à Kempis, amongst which it was in 8 languages, Latin, German, French, Italian, Spanish, English, Arabic, and Armenian, he said he thought it unnecessary to collect many editions of a book which were all the same except as to the paper and print. He would have the original, and all the translations and all the editions which had any variations in the text. He approved of the famous collections of editions of Horace by Douglas, mentioned by Pope, who is said to have had a closet filled with them, and he added, every man should try to collect one book in that manner, and present it to a public library. On Tuesday, May the 18th, I saw him for a short time in the morning. I told him that the mob had called out as the King passed, "No fox, no fox," which I did not like. The King opened Parliament this day. Hannah More, during the election, found the mob favourable to Fox. One night, in a sedan chair, she was stopped with the news that it was not safe to go through Covent Garden. There were 100 armed men, she was told, who, suspecting every chairman belonged to Brooks, would fall upon us. A vast number of people followed me, crying out, "It is Mrs. Fox. None but Mrs. Fox's wife would dare come into Covent Garden in a chair. She is going to canvass in the dark." Horace Walpole wrote on April 11th, "In truth, Mr. Fox has all the popularity in Westminster." End of footnote. He said, "They were right, sir." I said I thought not, for it seemed to be making Mr. Fox the King's competitor. There being no audience, so that there could be no triumph in a victory, he fairly agreed with me. I said it might do very well if explained thus: let us have no Fox, understanding it as a prayer to His Majesty not to appoint that gentleman minister. On Wednesday, May the 19th, I sat a part of the evening with him by ourselves. I observed that the death of our friends might be a consolation against the fear of our own dissolution, because we might have more friends in the other world than in this. He perhaps felt this as a reflection upon his apprehension as to death, and said with heat, "How can a man know where his departed friends are, or whether they will be his friends in the other world? How many friendships have you known formed upon principles of virtue? Most friendships are formed by caprice or by chance, mere confederacies in vice, or leagues in folly." We talked of our worthy friend Mr. Langton. He said, "I know not who will go to heaven if Langton does not. Sir, I could almost say, sit anima mea cum Langtono." I mentioned a very eminent friend, a virtuous man. *[* Boswell twice speaks of W.G. Hamilton as an eminent friend of Johnson. He was not Boswell's friend, but Boswell does not here say a friend of ours. By eminent friend Burke is generally meant, and he possibly is meant here. Boswell, it is true, speaks of his orderly and amiable domestic habits, but then Boswell mentions the person here as a virtuous man. If Burke is meant, Johnson's suspicions would seem to be groundless. Johnson. Yes, sir, but has not the evangelical virtue of Langton. I am afraid, would not scruple to pick up a wench. He, however, charged Mr. Langton with what he thought want of judgment upon an interesting occasion. "When I was ill," said he, "I desired he would tell me sincerely in what he thought my life was faulty. So he brought me a sheet of paper on which he had written down several texts of Scripture recommending Christian charity, and when I questioned him what occasion I had given for such an animadversion, all he could say amounted to this, that I sometimes contradicted people in conversation. Now, what harm does it do to any man to be contradicted?" Boswell. "I suppose he meant the manner of doing it, roughly, harshly." Johnson. "And who is the worse for that?" Boswell. "It hurts people of weak nerves." Johnson. "I know no such weak-nerved people." Mr. Burke, to whom I related this conference, said, "It is well if, when a man comes to die, he has nothing heavier upon his conscience than having been a little rough in conversation." Johnson, at the time when the paper was presented to him, though at first pleased with the attention of his friend, whom he thanked in an earnest manner, soon exclaimed in a loud and angry tone, "What is your drift, sir?" Sir Joshua Reynolds pleasantly observed that it was a scene for a comedy to see a penitent get into a violent passion and belabour his confessor. After all, I cannot but be of opinion that, as Mr. Langton was seriously requested by Dr. Johnson to mention what appeared to him erroneous in the character of his friend, he was bound, as an honest man, to intimate what he really thought, which he certainly did in the most delicate manner, so that Johnson himself, when in a quiet frame of mind, was pleased with it. The texts suggested are now before me, and I shall quote a few of them. "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. I therefore, the prisoner of the Lord, beseech you that ye walk worthy of the vocation wherewith ye are called, with all lowliness and meekness, with long suffering, forbearing one another in love. And above all these things put on charity, which is the bond of perfectness. Charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, is not easily provoked." Boswell. Johnson, in the Rambler, No. 28, had almost foretold what would happen, For escaping these and 1,000 other deceits, many expedients have been proposed. Some have recommended the frequent consultation of a wise friend, admitted to intimacy and encouraged by sincerity. But this appears a remedy by no means adapted to general use, for in order to secure the virtue of one, it presupposes more virtue in two than will generally be found. In the first, such a desire of rectitude and amendment as may incline him to hear his own accusation from the mouth of him whom he esteems, and by whom therefore he will always hope that his faults are not discovered; and in the second, such zeal and honesty as will make him content for his friend's advantage to lose his kindness. End of footnote. I have preserved no more of his conversation at the times when I saw him during the rest of this month, till Sunday the 30th of May, when I met him in the evening at Mr. Wheal's, where there was a large company both of ladies and gentlemen. Sir James Johnson happened to say that he paid no regard to the arguments of counsel at the bar of the House of Commons, because they were paid for speaking. JOHNSON. Nay, sir, argument is argument. You cannot help paying regard to their arguments if they are good. If it were testimony, you might disregard if you knew that it were purchased. There is a beautiful image in Bacon upon this subject. Testimony is like an arrow shot from a longbow. The force of it depends on the strength of the hand that draws it. Argument is like an arrow from a crossbow, which has equal force though shot by a child. Footnote: Malone points out that the passage is not in Bacon but in Boyle, and that it is quoted in Johnson's Dictionary, in the later editions only, under crossbow. It is as follows: testimony is like the shot of a longbow, which owes its efficacy to the force of the shooter. Argument is like the shot of the crossbow, equally forcible whether discharged by a giant or a dwarf. See Smollett's works for a somewhat fuller account by Dr. Moore of what was said by Johnson this evening. End of footnote. He had dined that day at Mr. Wheal's, and Miss Helen Maria Williams being expected in the evening, Mr. Wheal put into his hands her beautiful ode on the Peace. Footnote: the piece made by that very able statesman, the Earl of Shelburne, now Marquis of Lansdowne, which may fairly be considered as the foundation of all the prosperity of Great Britain since that time. Boswell. In the winter of 1782-83, preliminary treaties of peace were made with the United States, France, and Spain, and a suspension of arms with Holland. The ode is made up of such lines as the following: while meek philosophy explores creation's vast stupendous round, with piercing gaze sublime she soars, and bursts the system's distant bound. End of footnote. Johnson read it over, and when this elegant and accomplished young lady was presented to him, footnote: in the first edition of my work the epithet amiable was given. I was sorry to be obliged to strike it out, but I could not in justice suffer it to remain, after this young lady had not only written in favour of the savage anarchy with which France has been visited, but had, as I have been informed by good authority, walked without horror over the ground of the Tuileries, when it was strewed with the naked bodies of the faithful Swiss guards who were barbarously massacred for having bravely defended against a crew of ruffians the monarch whom they had taken an oath to defend. From Dr. Johnson she could now expect not endearment but repulsion. Boswell. End of footnote. He took her by the hand in the most courteous manner, and repeated the finest stanza of her poem. This was the most delicate and pleasing compliment he could pay. Her respectable friend Dr. Kippis from whom I had this anecdote, was standing by, and was not a little gratified. Miss Williams told me that the only other time she was fortunate enough to be in Dr. Johnson's company, he asked her to sit down by him, which she did, and upon her inquiring how he was, he answered, "I am very ill indeed, madam. I am very ill even when you are near me. What should I be were you at a distance?" He had now a great desire to go to Oxford as his first jaunt after his illness. We talked of it for some days, and I had promised to accompany him. He was impatient and fretful to night, because I did not at once agree to go with him on Thursday. When I considered how ill he had been, and what allowance should be made for the influence of sickness upon his temper, I resolved to indulge him, though with some inconvenience to myself, as I wished to attend the musical meeting in honour of Handel in Westminster Abbey on the following Saturday. *. This year, forming as it did exactly a quarter of a century since Handel's death, and a complete century since his birth, was sought, says the Gentleman's Magazine, as the first public periodical occasion for bringing together musical performers in England. Dr. Burney writes, "Foreigners must have been astonished at so numerous a band moving in such exact measure, without the assistance of a Coryphaeus to beat time. Rousseau says that the more time is beaten, the less it is kept." There were upwards of 500 performers. In the midst of his own diseases and pains, he was ever compassionate to the distresses of others, and actively earnest in procuring them aid, as appears from a note to Sir Joshua Reynolds of June, in these words: "I am ashamed to ask for some relief for a poor man to whom I hope I have given what I can be expected to spare. The man importunes me, and the blow goes round. I am going to try another air on Thursday." End of section 32. Section 33 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 33. On Thursday, June the 3rd, the Oxford post coach took us up in the morning at Bolt Court. The other two passengers were Mrs. Beresford and her daughter, two very agreeable ladies from America. They were going to Worcestershire, where they then resided. Frank had been sent by his master the day before to take places for us, and I found from the way bill that Dr. Johnson had made our names be put down. Mrs. Beresford, who had read it, whispered me, "Is this the great Dr. Johnson?" I told her it was. So she was then prepared to listen. As soon as she happened to mention, in a voice so low that Johnson did not hear it, that her husband had been a member of the American Congress, I cautioned her to beware of introducing that subject, as she must know how very violent Johnson was against the people of that country. He talked a great deal, but I am sorry I have preserved little of the conversation. Miss Beresford was so much charmed that she said to me aside, "How he does talk! Every sentence is an essay." She amused herself in the coach with knotting. He would scarcely allow this species of employment any merit. "Next to mere idleness," said he, "I think knotting is to be reckoned in the scale of insignificance. Though I once attempted to learn knotting, Dempster's sister, looking to me, endeavoured to teach me it, but I made no progress." I was surprised at his talking without reserve in the public post-coach of the state of his affairs. "I have," said he, "about the world, I think, above £1,000, which I intend shall afford Frank an annuity of £70 a year." Indeed, his openness with people at a first interview was remarkable. He said once to Mr. Langton, "I think I am like Squire Richard in the Journey to London. I'm never strange in a strange place." Note. Lady Wronghead whispers Mrs. Motherley, pointing to Matilda. Mrs. Motherley, "Only a niece of mine, madam, that lives with me. She will be proud to give your ladyship any assistance in her power." Lady Wronghead, "A pretty sort of young woman. Jenny, you two must be acquainted." Jenny, "Oh, mamma, I am never strange in a strange place." Salutes Matilda. The Provoked Husband; or, A Journey to London, Act 2, Scene 1, by Vanbrugh and Colley Cibber. It was not therefore Squire Richard whom Johnson quoted, but his sister. End of footnote. He was truly social. He strongly censured what is much too common in England among persons of condition, maintaining an absolute silence when unknown to each other, as for instance when occasionally brought together in a room before the master or mistress of the house has appeared. "Sir, that is being so uncivilized as not to understand the common rights of humanity." At the inn where we stopped he was exceedingly dissatisfied with some roast mutton which we had for dinner. The ladies, I saw, wondered to see the great philosopher, whose wisdom and wit they had been admiring all the way, get into ill humour from such a cause. He scolded the waiter, saying, "It is as bad can be. It is ill fed, ill killed, ill kept, and ill dressed." He bore the journey very well, and seemed to feel himself elevated as he approached Oxford, that magnificent and venerable seat of learning, orthodoxy, and Toryism. Frank came in the heavy coach, in readiness to attend him, and we were received with the most polite hospitality at the house of his old friend Dr. Adams, master of Pembroke College, who had given us a kind invitation. Before we were set down, I communicated to Johnson my having engaged to return to London directly, for the reason I have mentioned, and that I would hasten back to him again. He was pleased that I had made this journey merely to keep him company. He was easy and placid with Dr. Adams, Mrs. and Miss Adams, and Mrs. Kennicott, widow of the learned Hebraean, who was here on a visit. Footnote. She too was learned, for according to Hannah More she had learnt Hebrew merely to be useful to her husband. End of footnote. He soon dispatched the inquiries which were made about his illness and recovery by a short and distinct narrative, and then, assuming a gay air, repeated from Swift, "Nor think on our approaching ills, and talk of spectacles and pills." Dr. Newton, the Bishop of Bristol, having been mentioned, Johnson, recollecting the manner in which he had been censured by that prelate, thus retaliated: "Tom knew he should be dead before what he has said of me would appear. He durst not have printed it while he was alive." Footnote. Dr. Newton, in his account of his own life, after animadverting upon Mr. Gibbon's history, says, "Dr. Johnson's Lives of the Poets afforded more amusement, but candour was much hurt and offended at the malevolence that predominates in every part. Some passages, it must be allowed, are judicious and well written, but make not sufficient compensation for so much spleen and ill humour. Never was any biographer more sparing of his praise, or more abundant in his censures. He seemingly delights more in exposing blemishes than in recommending beauties, slightly passes over excellencies, enlarges upon imperfections, and, not content with his own severe reflections, revives old scandal, and produces large quotations from the forgotten works of former critics. His reputation was so high in the Republic of Letters that it wanted not to be raised upon the ruins of others. But these essays, instead of raising a higher idea than was before entertained of his understanding, have certainly given the world a worse opinion of his temper. The bishop was, therefore, the more surprised and concerned for his townsman, for he respected him not only for his genius and learning, but valued him much more for the more amiable part of his character, his humanity and charity, his morality and religion. The last sentence we may consider as the general and permanent opinion of Bishop Newton. The remarks which precede it must, by all who have read Johnson's admirable work, be imputed to the disgust and peevishness of old age. I wish they had not appeared, and that Dr. Johnson had not been provoked by them to express himself, not in respectful terms, of a prelate, whose labours were certainly of considerable advantage both to literature and religion. Boswell. End of footnote. Dr. Adams. I believe his Dissertations on the Prophecies is his great work. Johnson. My sir, it is Tom's great work. But how far it is great, or how much of it is Tom's, are other questions. I fancy a considerable part of it was borrowed. Dr. Adams. He was a very successful man. Johnson. I don't think so. He did not get very high. He was late in getting what he did get, and he did not get it by the best means. I believe he was a gross flatterer. Footnote. Newton was born January 1, 1704, and was made bishop in 1761. In his account of his own life, he says, he was no great gainer by his preferment, for he was obliged to give up the prebend of Westminster, the presentership of York, the lectureship of St. George's, Hanover Square, and the genteel office of sub-almoner. He died in 1781. His works were published in 1782. Gibbon, defending himself against an attack by Newton, says, "The old man should not have indulged his zeal in a false and feeble charge against the historian who, etc." End of footnote. I fulfilled my intention by going to London, and returned to Oxford on Wednesday the 9th of June, when I was happy to find myself again in the same agreeable circle at Pembroke College, with the comfortable prospect of making some stay. Johnson welcomed my return with more than ordinary glee. He talked with great regard of the Honourable Archibald Campbell, whose character he had given at the Duke of Argyll's table when we were at Inverary, and at this time wrote out for me in his own hand a fuller account of that learned and venerable writer, which I have published in its proper place. Johnson made a remark this evening which struck me a good deal. "I never," said he, "knew a non-juror who could reason." Footnote. The Reverend Mr. Arcter has favoured me with a note of a dialogue between Mr. John Henderson and Dr. Johnson on this topic, as related by Mr. Henderson, and it is evidently so authentic that I shall here insert it. Henderson. "What do you think, sir, of William Law?" Johnson. "William Law, sir, wrote the best piece of paranetic divinity, but William Law was no reasoner." Henderson. "Jeremy Collier, sir?" Johnson. "Jeremy Collier fought without a rival, and therefore could not claim the victory." Mr. Henderson mentioned Ken and Kettlewell, but some objections were made. At last he said, "But, sir, what do you think of Leslie?" Johnson. "Charles Leslie I had forgotten. Leslie was a reasoner, and a reasoner who was not to be reasoned against." Boswell. For the effect of Law's paranetic divinity on Johnson, see ante. "I am surprised," writes Macaulay, "that Johnson should have pronounced Law no reasoner. Law did indeed fall into great errors, but they were errors against which logic affords no security. In mere dialectical skill he had very few superiors. Jeremy Collier's attack on the playwriters Johnson describes in his Life of Congreve, and continues, "Nothing now remained for the poets but to resist or fly. Dryden's conscience or his prudence, angry as he was, withheld him from the conflict. Congreve and Vanbrugh attempted answers." Of Leslie, Lord Bolingbroke thus writes, "Let neither the polemical skill of Leslie nor the antique erudition of Bedford persuade us to put on again those old shackles of false law, false reason, and false gospel, which were forged before the Revolution, and broken to pieces by it." End of footnote. Surely he did not mean to deny that faculty to many of their writers, to Hicks, Brett, and other eminent divines of that persuasion, and did not recollect that the 7 bishops, so justly celebrated for their magnanimous resistance of arbitrary power, were yet non-jurors to the new government. Footnote. Only 5 of the 7 were non-jurors, and anybody but Boswell would have known that a man may resist arbitrary power and yet not be a good reasoner. Nay, the resistance which Sancroft and the other non-juring bishops offered to arbitrary power, while they continued to hold the doctrine of non-resistance, is the most decisive proof that they were incapable of reasoning. End of footnote. The non-juring clergy of Scotland, indeed, who, excepting a few, have lately, by a sudden stroke, cut off all ties of allegiance to the House of Stuart, and resolved to pray for our present lawful sovereign by name, may be thought to have confirmed this remark, as it may be said that the divine indefeasible hereditary right which they profess to believe, if ever true, must be equally true still. Many of my readers will be surprised when I mention that Johnson assured me that he had never in his life been in a non-juring meeting house. Next morning at breakfast he pointed out a passage in Savage's Wanderer, saying, "These are fine verses. If," said he, "I had written with hostility of Warburton in my Shakespeare, I should have quoted this couplet: Here learning blinded first, and then beguiled, looks dark as ignorance, as fancy wild." You see, they'd have fitted him to a T, smiling. Dr. Adams. "But you did not write against Warburton." Johnson. "No, sir. I treated him with great respect, both in my preface and in my notes." Mrs. Kennicott spoke of her brother, the Reverend Mr. Chamberlain, who had given up great prospects in the Church of England on his conversion to the Roman Catholic faith. Johnson, who warmly admired every man who acted from a conscientious regard to principle, erroneous or not, exclaimed fervently, "God bless him." Mrs. Kennicott, in confirmation of Dr. Johnson's opinion that the present was not worse than former ages, mentioned that her brother assured her there was now less infidelity on the continent than there had been. Voltaire and Rousseau were less read. I asserted from good authority that Hume's infidelity was certainly less read. Johnson. All infidel writers drop into oblivion when personal connections and the floridness of novelty are gone, though now and then a foolish fellow who thinks he can be witty upon them may bring them again into notice. There will sometimes start up a college joker, who does not consider that what is a joke in a college will not do in the world. To such defenders of religion I would apply a stanza of a poem which I remember to have seen in some old collection. henceforth be quiet and agree, each kiss his empty brother. Religion scorns a foe like thee, but dreads a friend like t'other. The point is well, though the expression is not correct. One, and not thee, should be opposed to t'other. Footnote. I have inserted the stanza as Johnson repeated it from memory, but I have since found the poem itself in The Foundling Hospital for Wit, printed at London, 1749. It is as follows: Epigram occasioned by a religious dispute at Bath. On reason, faith, and mystery high, two wits harangue the table. B.Y. believes, he knows not why. N. swears 'tis all a fable. Peace, coxcombs, peach, and both agree. N. kiss thy empty brother. Religion laughs at foes like thee, and dreads a friend like t'other. Boswell. The disputants are supposed to have been Beau Nash and Bentley, the son of the doctor and the friend of Walpole, Croker. John Wesley in his journal tells how he once silences Nash. End of footnote. On the Roman Catholic religion he said, "If you join the Papists externally, they will not interrogate you strictly as to your belief in their tenets. No reasoning Papist believes every article of their faith. There is one side on which a good man might be persuaded to embrace it. A good man of a timorous disposition, in great doubt of his acceptance with God, and pretty credulous, might be glad to be of a church where there are so many helps to get to heaven. I would be a Papist if I could. I have fear enough, but an obstinate rationality prevents me. I shall never be a Papist unless on the near approach of death, of which I have a very great terror." I wonder that women are not all Papists. Boswell. They are not more afraid of death than men are. Johnson. Because they are less wicked. Dr. Adams. They are more pious. Johnson. No, hang 'em, they are not more pious. A wicked fellow is the most pious when he takes to it. He'll beat you all at piety. He argued in defence of some of the peculiar tenets of the Church of Rome. As to the giving the bread only to the laity, he said, they may think that in what is merely ritual, deviations from the primitive mode may be admitted on the ground of convenience, and I think they are as well warranted to make this alteration as we are to substitute sprinkling in the room of the ancient baptism. As to the invocation of saints, he said, though I do not think it authorized, it appears to me that the communion of saints in the creed means the communion with the saints in heaven as connected with the Holy Catholic Church. Footnote. Waller, in his Divine Poesy, Canto First, has the same thought finely expressed. The church triumphant and the church below in songs of praise their present union show. Their joys are full, our expectation long. In life we differ, but we join in song. Angels and we, assisted by this art, may sing together, though we dwell apart. Boswell. End of footnote. He admitted the influence of evil spirits upon our minds, and said, nobody who believes the New Testament can deny it. I brought a volume of Dr. Hurd, the Bishop of Worcester's sermons, and read to the company some passages from one of them upon this text, resist the devil, and he will fly from you. James chapter 4, verse 7. I was happy to produce so judicious and elegant a supporter of a doctrine which, I know not why, should in this world of imperfect knowledge, and therefore of wonder and mystery in 1,000 instances, be contested by some with an unthinking assurance and flippancy. Footnote. The sermon thus opens: "That there are angels and spirits, good and bad, that at the head of these last there is one more considerable and malignant than the rest, who in the form or under the name of a serpent was deeply concerned in the fall of man, and whose head, as the prophetic language is, the Son of Man was one day to bruise, that this evil spirit, though that prophecy be in part completed, has not yet received his death's wound, but is still permitted, for ends unsearchable to us, and in ways which we cannot particularly explain, to have a certain degree of power in this world, hostile to its virtue and happiness, and sometimes exerted with too much success. All this is so clear from Scripture, that no believer, unless he be first of all spoiled by philosophy and vain deceit, can possibly entertain a doubt of it." Having treated of possessions, his Lordship says, "As I have no authority to affirm that there are now any such, so neither may I presume to say with confidence that there are not any. But then, with regard to the influence of evil spirits at this day upon the souls of men, I shall take leave to be a great deal more peremptory." Then, having stated the various proofs, he adds, "All this, I say, is so manifest to every one who reads the Scriptures, that if we respect their authority, the question concerning the reality of the demoniac influence upon the minds of men is clearly determined." Let it be remembered that these are not the words of an antiquated or obscure enthusiast, but of a learned and polite prelate, now alive, and was spoken not to a vulgar congregation, but to the Honourable Society of Lincoln's Inn. His Lordship in this sermon explains the words, "Deliver us from evil," in the Lord's Prayer, as signifying a request to be protected from the evil one, that is, the devil. This is well illustrated in a short but excellent commentary by my late worthy friend the Reverend Dr. Lord, of whom it may truly be said, multis ille bonus flebilis occidit. It is remarkable that Waller, in his reflections on the several petitions, in that sacred form of devotion, has understood this in the same sense. "Guard us from all temptations of the foe." Boswell. Dr. Lort is often mentioned in Horace Walpole's letters. Multis ille quidem flebilis occidit comes from Horace, Odes, Book 1, No. 24, line 9, translated by Francis, "How did the good, the virtuous, mourn?" End of footnote. After dinner, when one of us talked of there being a great enmity between Whig and Tory, Johnson, "Not so much, I think, unless when they come into competition with each other. There is none when they are only common acquaintance, none when they are of different sexes. A Tory will marry into a Whig family, and a Whig into a Tory family, without any reluctance. But indeed, in a matter of much more concern than political tenets, and that is religion, men and women do not concern themselves much about difference of opinion, and ladies set no value on the moral character of men who pay their addresses to them. The greatest profligate will be as well received as the man of the greatest virtue, and this by a very good woman, by a woman who says her prayers 3 times a day. Our ladies endeavoured to defend their sex from this charge, but he roared them down. No, no, a lady will take Jonathan Wild as readily as St. Austin, if he has 3d more, and what is worse, her parents will give her to him. Women have a perpetual envy of our vices. They are less vicious than we, not from choice, but because we restrict them. They are the slaves of order and fashion. Their virtue is of more consequence to us than our own, so far as concerns this world. Miss Adams mentioned a gentleman of licentious character, and said, "Suppose I had a mind to marry that gentleman, would my parents consent?" Johnson. "Yes, they'd consent, and you'd go." You'd go though they did not consent. Miss Adams. Perhaps their opposing might make me go. Johnson. Oh, very well. You'd take one whom you think a bad man, to have the pleasure of vexing your parents. You put me in mind of Dr. Barraby, the physician, who was very fond of swine's flesh. One day when he was eating it, he said, I wish I was a Jew. Why so? Said somebody. The Jews are not allowed to eat your favourite meat. Because, said he, I should then have the gust of eating it, with the pleasure of sinning. Johnson then proceeded in his declamation. Miss Adams soon afterwards made an observation that I do not recollect, which pleased him much. He said with a good-humoured smile, that there should be so much excellence united with so much depravity is strange. Indeed, this lady's good qualities, merit, and accomplishments, and her constant attention to Dr. Johnson, were not lost upon him. She happened to tell him that a little coffee pot in which she had made his coffee was the only thing she could call her own. He turned to her with a complacent gallantry. Don't say so, my dear. I hope you don't reckon my heart as nothing. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 34. I asked him if it was true, as reported, that he had said lately, I am for the King against Fox, but I am for Fox against Pitt. Johnson. Yes, sir, the King is my master, but I do not know Pitt, and Fox is my friend. Footnote. He may have taken the more to Fox, as he had taken to Beauclerk, on account of his descent from Charles II. Fox was the great-great-grandson of that king. His Christian names recall his Stuart ancestry. End of footnote. Fox, added he, is a most extraordinary man. Here is a man, describing him in strong terms of objection in some respects, according as he apprehended, but which exalted his abilities the more, who has divided the kingdom with Caesar, so that it was a doubt whether the nation should be ruled by the sceptre of George III. Or the tongue of Fox. Footnote. Horace Walpole wrote on April 11th, In truth, Mr. Fox has all the popularity in Westminster, and indeed is so amiable and winning that, could he have stood in person all over England, I question whether he would not have carried the Parliament. Hannah More, in the same month, wrote, Unluckily for my principles, I met Fox canvassing the other day, and he looked so sensible and agreeable that if I had not turned my eyes another way, I believe it would have been all over with me. End of footnote. Dr. Wall, physician at Oxford, drank tea with us. Johnson had, in general, a peculiar pleasure in the company of physicians, which was certainly not abated by the conversation of this learned, ingenious, and pleasing gentleman. Johnson said, It is wonderful how little good Radcliffe's travelling fellowships have done. Footnote. Dr. John Radcliffe, who died in 1714, left by his will, among other great benefactions to the University of Oxford, £600 yearly to 2 persons, when they are Masters of Arts and entered on the physic line, for their maintenance for the space of 10 years, the half of which time at least they are to travel in parts beyond sea for their better improvement. Pope mentions them in his Imitations of Horace, Epistle 2, Book 1, line 183. In Radcliffe's doctors travel first to France, nor dare to practice till they've learned to dance. End of footnote. I know nothing that has been imported by them, Yet many additions to our medical knowledge might be got in foreign countries. Inoculation, for instance, has saved more lives than war destroys, and the cures performed by the Peruvian bark are innumerable. Footnote: what risks were run even by inoculation is shown in two of Dr. Warton's letters. He wrote to his brother: "This moment the dear children have all been inoculated. Never persons behaved better, no whimpering at all. I hope in God for success, but cannot avoid being in much anxiety." A few days later he wrote: "You may imagine I never passed such a day as this in my life, grieved to death myself for the loss of so sweet a child, but forced to stifle my feelings as much as possible for the sake of my poor wife. She does not, however, hit on or dwell on that most cutting circumstance of all, poor Nanny's dying, as it were, by our own means, though well intended indeed." Dr. Franklin, on the other hand, bitterly regretted that he had not had a child inoculated whom he lost by smallpox. End of footnote. But it is vain to send our travelling physicians to France and Italy and Germany, for all that is known there is known here. I'd send them out of Christendom. I'd send them among barbarous nations. On Friday, June the 11th, we talked at breakfast of forms of prayer. Johnson: "I know of no good prayers but those in the Book of Common Prayer." Dr. Adams, in a very earnest manner: "I wish, sir, you would compose some family prayers." Johnson: "I will not compose prayers for you, sir, because you can do it for yourself. But I have thought of getting together all the books of prayers which I could, selecting those which should appear to me the best, putting out some, inserting others, adding some prayers of my own, and prefixing a discourse on prayer." We all now gathered about him, and 2 or 3 of us at a time joined in pressing him to execute this plan. He seemed to be a little displeased at the manner of our importunity, and in great agitation called out, "Do not talk thus of what is so awful. I know not what time God will allow me in this world. There are many things which I wish to do." Some of us persisted, and Dr. Adams said, "I never was more serious about anything in my life." Johnson: "Let me alone, let me alone. I am overpowered." And then he put his hands before his face, and reclined for some time upon the table. I mentioned Jeremy Taylor's using in his forms of prayer, "I am the chief of sinners," and other such self-condemning expressions. Footnote: "I am the vilest of sinners and the worst of men. The best men deserve not eternal life, and I, who am the worst, may have it given me. He that hath lived worst, even I. Behold me the meanest of thy creatures." End of footnote. "Now," said I, "this cannot be said with truth by every man, and therefore is improper for a general printed form. I myself cannot say that I am the worst of men. I will not say so." Johnson: "A man may know that physically, that is, in the real state of things, he is not the worst man, but that morally he may be so. Law observes that every man knows something worse of himself than he is sure of in others." Footnote: "You may fairly look upon yourself to be the greatest sinner that you know in the world. First, because you know more of the folly of your own heart than you do of other people's, and can charge yourself with various sins that you only know of yourself, and cannot be sure that other people are guilty of them." End of footnote. "You may not have committed such crimes as some men have done, but you do not know against what degree of light they have sinned. Besides, sir, the chief of sinners is a mode of expression for I am a great sinner. So St. Paul, speaking of our Saviour's having died to save sinners, says, of whom I am the chief. Yet he certainly did not think himself so bad as Judas Iscariot. Boswell. But, sir, Taylor means it literally, for he founds a conceit upon it. When praying for the conversion of sinners, and of himself in particular, he says, Lord, thou wilt not leave thy chief work undone. Johnson. I do not approve of figurative expressions in addressing the Supreme Being, and I never use them. Taylor gives a very good advice. Never lie in your prayers, never confess more than you really believe, never promise more than you mean to perform. I recollected this precept in his Golden Grove, but his example for prayer contradicts his precept. Footnote. Be careful thou dost not speak a lie in thy prayers, which, though not observed, is frequently practised by careless persons, especially in the forms of confession, affirming things which they have not thought, professing sorrow which is not, making a vow they mean not. End of footnote. Dr. Johnson and I went in Dr. Adams's coach to dine with Dr. Noel, principal of St. Mary Hall, at his beautiful villa at Iffley on the banks of the Isis, about 2 miles from Oxford. While we were upon the road, I had the resolution to ask Johnson whether he thought that the roughness of his manner had been an advantage or not, and if he would not have done more good if he had been more gentle. I proceeded to answer myself thus: perhaps it has been of advantage, as it has given weight to what you said. You could not perhaps have talked with such authority without it. Johnson. No, sir, I have done more good as I am. Obscenity and impiety have always been repressed in my company. Footnote. Reynolds wrote, as in Johnson's writings not a line can be found which a saint would wish to blot, so in his life he would never suffer the least immorality or indecency of conversation, or anything, in square brackets, contrary to virtue or piety, to proceed without a severe check, which no elevation of rank exempted them from. End of footnote. Boswell. True, sir, and that is more that can be said of every bishop. Greater liberties have been taken in the presence of a bishop, though a very good man, from his being milder, and therefore not commanding such awe. Yet so many people who might have been benefited by your conversation have been frightened away. A worthy friend of ours, footnote, no doubt Mr. Langton, end of footnote, has told me that he has often been afraid to talk to you. Johnson. Sir, he need not have been afraid if he had had anything rational to say. If he had not, it was better he did not talk. Footnote. Dr. Sheridan tells how Swift overheard a Captain Hamilton say to a gentleman at whose house he had arrived that he was very sorry he had chosen that time for his visit. Why so? Because I hear Dean Swift is with you. He is a great scholar, a wit. A plain country squire will have but a bad time of it in his company, and I don't like to be laughed at. Swift then stepped up and said, Pray, Captain Hamilton, do you know how to say yes or no properly? Yes, I think I have understanding enough for that. Then give me your hand. Depend upon it, you and I will agree very well. The captain told me, continues Sheridan, that he never passed 2 months so pleasantly in his life. End of footnote. Dr. Noel is celebrated for having preached a sermon before the House of Commons on the 30th of January 1773, full of high Tory sentiments, for which he was thanked as usual, and printed it at their request. But in the midst of that turbulence and faction which disgraced a part of the present reign, the thanks were afterwards ordered to be expunged. Footnote: Gibbon wrote on February 21st, 1772, "Today the House of Commons was employed in a very odd way. Tommy Townsend moved that the sermon of Dr. Nowell, who preached before the House on the 30th of January, id. before the Speaker and 4 members, should be burnt by the common hangman as containing arbitrary, Tory, high-flown doctrines." The House was nearly agreeing to the motion, till they recollected that they had already thanked the preacher for his excellent discourse, and ordered it to be printed. End of footnote. This strange conduct sufficiently exposes itself, and Dr. Nowell will ever have the honour which is due to a lofty friend of our monarchical constitution. Dr. Johnson said to me, "Sir, the Court will be very much to blame if he is not promoted." I told this to Dr. Nowell, and asserting my humbler, though not less zealous, exertions in the same cause, I suggested that whatever return we might receive, we should still have the consolation of being like Butler's steady and generous royalist, "true as the dial to the sun, although it be not shone upon." We were very well entertained and very happy at Dr. Nowell's, for there was a very agreeable company, and we drank Church and King after dinner with true Tory cordiality. Footnote: According to Mr. Croker, this was the Reverend Henry Bate of the Morning Post, who in 1784 took the name of Dudley, was created a baronet in 1815, and died in 1824. Horace Walpole wrote on November 13th, 1776, "Yesterday I heard drums and trumpets in Piccadilly. I looked out of the window and saw a procession with streamers flying. At first I thought it a press gang, but seeing the corps so well dressed, like hussars, in yellow, with blue waistcoats and breeches and high caps, I concluded it was some new body of our allies, or a regiment newly raised and with new regimentals for distinction. I was not totally mistaken, for the Colonel is a new ally. In short, this was a procession set forth by Mr. Bate, Lord Lyttelton's chaplain and author of the old Morning Post, and meant as an appeal to the town against his antagonist, the new one." In June 1781, Bate was sentenced to a year's imprisonment for an atrocious libel on the Duke of Richmond. He was the worst of all the scandalous libellers that had appeared both on private persons as well as public. His life was dissolute, and he had fought more than one duel, yet Lord Sandwich had procured for him a good crown living, and he was believed to be pensioned by the court. End of footnote. We talked of a certain clergyman of extraordinary character, who, by exerting his talents in writing on temporary topics, and displaying uncommon intrepidity, had raised himself to affluence. I maintained that we ought not to be indignant at his success, for merit of every sort was entitled to reward. Johnson: "Sir, I will not allow this man to have merit. No, sir, what he has is rather the contrary. I will indeed allow him courage, and on this account we so far give him credit. We have more respect for a man who robs boldly on the highway than for a fellow who jumps out of a ditch and knocks you down behind your back. Courage is a quality so necessary for maintaining virtue, that it is always respected, even when it is associated with vice." I censured the coarse invectives which were become fashionable in the House of Commons, and said that if members of Parliament must attack each other personally in the heat of debate, it should be done more genteelly. Footnote: 3 days earlier, in the debate on the Westminster Scrutiny, Fox accused "a person of great rank in this House," Pitt, I believe, of adding pertness and personal contumely to every species of rash and inconsiderate violence. Pitt, in reply, classed Fox among political apostates. Burke, the same evening, sat down, saying, he little minded the ill treatment of a parcel of boys. When he was called to order, he said, when he used the term a parcel of boys, he meant to apply it to the ministry, who, he conceived, were insulting him with their triumph, a triumph which grey hairs ought to be allowed the privilege of expressing displeasure at, when it was founded on the rash exultation of mere boys. Pitt, Prime Minister though he was, in the spring of the same year, was called to order by the Speaker for charging a member with using language the most false, the most malicious, and the most slanderous. End of footnote. Johnson, no, sir, that will be much worse. Abuse is not so dangerous when there is no vehicle of wit or delicacy, no subtle conveyance. The difference between coarse and refined abuse is as the difference between being bruised by a club and wounded by a poisoned arrow. I have since observed his position elegantly expressed by Dr. Young. As the soft plume gives swiftness to the dart, good breeding sends the satire to the heart. On Saturday, June the 12th, there drank tea with us at Dr. Adams's Mr. John Henderson, student of Pembroke College, celebrated for his wonderful acquirements in alchemy, judicial astrology, and other abstruse and curious learning. Footnote. See an account of him in a sermon by the Reverend Mr. Argiter, Boswell. This sermon was published in 1788. In Hannah More's Memoirs, Henderson is described as a mixture of great sense, which discovered uncommon parts and learning, with a tincture of nonsense of the most extravagant kind. He believes in witches and apparitions, as well as in judicial astronomy. Mrs. Kennicott writes, I think if Dr. Johnson had the shaking him about, he would shake out his nonsense and set his sense a-working. He never got out into the world, says Dr. Hall, the master of Pembroke College, having died at college in 1788. End of footnote. And the Reverend Herbert Croft, who, I am afraid, was somewhat mortified by Dr. Johnson's not being highly pleased with some family discourses which he had printed. They were in too familiar a style to be approved of by so manly a mind. I have no note of this evening's conversation, except a single fragment. When I mentioned Thomas Lord Lyttelton's vision, the prediction of the time of his death and its exact fulfilment, footnote, this was the second Lord Lyttelton, commonly known as the wicked Lord Lyttelton. Fox described him to Rogers as a very bad man, downright wicked. He died November the 27th, 1779. Horace Walpole wrote to Mason on December the 11th of that year, if you can send us any stories of ghosts out of the north, they will be very welcome. Lord Lyttelton's vision has revived the taste. Though it seems a little odd that an apparition should despair of being able to get access to his lordship's bed in the shape of a young woman, without being forced to use the disguise of a robin redbreast. In the Gentleman's Magazine accounts are given of this vision. In the latter account it is said that he saw a bird fluttering, and afterwards a woman appeared in white apparel and said, prepare to die, you will not exist 3 days. Mrs. Piozzi also wrote a full account of it. End of footnote. Johnson, it is the most extraordinary thing that has happened in my day. I heard it with my own ears from his uncle, Lord Westcote. I am so glad to have every evidence of the spiritual world that I am willing to believe it. Dr. Adams. You have evidence enough, good evidence, which needs not such support. Johnson. I like to have more. Mr. Henderson, with whom I had sauntered in the venerable walks of Merton College, and found him a very learned and pious man, supped with us. Dr. Johnson surprised him not a little by acknowledging with a look of horror that he was much oppressed by the fear of death. The amiable Dr. Adams suggested that God was infinitely good. Johnson. That he is infinitely good, as far as the perfection of his nature will allow, I certainly believe. But it is necessary for good upon the whole that individuals should be punished. As to an individual, therefore, he is not infinitely good, and as I cannot be sure that I have fulfilled the conditions on which salvation is granted, I am afraid I may be one of those who shall be damned. Looking dismally. Dr. Adams. What do you mean by damned? Johnson, passionately and loudly. Sent to hell, sir, and punished everlastingly. Footnote. If he who considers himself as suspended over the abyss of eternal perdition only by the thread of life, which must soon part by its own weakness, and which the wing of every minute may divide, can cast his eyes round him without shuddering with horror or panting for security, what can he judge of himself but that he is not yet awakened to sufficient conviction, etc.? In a blank leaf in the book in which Johnson kept his diary of his journey in Wales is written in his own hand, faith in some proportion to fear. End of footnote. Dr. Adams. I don't believe that doctrine. Johnson. Hold, sir. Do you believe that some will be punished at all? Dr. Adams. Being excluded from heaven will be a punishment. Yet there may be no great positive suffering. Johnson. Well, sir, but if you admit any degree of punishment, there is an end of your argument for infinite goodness simply considered. For infinite goodness would inflict no punishment whatever. There is not infinite goodness physically considered. Morally there is. Boswell. But may not a man attain to such a degree of hope as not to be uneasy from the fear of death? Johnson. A man may have such a degree of hope as to keep him quiet. You see, I am not quiet from the vehemence with which I talk, but I do not despair. Mrs. Adams. You seem, sir, to forget the merits of our Redeemer. Johnson. Madam, I do not forget the merits of my Redeemer, but my Redeemer has said that he will set some on his right hand and some on his left. He was in gloomy agitation, and said, I'll have no more on't. Footnote. He wrote to Mrs. Thrale on March the 20th, Write to me no more about dying with a grace. When you feel what I have felt in approaching eternity, in fear of soon hearing the sentence of which there is no revocation, you will know the folly. Of him it might have been said in Cooper's words, Scripture is still a trumpet to his fears. End of footnote. If what has now been stated should be urged by the enemies of Christianity as if its influence on the mind were not benignant, let it be remembered that Johnson's temperament was melancholy, of which such direful apprehensions of futurity are often a common effect. We shall presently see that when he approached nearer to his awful change, his mind became tranquil, and he exhibited as much fortitude as becomes a thinking man in that situation. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 35. From the subject of death we pass to discourse of life, whether it was upon the whole more happy or miserable. Johnson was decidedly for the balance of misery, in confirmation of which I maintained that no man would choose to lead over again the life which he had experienced. Footnote: The Reverend Mr. Ralph Churton, Fellow of Brazen Nose College, Oxford, has favoured me with the following remarks on my work, which he is pleased to say, I have hitherto extolled and cordially approve. The chief part of what I have to observe is contained in the following transcript from a letter to a friend, which, with his concurrence, I copied for this purpose, and whatever may be the merit or justness of the remarks, you may be sure that, being written to a most intimate friend, without any intention that they ever should go further, they are the genuine and undisguised sentiments of the writer. January the 6th, 1792. Last week I was reading the second volume of Boswell's Johnson, with increasing esteem for the worthy author, and increasing veneration of the wonderful and excellent man who is the subject of it. The writer throws in now and then, very properly, some serious religious reflections, but there is one remark, in my mind an obvious and just one, which I think he has not made, that Johnson's morbid melancholy and constitutional infirmities were intended by Providence, like St. Paul's thorn in the flesh, to check intellectual conceit and arrogance, which the consciousness of his extraordinary talents, awake as he was to the voice of praise, might otherwise have generated in a very culpable degree. Another observation strikes me, that in consequence of the same natural indisposition and habitual sickliness, for he says he scarcely passed one day without pain after his 20th year, he considered and represented human life as a scene of much greater misery than is generally experienced. There may be persons bowed down with affliction all their days, and there are those, no doubt, whose iniquities rob them of rest. But neither calamities nor crimes, I hope and believe, do so much and so generally abound as to justify the dark picture of life which Johnson's imagination designed and his strong pencil delineated. This, I am sure, the colouring is far too gloomy for what I have experienced, though, as far as I can remember, I have had more sickness, I do not say more severe, but only more in quantity, than falls to the lot of most people. But then daily debility and occasional sickness were far overbalanced by intervenient days, and perhaps weeks, void of pain, and overflowing with comfort. So that, in short, to return to the subject, human life, as far as I can perceive from experience or observation, is not that state of constant wretchedness which Johnson always insisted it was, which misrepresentation, for such it surely is, his biographer has not corrected, I suppose because unhappily he has himself a large portion of melancholy in his constitution, and fancied the portrait a faithful copy of life. The learned writer then proceeds thus in his letter to me: I have conversed with some sensible men on this subject, who all seem to entertain the same sentiments respecting life with those which are expressed or implied in the foregoing paragraph. It might be added, that as the representation here spoken of appears not consistent with fact and experience, so neither does it seem to be countenanced by Scripture. There is perhaps no part of the sacred volume which at first sight promises so much to lend its sanction to these dark and desponding notions as the book of Ecclesiastes, which so often and so emphatically proclaims the vanity of things sublunary. But the design of this whole book, as it has been justly observed, is not to put us out of conceit with life, but to cure our vain expectations of a complete and perfect happiness in this world, to convince us that there is no such thing to be found in mere external enjoyments, and to teach us to seek for happiness in the practice of virtue, in the knowledge and love of God, and in the hopes of a better life. For this is the application of all, let us hear, etc., not only his duty, but his happiness too, for God, etc. The New Testament tells us indeed, and most truly, that sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, and therefore wisely forbids us to increase our burden by forebodings of sorrows. But I think it nowhere says that even our ordinary afflictions are not consistent with a very considerable degree of positive comfort and satisfaction. And accordingly, one whose sufferings as well as merits were conspicuous assures us that in proportion as the sufferings of Christ abounded in them, so their consolation also abounded by Christ. It is needless to cite, as indeed it would be endless even to refer to, the multitude of passages in both Testaments, holding out in the strongest language promises of blessings even in this world to the faithful servants of God. I will only refer to St. Luke chapter 18, verses 29 and 30, and 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 8. Upon the whole, setting aside instances of great and lasting bodily pain, of minds peculiarly oppressed by melancholy, and of severe temporal calamities, from which extraordinary cases we surely should not form our estimate of the general tenor and complexion of life, excluding these from the account, I am convinced that as well the gracious constitution of things which Providence has ordained, as the declarations of Scripture and the actual experience of individuals, authorize the sincere Christian to hope that his humble and constant endeavours to perform his duty, chequered as the best life is with many failings, will be crowned with a greater degree of present peace, serenity, and comfort than he could reasonably permit himself to expect, if he measured his views and judged of life from the opinion of Dr. Johnson, often and energetically expressed in the memoirs of him, without any animadversion or censure by his ingenious biographer. If he himself, upon reviewing the subject, shall see the matter in this light, he will, in an octavo edition, which is eagerly expected, make such additional remarks or correction as he shall judge fit, lest the impressions which these discouraging passages may leave on the reader's mind should in any degree hinder what otherwise the whole spirit and energy of the work tends, and I hope successfully to promote, pure morality and true religion. Though I have in some degree obviated any reflections against my illustrious friend's dark views of life, when considering in the course of this work his Rambler and his Rasselas, I am obliged to Mr. Churton for complying with my request of his permission to insert his remarks, being conscious of the weight of what he judiciously suggests as to the melancholy in my own constitution. His more pleasing views of life, I hope, are just, valeant quantum valere possunt. Mr. Churton concludes his letter to me in these words: "Once, and only once, I had the satisfaction of seeing your illustrious friend, and as I feel a particular regard for all whom he distinguished with his esteem and friendship, so I derive much pleasure from reflecting that I once beheld, though but transiently, near our college gate, one whose works will for ever delight and improve the world. who was a sincere and zealous son of the Church of England, an honour to his country and an ornament to human nature. His letter was accompanied with a present from himself of his sermons at the Bampton Lecture, and from his friend Dr. Townson, the venerable rector of Malpass in Cheshire, of his Discourses on the Gospels, together with the following extract of a letter from that excellent person, who is now gone to receive the reward of his labours. Mr. Boswell is not only very entertaining in his works, but they are so replete with moral and religious sentiments, without an instance, as far as I know, of a contrary tendency, that I cannot help having a great esteem for him. And if you think such a trifle as a copy of the Discourses externo autoris would be acceptable to him, I shall be happy to give him this small testimony of my regard. Such spontaneous testimonies of approbation from such men, without any personal acquaintance with me, are truly valuable and encouraging. Boswell. End of footnote. Reader's note: repeat of the sentence preceding that long footnote. Johnson was decidedly for the balance of misery, in confirmation of which I maintained that no man would choose to lead over again the life which he had experienced. Johnson acceded to that opinion in the strongest terms. Footnote: Tout se plaint, tout gémit en cherchant le bien-être. Nul ne voudrait mourir, nul ne voudrait renaître. Voltaire, Le Désastre de Lisbonne. Johnson said that for his part he never passed that week in his life which he would wish to repeat were an angel to make the proposal to him. Yet Dr. Franklin, whose life overlapped Johnson's at both ends, said, "I should have no objection to go over the same life from its beginning to the end, requesting only the advantage authors have of correcting in a second edition the faults of its first. So would I also wish to change some incidents of it for others more favourable. Notwithstanding, if this condition was denied, I should still accept the offer of recommencing the same life." End of footnote. This is an inquiry often made, and its being a subject of disquisition is a proof that much misery presses upon human feelings. For those who are conscious of a felicity of existence would never hesitate to accept of a repetition of it. I have met with very few who would. I have heard Mr. Burke make use of a very ingenious and plausible argument on this subject. "Every man," said he, "would lead his life over again, for every man is willing to go on and take an addition to his life, which, as he grows older, he has no reason to think will be better, or even so good as what has preceded. I imagine, however, the truth is, that there is a deceitful hope that the next part of life will be free from the pains and anxieties and sorrows which we have already felt." Footnote: Mackintosh thus sums up this question: "The truth is that endless fallacies must arise from the attempt to appreciate by retrospect human life, of which the enjoyments depend on hope." End of footnote. We are, for wise purposes, condemned to hope's delusive mine, as Johnson finely says, and I may also quote the celebrated lines of Dryden, equally philosophical and poetical: "When I consider life, 'tis all a cheat, Yet fool'd with hope, men favour the deceit, Trust on, and think tomorrow will repay. Tomorrow's falser than the former day, Lies worse, and while it says we shall be blessed with some new joys, cuts off what we possessed. Strange cozenage! none would live past years again, yet all hope pleasure in what yet remain, and from the dregs of life think to receive what the first sprightly running could not give. It was observed to Dr. Johnson that it seemed strange that he, who has so often delighted his company by his lively and brilliant conversation, should say he was miserable. Johnson: alas, it is all outside. I may be cracking my joke and cursing the sun. Footnote: Johnson, speaking of the companions of his college days, said, "It was bitterness which they mistook for frolic." End of footnote. Sun, how I hate thy beams! I knew not well what to think of this declaration, whether to hold it as a genuine picture of his mind, or as the effect of his persuading himself, contrary to fact, that the position which he had assumed as to human unhappiness was true. Footnote: Yet there is no doubt that a man may appear very gay in company, who is sad at heart. His merriment is like the sound of drums and trumpets in a battle, to drown the groans of the wounded and dying. Boswell. End of footnote. We may apply to him a sentence in Mr. Greville's Maxims, Characters, and Reflections, a book which is entitled to much more praise than it has received. Footnote: Madame D'Arblay tells how Johnson was one day invited to her father's house at the request of Mr. Greville, the finest gentleman about town, as she earlier described him, who desired to make his acquaintance. This superb gentleman was afraid to begin to speak. Assuming his most supercilious air of distant superiority, he planted himself immovable as a noble statue upon the hearth, as if a stranger to the whole set. Johnson, who never spoke till he was spoken to, this habit the Burneys did not as yet know, became completely absorbed in silent rumination. Very unexpectedly, however, he showed himself alive to what surrounded him by one of those singular starts of vision that made him seem at times, though purblind to things in common, gifted with an eye of instinct for espying any action that he thought merited reprehension. For all at once, looking fixedly on Mr. Greville, who, without much self-denial, the night being very cold, kept his station before the chimney-piece, he exclaimed, "If it were not for depriving the ladies of the fire, I should like to stand upon the hearth myself." A smile gleamed upon every face at this pointed speech. Mr. Greville tried to smile himself, though faintly and scoffingly. He tried also to hold his post, and though for 2 or 3 minutes he disdained to move, the awkwardness of a general pause impelled him ere long to glide back to his chair, but he rang the bell with force as he passed it, to order his carriage. End of footnote. Aristarchus is charming, how full of knowledge, of sense, of sentiment. You get him with difficulty to your supper, and after having delighted everybody and himself for a few hours, he is obliged to return home. He is finishing his treatise to prove that unhappiness is the portion of man. Footnote: On this same day Miss Adams wrote to a friend, "Dr. Johnson, though not in good health, is in general very talkative, and infinitely agreeable and entertaining." End of footnote. On Sunday, June the 13th, our philosopher was calm at breakfast. There was something exceedingly pleasing in our leading a college life without restraint, and with superior elegance, in consequence of our living in the master's house and having the company of ladies. Mrs. Kennicott related in his presence a lively saying of Dr. Johnson to Miss Hannah More, who had expressed a wonder that the poet who had written Paradise Lost should write such poor sonnets. Milton, madam, was a genius that could cut a colossus from a rock, but could not carve heads upon cherry stones. Footnote: Johnson said Milton was a Phidias, etc. In his Life of Milton he writes, Milton never learnt the art of doing little things with grace. He overlooked the milder excellence of suavity and softness. He was a lion that had no skill in dandling the kid. Sporting the lion ramped, and in his paw dandled the kid. Paradise Lost, Book 4, line 343, end of footnote. We talked of the casuistical question, whether it was allowable at any time to depart from truth. Johnson: the general rule is that truth should never be violated, because it is of the utmost importance to the comfort of life that we should have a full security by mutual faith, and occasional inconveniences should be willingly suffered that we may preserve it. There must, however, be some exceptions. If, for instance, a murderer should ask you which way a man is gone, you may tell him what is not true, because you are under a previous obligation not to betray a man to a murderer. Footnote: Cardinal Newman remarks on this: as to Johnson's case of a murderer asking you which way a man had gone, I should have anticipated that, had such a difficulty happened to him, his first act would have been to knock the man down and call out for the police; and next, if he was worsted in the conflict, he would not have given the ruffian the information he asked, at whatever risk to himself. I think he would have let himself be killed first. I do not think that he would have told a lie. End of footnote. Boswell: supposing the person who wrote Junius were asked whether he was the author, might he deny it? Johnson: I don't know what to say to this. If you were sure that he wrote Junius, would you, if he denied it, think as well of him afterwards? Yet it may be urged that what a man has no right to ask, you may refuse to communicate, and there is no other effectual mode of preserving a secret, and an important secret, the discovery of which may be very hurtful to you, but a flat denial. For if you are silent, or hesitate, or evade, it will be held equivalent to a confession. But stay, sir, there is another case. Supposing the author had told me confidentially that he had written Junius, and I were asked if he had, I should hold myself at liberty to deny it, as being under a previous promise, express or implied, to conceal it. Now, what I ought to do for the author, may I not do for myself? But I deny the lawfulness of telling a lie to a sick man for fear of alarming him. You have no business with consequences. You are to tell the truth. Besides, you are not sure what effect your telling him that he is in danger may have. It may bring his distemper to a crisis, and that may cure him. Of all lying, I have the greatest abhorrence of this, because I believe it has been frequently practised on myself. I cannot help thinking that there is much weight in the opinion of those who have held that truth, as an eternal and immutable principle, ought, upon no account whatever, to be violated from supposed previous or superior obligations, of which, every man being to judge for himself, there is great danger that we too often, from partial motives, persuade ourselves that they exist, and probably whatever extraordinary instances may sometimes occur where some evil may be prevented by violating this noble principle, it will be found that human happiness would, upon the whole, be more perfect were truth universally preserved. In the notes to the Dunciad we find the following verses addressed to Pope. While malice, Pope, denies thy page its own celestial fire, while critics and while bards in rage admiring won't admire, while wayward pens thy worth assail, and envious tongues decry, these times, though many a friend bewail, these times bewail not I. But when the world's loud praise is thine, and spleen no more shall blame, when with thy Homer thou shalt shine in one established fame, when none shall rail, and every lay devote a wreath to thee, that day, for come it will, that day shall I lament to see. It is surely not a little remarkable that they should appear without a name. Miss Seward, knowing Dr. Johnson's almost universal and minute literary information, signified a desire that I should ask him who was the author. He was prompt with his answer. No, sir, they were written by one Lewis, who was either undermaster or an usher of Westminster School, and published a miscellany in which Grongai Hill first came out. Footnote: Lewis's verses addressed to Pope were first published in A Collection of Pieces on Occasion of the Dunciad, 1732. They do not appear in Lewis's own miscellany, printed in 1726. Grongai Hill was first printed in Savage's miscellanies as an ode, and was reprinted in the same year in Lewis's miscellany in the form it now bears. End of footnote. Johnson praised them highly, and repeated them with a noble animation. In the 12th line, instead of one established fame, he repeated one unclouded flame, which he thought was the reading in former editions, but I believe was a flash of his own genius. It is much more poetical than the other. On Monday, June the 14th, and Tuesday the 15th, Dr. Johnson and I dined on one of them, I forget which, with Mr. Mickle, translator of the Luciad, at Wheatley, a very pretty country place a few miles from Oxford, and on the other with Dr. Wetherell, Master of University College. From Dr. Wetherell's he went to visit Mr. Sackville Parker, the bookseller, and when he returned to us gave the following account of his visit, saying, "I have been to see my old friend Sack Parker. I find he has married his maid. He has done right. She had lived with him many years in great confidence, and they had mingled minds. I do not think he could have found any wife that would have made him so happy. The woman was very attentive and civil to me. She pressed me to fix a day for dining with them, and to say what I liked, and she would be sure to get it for me. Poor Sack! He is very ill indeed. We parted as never to meet again. It has quite broke me down." This pathetic narrative was strangely diversified with the grave and earnest defence of a man's having married his maid. I could not but feel it as, in some degree, ludicrous. In the morning of Tuesday, June the 15th, while we sat at Dr. Adams's, we talked of a printed letter from the Reverend Herbert Croft to a young gentleman who had been his pupil, in which he advised him to read to the end of whatever books he should begin to read. Johnson: "This is surely a strange advice. You may as well resolve that whatever men you happen to get acquainted with, you are to keep to them for life. A book may be good for nothing, or there may be only one thing in it worth knowing. Are we to read it all through? These voyages, pointing to the 3 large volumes of Voyages to the South Sea, which were just come out, who will read them through? A man had better work his way before the mast than read them through. They will be eaten by rats and mice before they are read through. There can be little entertainment in such books. One set of savages is like another. Boswell. I do not think the people of Otaheite can be reckoned savages. Johnson. Don't cant in defence of savages. Boswell. They have the art of navigation. Johnson. A dog or a cat can swim. Boswell. They carve very ingeniously. Johnson. A cat can scratch, and a child with a nail can scratch. I perceive this was none of the mollia tempora fandi, so desisted. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 36. Upon his mentioning that when he came to college, he wrote his first exercise twice over, but never did so afterwards, Miss Adams. I suppose, sir, you could not make them better? Johnson. Yes, madam, to be sure I could make them better. Thought is better than no thought. Miss Adams. Do you think, sir, you could make your Ramblers better? Johnson. Certainly I could. Boswell. I lay a bet, sir, you cannot. Johnson. But I will, sir, if I choose. I shall make the best of them you shall pick out better. Boswell. But you may add to them. I will not allow of that. Johnson. Nay, sir, there are 3 ways of making them better: putting out, adding, or correcting. During our visit at Oxford, the following conversation passed between him and me on the subject of my trying my fortune at the English bar. Having asked whether a very extensive acquaintance in London, which was very valuable and of great advantage to a man at large, might not be prejudicial to a lawyer by preventing him from giving sufficient attention to his business, footnote, Boswell began to eat dinners at the Inner Temple so early as 1775. He was not called till Hilary term 1786. End of footnote. Johnson. Sir, you will attend to business as business lays hold of you. When not actually employed, you may see your friends as much as you do now. You may dine at a club every day, and sup with one of the members every night. And you may be as much at public places as one who has seen them all would wish to be, but you must take care to attend constantly in Westminster Hall, both to mind your business, as it is almost all learnt there, for nobody reads now, and to show that you want to have business. Footnote. Mr. afterwards Sir William Jones wrote 2 years earlier, whether it be a wise part to live uncomfortably in order to die wealthy is another question, but this I know from experience, and have heard old practitioners make the same observation, that a lawyer who is in earnest must be chained to his chambers and the bar for 10 or 12 years together. End of footnote. And you must not be too often seen at public places, that competitors may not have it to say, He is always at the playhouse or at Ranelagh, and never to be found at his chambers. And, sir, there must be a kind of solemnity in the manner of a professional man. I have nothing particular to say to you on the subject. All this I should say to any one. I should have said it to Lord Thurlow 20 years ago. The profession may probably think this representation of what is required in a barrister who would hope for success to be by much too indulgent, but certain it is that as the wits of Charles found easier ways to fame, some of the lawyers of this age who have risen high have by no means thought it absolutely necessary to submit to that long and painful course of study which a Plowden, a Coke, and a Hale considered as requisite. My respected friend Mr. Langton has shown me in the handwriting of his grandfather a curious account of a conversation which he had with Lord Chief Justice Hale, in which that great man tells him that for 2 years after he came to the Inn of Court he studied 16 hours a day. However, his lordship added that by this intense application he almost brought himself to his grave, though he were of a very strong constitution, and after reduced himself to 8 hours, but that he would not advise anybody to so much, that he thought 6 hours a day with attention and constancy was sufficient, that a man must use his body as he would his horse and his stomach, not tire him at once, but rise with an appetite. Footnote. My Lord said that his rule for his health was to be temperate and keep himself warm. He never made breakfasts, but used in the morning to drink a glass of some sort of ale, that he went to bed at 9 and rose between 6 and 7, allowing himself a good refreshment for his sleep, that the law will admit of no rival, nothing to go even with it, but that sometimes one may, for diversion, read in the Latin historians of England, Hoveden and Matthew Paris, etc., but after it is conquered, it will admit of other studies. He said, a little law, a good tongue, and a good memory would fit a man for the Chancery. End of footnote. On Wednesday, June the 19th, Dr. Johnson and I returned to London. He was not well today, and said very little, employing himself chiefly in reading Euripides. He expressed some displeasure at me for not observing sufficiently the various objects upon the road. If I had your eyes, sir, said he, I should count the passengers. It was wonderful how accurate his observation of visual objects was, notwithstanding his imperfect eyesight, owing to a habit of attention. That he was much satisfied with the respect paid to him at Dr. Adams's is thus attested by himself. I returned last night from Oxford after a fortnight's abode with Dr. Adams, who treated me as well as I could expect or wish, and he that contents a sick man, a man whom it is impossible to please, has surely done his part well. After his return to London from this excursion, I saw him frequently, but have few memorandums. I shall therefore here insert some particulars which I collected at various times. The Reverend Mr. Astle of Ashbourne in Derbyshire, brother to the learned and ingenious Thomas Astle, Esquire, was from his early years known to Dr. Johnson, who obligingly advised him as to his studies, and recommended to him the following books, of which a list, which he has been pleased to communicate, lies before me in Johnson's own handwriting: Universal History, Ancient; Rollin's Ancient History; Huppendorf's Introduction to History; Vertot's History of the Knights of Malta; Vertot's Revolution of Portugal; Vertot's Revolutions of Sweden; Carte's History of England; Present State of England; Geographical Grammar, Prideaux's Connection, Nelson's Feasts and Fasts, Duty of Man, Gentleman's Religion, Clarendon's History, Watts's Improvement of the Mind, Watts's Logic, Nature Displayed, Lowth's English Grammar, Blackwall on the Classics, Sherlock's Sermons, Burnet's Life of Hale, Dupin's History of the Church, Shuckford's Connection, Law's Serious Call, Walton's Complete Angler, Sanders' Travels, Sprat's History of the Royal Society, England's Gazetteer, Goldsmith's Roman History, some commentaries on the Bible. Footnote: the recommendation in this list of so many histories little agrees with the fierce and boisterous contempt of ignorance with which, according to Lord Macaulay, Johnson spoke of history. End of footnote. It having been mentioned to Dr. Johnson that a gentleman who had a son whom he imagined to have an extreme degree of timidity resolved to send him to a public school, that he might acquire confidence. "Sir," said Johnson, "this is a preposterous expedient for removing his infirmity. Such a disposition should be cultivated in the shade. Placing him at a public school is forcing an owl upon day." Speaking of a gentleman whose house was much frequented by low company, "Rags, sir," he said, "will always make their appearance where they have a right to do it." Of the same gentleman's mode of living he said, "Sir, the servants, instead of doing what they are bid, stand round the table in idle clusters, gaping upon the guests, and seem as unfit to attend a company as to steer a man of war." Footnote: Northcote's account of Reynolds' table suits the description of this gentleman's mode of living. "A table prepared for 7 or 8 was often compelled to contain 15 or 16. There was a deficiency of knives and forks, plates and glasses. The attendance was in the same style. There were 2 or 3 undisciplined domestics. The host left every one at perfect liberty to scramble for himself." Rags is certainly a strong word to apply to any of the company, but then strong words were what Johnson used. Northcote mentions the mixture of company. End of footnote. A dull country magistrate gave Johnson a long tedious account of his exercising his criminal jurisdiction, the result of which was his having sentenced 4 convicts to transportation. Johnson, in an agony of impatience to get rid of such a companion, exclaimed, "I heartily wish, sir, that I were a 5th." Johnson was present when a tragedy was read, in which there occurred this line: "Who rules o'er free men should himself be free." Footnote: the passage occurs in Brooke's Earl of Essex at the close of the first act, where Queen Elizabeth says, "I shall henceforth seek for other lights to truth, for righteous monarchs justly to judge, with their own eyes should see. To rule o'er free men should themselves be free." The play was acted at Drury Lane Theatre, old Mr. Sheridan taking the chief part. He it was who, in admiration, repeated the passage to Johnson, which provoked the parody. End of footnote. The company having admired it much, "I cannot agree with you," said Johnson. "It might as well be said, who drives fat oxen should himself be fat." He was pleased with the kindness of Mr. Cater, who was joined with him in Mr. Thrale's important trust, and thus describes him: "There is much good in his character, and much usefulness in his knowledge." He found a cordial solace at that gentleman's seat at Beckenham in Kent, which is indeed one of the finest places at which I ever was a guest, and where I find more and more a hospitable welcome. Johnson seldom encouraged general censure of any profession, but he was willing to allow a due share of merit to the various departments necessary in civilized life. In a splenetic, sarcastical, or jocular frame, however, he would sometimes utter a pointed saying of that nature. One instance has been mentioned where he gave a sudden satirical stroke to the character of an attorney. The too indiscriminate admission to that employment, which requires both abilities and integrity, has given rise to injurious reflections which are totally inapplicable to many very respectable men who exercise it with reputation and honour. Johnson, having argued for some time with a pertinacious gentleman, his opponent, who had talked in a very puzzling manner, happened to say, "I don't understand you, sir." Upon which Johnson observed, "Sir, I have found you an argument, but I am not obliged to find you an understanding." Footnote: "That may be so," replied the lady, "for aught I know, but they are above my comprehension." "I an't obliged to find you comprehension, madam, curse me," cried he. Roderick Random, chapter 53. "I protest," cried Moses, "I don't rightly comprehend the force of your reasoning." "Oh, sir," cried the squire, "I am your most humble servant. I find you want me to furnish you with argument and intellects too." Vicar of Wakefield, chapter 7, end of footnote. Talking to me of Horry Walpole, as Horace, late Earl of Orford, was often called, footnote, in the first edition, as the Honourable Horace Walpole is often called; in the second edition, as Horace, now Earl of Orford, etc. Walpole succeeded to the title in December 1791. In answer to congratulations, he wrote, "What has happened destroys my tranquillity. Surely no man of 74, unless superannuated, can have the smallest pleasure in sitting at home in his own room, as I almost always do, and being called by a new name." He died March 2nd, 1797. End of footnote. Johnson allowed that he got together a great many curious little things, and told them in an elegant manner. Footnote: in the Rambler, a character of a virtuoso is given, which in many ways suits Walpole. "It is never without grief that I find a man capable of ratiocination or invention, enlisting himself in this secondary class of learning. For when he has once discovered a method of gratifying his desire of eminence by expense rather than by labour, and known the sweets of a life blessed at once with the ease of idleness and the reputation of knowledge, he will not easily be brought to undergo again the toil of thinking, or leave his toys and trinkets for arguments and principles." End of footnote. Mr. Walpole thought Johnson a more amiable character after reading his letters to Mrs. Thrale, but never was one of the true admirers of that great man. Footnote: Walpole says, "I do not think I ever was in a room with Johnson 6 times in my days. The first time, I think, was at the Royal Academy. Sir Joshua said, 'Let me present Dr. Goldsmith to you.' He did. 'Now I will present Dr. Johnson to you.' 'No,' said I, 'Sir Joshua, for Dr. Goldsmith pass, but you shall not present Dr. Johnson to me.' In his Journal of the reign of George III. He speaks of Johnson as one of the venal champions of the court, a renegade, a brute, an old decrepit hireling, and as one of the subordinate crew, whom to name is to stigmatize. In his Memoirs of the reign of George III. He says, 'With a lumber of learning and some strong parts, Johnson was an odious and mean character. His manners were sordid, supercilious, and brutal; his style ridiculously bombastic and vicious. and in one word, with all the pedantry, he had all the gigantic littleness of a country schoolmaster. End of footnote. We may suppose a prejudice conceived if he ever heard Johnson's account to Sir George Staunton, that when he made the speeches in Parliament for the Gentleman's Magazine, he always took care to put Sir Robert Walpole in the wrong, and to say everything he could against the electorate of Hanover. Footnote. On May the 26th, 1791, Walpole wrote of Boswell's Life of Johnson: "I expected amongst the excommunicated to find myself, but am very gently treated. I never would be in the least acquainted with Johnson, or, as Boswell calls it, I have not a just value for him," which the biographer imputes to my resentment for the Doctor's putting bad arguments, purposely out of Jacobitism, into the speeches which he wrote 50 years ago for my father in the Gentleman's Magazine, which I did not read then, or ever knew Johnson wrote till Johnson died. Johnson said of these debates: "I saved appearances tolerably well, but I took care that the Whig dogs should not have the best of it." Lord Holland said that whenever Boswell came into a company where Horace Walpole was, Walpole would throw back his head, purse up his mouth very significantly, and not speak a word while Boswell remained. Walpole says, "Boswell, that quintessence of busybodies, called on me last week and was let in, which he should not have been could I have foreseen it. After tapping many topics, to which I made as dry answers as an unbribed oracle, he vented his errand." End of footnote. The celebrated heroic epistle, in which Johnson is satirically introduced, has been ascribed both to Mr. Walpole and Mr. Mason. One day at Mr. Courtenay's, when a gentleman expressed his opinion that there was more energy in that poem than could be expected from Mr. Walpole, Mr. Wharton, the late laureate, observed, "It may have been written by Walpole and buckroomed by Mason." He disapproved of Lord Hailes for having modernized the language of the ever memorable John Hales of Eton in an edition which his Lordship published of that writer's works. Footnote. The title given by Bishop Pearson to his collection of Hales's writings is The Golden Remains of the Ever Memorable John Hales of Eton College, etc. It was published in 1659. End of footnote. "An author's language, sir," said he, "is a characteristical part of his composition, and is also characteristical of the age in which he writes. Besides, sir, when the language is changed, we are not sure that the sense is the same. No, sir, I am sorry Lord Hales has done this." Here it may be observed that his frequent use of the expression "no, sir," was not always to intimate a contradiction, for he would say so when he was about to enforce an affirmative proposition which had not been denied, as in the instance last mentioned. I used to consider it as a kind of flag of defiance, as if he had said, "Any argument you may offer against this is not just. No, sir, it is not." It was like Falstaff's, "I deny your major." Footnote. Sir James Mackintosh remembers that while spending the Christmas of 1793 at Beaconsfield, Mr. Burke said to him, "Johnson showed more powers of mind in company than in his writings, but he argued only for victory; and when he had neither a paradox to defend nor an antagonist to crush, he would preface his assent with, 'Why, no, sir.'" Croker. End of footnote. Sir Joshua Reynolds having said that he took the altitude of a man's taste by his stories and his wit, and of his understanding by the remarks which he repeated, being always sure that he must be a weak man who quotes common things with an emphasis as if they were oracles, Johnson agreed with him; and Sir Joshua having also observed that the real character of a man was found out by his amusements, Johnson added, 'Yes, sir, no man is a hypocrite in his pleasures.' I have mentioned Johnson's general aversion to a pun. He once, however, endured one of mine. When we were talking of a numerous company, in which he had distinguished himself highly, I said, 'Sir, you were a cod surrounded by smelts.' Is not this enough for you? At a time, too, when you are not fishing for a compliment?' He laughed at this with a complacent approbation. Old Mr. Sheridan observed, upon my mentioning it to him, 'He liked your compliment so well, he was willing to take it with pun sauce.' For my own part, I think no innocent species of wit or pleasantry should be suppressed, and that a good pun may be admitted along with the smaller excellencies of lively conversation. Had Johnson treated at large De claris oratoribus, he might have given us an admirable work. When the Duke of Bedford attacked the ministry as vehemently as he could for having taken upon them to extend the time for the importation of corn, Lord Chatham, in his first speech in the House of Lords, boldly avowed himself to be an adviser of that measure. Footnote. Boswell here falls into a mistake. About harvest time in 1766 there were corn riots owing to the dearness of bread. By the Act of the 15th of Charles II, corn, when under a certain price, might be legally exported. On September the 26th, 1766, before this price had been reached, the Crown issued a proclamation to prohibit the exportation of grain. When Parliament met in November, a bill of indemnity was brought in for those concerned in the late embargo. The necessity of the embargo was universally allowed. It was the exercise by the Crown of a power of dispensing with the laws that was attacked. Some of the ministers who, out of office, had set up as patrons of liberty, were made the object of many sarcasms on the beaten subject of occasional patriotism. End of footnote. 'My colleagues,' said he, reader's note, Lord Chatham speaking, 'as I was confined by indisposition, did me the signal honour of coming to the bedside of a sick man to ask his opinion. But had they not thus condescended, I should have taken up my bed and walked, in order to have delivered that opinion at the council board.' Mr. Langton, who was present, mentioned this to Johnson, who observed, 'Now, sir, we see that he took these words as he found them, without considering that, though the expression in Scripture, take up thy bed and walk, strictly suited the instance of the sick man restored to health and strength, who would of course be supposed to carry his bed with him, it could not be proper in the case of a man who was lying in a state of feebleness, and who certainly would not add to the difficulty of moving at all that of carrying his bed.' When I pointed out to him in the newspaper one of Mr. Grattan's animated and glowing speeches in favour of the freedom of Ireland, in which this expression occurred, I know not if accurately taken, 'We will persevere till there is not one link of the English chain left to clank upon the rags of the meanest beggar in Ireland.' 'Nay, sir,' said Johnson, 'don't you perceive that one link cannot clank?' Mrs. Thrale has published, as Johnson's, a kind of parody or counterpart of a fine poetical passage in one of Mr. Burke's speeches on American taxation. It is vigorously but somewhat coarsely executed, and I am inclined to suppose is not quite correctly exhibited. I hope he did not use the words vile agents for the Americans in the House of Parliament, and if he did so in an extempore effusion, I wish the lady had not committed it to writing. Footnote. The passage is from the Speech on Conciliation with the Colonies, March the 22nd, 1775. The image of the Angel and Lord Bathurst was thus, according to Mrs. Piozzi, parodied by Johnson: "Suppose, Mr. Speaker, that to Wharton or to Marlborough or to any of the eminent Whigs of the last age the devil had not with great impropriety consented to appear." Boswell was stung by what Mrs. Piozzi wrote when recording this parody. She said that she had begged Johnson's leave to write it down directly. "A trick," she continues, "which I have seen played on common occasions, of sitting steadily (stealthily) down at the other end of the room to write at the moment what should be said in company, either by Dr. Johnson or to him, I never practised myself, nor approved of in another. There is something so ill-bred and so inclining to treachery in this conduct, that were it commonly adopted, all confidence would soon be exiled from society." End of footnote. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 37. Mr. Burke uniformly showed Johnson the greatest respect, and when Mr. Townsend, now Lord Sidney, at a period when he was conspicuous in opposition, threw out some reflection in Parliament upon the grant of a pension to a man of such political principles as Johnson, Mr. Burke, though then of the same party with Mr. Townsend, stood warmly forth in defence of his friend, to whom he justly observed the pension was granted solely on account of his eminent literary merit. I am well assured that Mr. Townsend's attack upon Johnson was the occasion of his hitching in a rhyme, for that in the original copy of Goldsmith's character of Mr. Burke, in his retaliation, another person's name stood in the couplet where Mr. Townsend is now introduced. Footnote. On March 14, 1770, in a debate on the licentiousness of the press, Townsend joined together Johnson and Chairlie. Burke, who followed him, said nothing about Johnson. Fitzherbert, speaking of Johnson as "my friend," defended him as a pattern of morality. On February 16, 1774, when Fox drew attention to the vile libel, signed a South Briton, Townsend said, "Dr. Chairlie and Dr. Johnson have been pensioned, and this wretched South Briton is to be prosecuted." It was Fox and not Burke who on this occasion defended Johnson. As Goldsmith was writing Retaliation at the very time that this second attack was made, it is very likely that it was the occasion of the change in the line. End of footnote. Though fraught with all learning, kept straining his throat to persuade Tommy Townshend to lend him a vote. It may be worth remarking among the minutiae of my collection that Johnson was once drawn to serve in the militia, the trained bands of the city of London, and that Mr. Rackstraw of the museum in Fleet Street was his colonel. It may be believed he did not serve in person, but the idea, with all its circumstances, is certainly laughable. He upon that occasion provided himself with a musket and with a sword and belt, which I have seen hanging in his closet. He was very constant to those whom he once employed, if they gave him no reason to be displeased. When somebody talked of being imposed on in the purchase of tea and sugar and such articles, "That will not be the case," said he, "if you go to a stately shop, as I always do. In such a shop it is not worth their while to take petty advantage." An author of most anxious and restless vanity being mentioned, "Sir," said he, There is not a young sapling upon Parnassus more severely blown about by every wind of criticism than that poor fellow. The difference, he observed, between a well-bred and an ill-bred man is this: one immediately attracts your liking, the other your aversion. You love the one till you find reason to hate him. You hate the other till you find reason to love him. The wife of one of his acquaintance had fraudulently made a purse for herself out of her husband's fortune. Feeling a proper compunction in her last moments, she confessed how much she had secreted, but before she could tell where it was placed, she was seized with a convulsive fit and expired. Her husband said he was more hurt by her want of confidence in him than by the loss of his money. I told him, said Johnson, that he should console himself, for perhaps the money might be found, and he was sure that his wife was gone. A foppish physician once reminded Johnson of his having been in company with him on a former occasion. I do not remember it, sir. The physician still insisted, adding that he that day wore so fine a coat that it must have attracted his notice. Sir, said Johnson, had you been dipped in Pactolus, I should not have noticed you. He seemed to take a pleasure in speaking in his own style, for when he had carelessly missed it, he would repeat the thought translated into it. Talking of the comedy of the rehearsal, he said, "It is not wit enough to keep it sweet." This was easy. He therefore caught himself and pronounced a more round sentence. "It has not vitality enough to preserve it from putrefaction." He censured a writer of entertaining travels for assuming a feigned character, saying, in his sense of the word, "He carries out one lie, we know not how many he brings back." At another time, talking of the same person, he observed, "Sir, your assent to a man whom you have never known to falsify is a debt. But after you have known a man to falsify, your assent to him then is a favor." Though he had no taste for painting, he admired much the manner in which Sir Joshua Reynolds treated of his art, in his discourses to the Royal Academy. He observed one day of a passage in them, "I think I might as well have said this myself," and once when Mr. Langton was sitting by him, he read one of them very eagerly, and expressed himself thus: "Very well, Master Reynolds, very well indeed, but it will not be understood." When I observed to him that painting was so far inferior to poetry, that the story or even emblem which it communicates must be previously known, and mentioned as a natural and laughable instance of this, that a little miss, on seeing a picture of justice with the scales, had exclaimed to me, "See, there's a woman selling sweetmeats." He said, "Painting, sir, can illustrate, but cannot inform." No man was more ready to make an apology when he had censured unjustly than Johnson. Footnote: I have heard, says Hawkins, that in many instances, and in some with tears in his eyes, he has apologized to those whom he had offended by contradiction or roughness of behavior. End footnote. When a proof sheet of one of his works was brought to him, he found fault with the mode in which a part of it was arranged, refused to read it, and in a passion desired that the compositor might be sent to him. Footnote: Johnson describes Savage's superstitious regard for the correction of his sheets. The intrusion or omission of a comma was sufficient to discompose him, and he would lament an error of a single letter as heavy calamity. Compositor in the printing house means the person who adjusts the types in the order in which they are to stand for printing, and arranges what is called the form from which an impression is taken. Boswell. End of footnote. The compositor was Mr. Manning, a decent, sensible man, who had composed about one half of his dictionary, when in Mr. Strahan's printing house, and a great part of his Lives of the Poets, when in that of Mr. Nichols, and who, in his 77th year, when in Mr. Baldwin's printing house, composed a part of the first edition of this work concerning him. By producing the manuscript, he at once satisfied Dr. Johnson that he was not to blame, upon which Johnson candidly and earnestly said to him, "Mr. Compositor, I ask your pardon. Mr. Compositor, I ask your pardon again and again." His generous humanity to the miserable was almost beyond example. The following instance is well attested. Coming home late one night, he found a poor woman lying in the street, so much exhausted that she could not walk. He took her upon his back and carried her to his house, where he discovered that she was one of those wretched females who had fallen into the lowest state of vice, poverty, and disease. Instead of harshly upbraiding her, he had her taken care of with all tenderness for a long time, at considerable expense, till she was restored to health, and endeavored to put her into a virtuous way of living. Footnote. This circumstance, therefore alluded to in Mr. Courtenay's poetical character of him, is strictly true. My informer was Mrs. de Moulin, who lived many years in Dr. Johnson's house. Boswell. The following are Mr. Courtenay's lines. Soft-eyed compassion with a look benign, his fervent vows he offered at thy shrine. To guilt, to woe, the sacred debt was paid, and helpless females blessed his pious aid. Snatched from disease and want's abandoned crew, despair and anguish from their victims flew. Hope's soothing balm into the bosom stole, and tears of penitence restored the soul. End of footnote. He thought Mr. Caleb Whiteford singularly happy in hitting on the signature of Papyrus Cursor to his ingenious and diverting cross-readings of the newspapers, it being a real name of an ancient Roman and clearly expressive of the thing done in this lively conceit. Footnote. The cross-readings were said to be formed by reading two columns of a newspaper together onwards, where the strangest connections were brought about, such as, "This morning the Right Honourable the Speaker was convicted of keeping a disorderly house, whereas the said barn was set on fire by an incendiary letter dropped early in the morning. By the order of the Commissioner for Paving, an infallible remedy for the stone and gravel, the sword of state was carried before Sir John Fielding and committed to Newgate." According to Northcote, Dr. Goldsmith declared, in the heat of his admiration of these cross-readings, it would have given him more pleasure to have been the author of them than of all the works he had ever published of his own. Horace Walpole writes, "Have you seen that delightful paper composed out of scraps in the newspaper? I laughed till I cried. I mean the paper that says, 'This day his Majesty will go in great state to 15 notorious common prostitutes.'" End of footnote. He once in his life was known to have uttered what is called a bull. Sir Joshua Reynolds, when they were riding together in Devonshire, complained that he had had a very bad horse, for that even when going downhill he moved slowly, step by step. "Aye," said Johnson, "and when he goes uphill he stands still." He had a great aversion to gesticulating in company. He called once to a gentleman who offended him in that point, "Don't attitudinize." And when another gentleman thought he was giving additional force to what he uttered by expressive movements of his hands, Johnson fairly seized them and held them down. Footnote. One of these gentlemen was probably Mr. Musgrave, who says Mrs. Piozzi, when once he was singularly warm about Johnson's writing the lives of our famous prose authors, getting up and entreating him to set about the work immediately, he coldly replied, "Sit down, sir." Miss Burney says that the incense he paid Dr. Johnson by his solemn manner of listening, by the earnest reverence with which he eyed him, and by the theatric start of admiration every time he spoke, joined to the doctor's utter insensibility to all these tokens, made me find infinite difficulty in keeping my countenance. The other gentleman was perhaps Dr. Warton. End of footnote. An author of considerable eminence. Footnote. Probably Dr. Beatty. The number of letters in his name agrees with the asterisk given a few lines below. End footnote. Having engrossed a good share of the conversation in the company of Johnson, and having said nothing but what was trifling and insignificant, Johnson, when he was gone, observed to us, "It is wonderful what a difference there sometimes is between a man's powers of writing and of talking. He writes with great spirit, but is a poor talker. Had he held his tongue, we might have supposed him to have been restrained by modesty. But he has spoken a great deal to-day, and you have heard what stuff it was." A gentleman having said that congé d'élire has not perhaps the force of a command, but may be considered only as a strong recommendation. Footnote: Johnson, in his dictionary, defines congé d'élire as the king's permission royal to a dean and chapter in time of vacation to choose a bishop. When Dr. Hampden was made Bishop of Hereford in 1848, the dean resisted that appointment. H.C. Robinson records, on the authority of the bishop's secretary, that at the actual confirmation in Bow Church the scene was quite ludicrous. After the judge had told the opposers that he could not hear them, the citation for opposers to come forward was repeated, at which the people present laughed out as at a play. End of footnote. "Sir," replied Johnson, who overheard him, "it is such a recommendation as if I should throw you out of a 2-pair of stairs window, and recommend to you to fall soft." Footnote: It has been printed in other publications, "fall to the ground," but Johnson himself gave me the true expression which he had used as above, meaning that the recommendation left as little choice in one case as the other. Boswell. One of the other publications is Hawkins' edition of Johnson's works. End of footnote. Mr. Stevens, who passed many a social hour with him during their long acquaintance, which commenced when they both lived in the Temple, has preserved a good number of particulars concerning him, most of which are to be found in the department of apothegms, etc., in the collection of Johnson's works. Footnote: They are published in volume 11 of Hawkins' edition of Johnson's works, 1787, and are often quoted in my notes. It should be remembered that Stevens is not trustworthy. End of footnote. But he has been pleased to favor me with the following, which are original. One evening, previous to the trial of Baretti, a consultation of his friends was held at the house of Mr. Cox, the solicitor, in Southampton Buildings, Chancery Lane. Among others present were Mr. Burke and Dr. Johnson, who differed in sentiments concerning the tendency of some part of the defense the prisoner was to make. When the meeting was over, Mr. Stevens observed that the question between him and his friend had been agitated with rather too much warmth. "It may be so, sir," replied the doctor, "for Burke and I should have been of one opinion, if we had had no audience." Dr. Johnson once assumed a character in which perhaps even Mr. Boswell never saw him. His curiosity having been excited by the praises bestowed on the celebrated Torres fireworks at Marybone Gardens, he desired Mr. Stevens to accompany him thither. The evening had proved showery, and soon after the people present were assembled, public notice was given that the conductors to the wheels, suns, and stars, etc., were so thoroughly water-soaked that it was impossible any part of the exhibition should be made. "This is a mere excuse," says the doctor, "to save their crackers for more profitable company. Let us but hold up our sticks and threaten to break those colored lamps that surround the orchestra, and we shall soon have our wishes gratified. The core of the fireworks cannot be injured. Let the different pieces be touched in their respective centers, and they will do their offices as well as ever." Some young men who overheard him immediately began the violence he had recommended, and an attempt was speedily made to fire some of the wheels which appeared to have received the smallest damage. But to little purpose were they lighted, for most of them completely failed. The author of the Rambler, however, may be considered on this occasion as the ringleader of a successful riot, though not as a skilful pyrotechnist. It has been supposed that Dr. Johnson, so far as fashion was concerned, was careless of his appearance in public. But this is not altogether true, as the following slight instance may show. Goldsmith's last comedy was to be represented during some court mourning, and Mr. Stevens appointed to call on Dr. Johnson and carry him to the tavern where he was to dine with others of the poet's friends. The doctor was ready dressed, but in colored clothes, yet being told he would find everyone else in black, received the intelligence with a profusion of thanks, hastened to change his attire, all the while repeating his gratitude for the information that had saved him from an appearance so improper in the front row of a front box. I would not, added he, for £10 have seemed so retrograde in any general observance. Footnote. Hannah More describes how in 1780 she went to one of Mrs. Ord's assemblies at a time when the mourning for some foreign Wilhelmina Jacquelina was not over. Every human creature was in deep mourning, and I, poor I, all gorgeous in scarlet. Even Jacobite Johnson was in deep mourning. End of footnote. He would sometimes found his dislikes on very slender circumstances. Happening one day to mention Mr. Flexman, a dissenting minister, with some compliments to his exact memory in chronological matters, the doctor replied, "Let me hear no more of him, sir. That is the fellow who made the index to my Ramblers, and set down the name of Milton thus, Milton, Mr. John." Footnote. In the 10th edition of the Rambler, published in 1784, the entry is still found, Milton, Mr. John, remarks on his versification. In like manner we find Shakespeare, Mr. William, his eminent success in tragicomedy. Spenser, Mr. Edmund, some imitations of his diction censured. Cowley, Mr. Abraham, a passage in his writing illustrated. End of footnote. Mr. Stevens adds this testimony. It is unfortunate, however, for Johnson that his particularities and frailties can be more distinctly traced than his good and amiable exertions. Could the many bounties he studiously concealed, the many acts of humanity he performed in private, be displayed with equal circumstantiality, his defects would be so far lost in the blaze of his virtues that the latter only would be regarded. Though from my very high admiration of Johnson, I have wondered that he was not courted by all the great and all the eminent persons of his time. It ought fairly to be considered that no man of humble birth, who lived entirely by literature, in short, no author by profession, ever rose in this country into that personal notice which he did. In the course of this work a numerous variety of names have been mentioned, to which many might be added. I cannot omit Lord and Lady Lucan, at whose house he often enjoyed all that an elegant table and the best company can contribute to happiness. He found hospitality united with extraordinary accomplishments, and embellished with charms of which no man could be insensible. On Tuesday, June 22nd, I dined with him at the Literary Club, the last time of his being in that respectable society. The other members present were the Bishop of St. Asaph, Lord Eliot, Lord Palmerston, Dr. Fordyce, and Mr. Malone. He looked ill, but had such a manly fortitude that he did not trouble the company with melancholy complaints. They all showed evident marks of kind concern about him, with which he was much pleased, and he exerted himself to be as entertaining as his indisposition allowed him. The anxiety of his friends to preserve so estimable a life, as long as human means might be supposed to have influence, made them plan for him a retreat from the severity of a British winter to the mild climate of Italy. Footnote. Hawkins writes, "The plan for Johnson's visiting the continent became so well known that, as a lady then resident at Rome afterwards informed me, his arrival was anxiously expected throughout Italy." End of footnote. This scheme was at last brought to a serious resolution at General Paoli's, where I had often talked of it. One essential matter, however, I understood was necessary to be previously settled, which was obtaining such an addition to his income as would be sufficient to enable him to defray the expense in a manner becoming the first literary character of a great nation, and independent of all his other merits, the author of the Dictionary of the English Language. The person to whom I above all others thought I should apply to negotiate this business was the Lord Chancellor, because I knew that he highly valued Johnson, and that Johnson highly valued his lordship, so that it was no degradation of my illustrious friend to solicit for him the favour of such a man. I have mentioned what Johnson said of him to me when he was at the bar, and after his lordship was advanced to the seals, he said of him, I would prepare myself for no man in England but Lord Thurlow. When I am to meet with him, I should wish to know a day before. Footnote. With Lord Thurlow, while he was at the bar, Johnson was well acquainted. He said to Mr. Murphy 20 years ago, Thurlow is a man of such vigour of mind that I never knew I was to meet him, but I was going to tell a falsehood. I was going to say I was afraid of him, and that would not be true, for I was never afraid of any man. But I never knew that I was to meet Thurlow, but I knew I had something to encounter. Murphy, no doubt, was the writer. Lord Campbell quotes from the diary of a distinguished political character an account of a meeting between Thurlow and Horne Tooke in 1801. Tooke evidently came forward for a display, and as I considered his powers of conversation as surpassing those of any person I have ever seen, in point of skill and dexterity, and if necessary in lying, so I took for granted old grumbling Thurlow would be obliged to lower his topsail to him. But it seemed as if the very look and voice of Thurlow scared him out of his senses from the first moment. So Tooke tried to recruit himself by wine, and though not generally a drinker, was very drunk, but all would not do. End of footnote. How he would have prepared himself I cannot conjecture. Would he have selected certain topics and considered them in every view so as to be in readiness to argue them at all points? And what may we suppose those topics to have been? I once started the curious inquiry to the great man who was the subject of this compliment. He smiled, but did not pursue it. I first consulted with Sir Joshua Reynolds, who perfectly coincided in opinion with me, and I therefore, though personally very little known to his lordship, wrote to him stating the case and requesting his good offices for Dr. Johnson. Footnote. It is strange that Sir John Hawkins should have related that the application was made by Sir Joshua Reynolds, when he could so easily have been informed of the truth by inquiring of Sir Joshua. Sir John's carelessness to ascertain facts is very remarkable. Boswell. End of footnote. I mentioned that I was obliged to set out for Scotland early in the following week, so that if his lordship should have any commands for me as to this pious negotiation, he would be pleased to send them before that time. Otherwise, Sir Joshua Reynolds would give all attention to it. This application was made not only without any suggestion on the part of Johnson himself, but was utterly unknown to him, nor had he the smallest suspicion of it. Any insinuations, therefore, which since his death have been thrown out, as if he had stooped to ask what was superfluous, are without any foundation. But had he asked it, it would not have been superfluous, for though the money he had saved proved to be more than his friends imagined, or than I believe he himself in his carelessness concerning worldly matters knew it to be, had he travelled upon the continent, an augmentation of his income would by no means have been unnecessary. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 38. On Wednesday, June the 23rd, I visited him in the morning, after having been present at the shocking sight of 15 men executed before Newgate. Footnote: there is something dreadful in the thought of the old man quietly going on with his daily life within a few hundred yards of this shocking scene of slaughter, this legal massacre, to use his own words. England had a kind of reign of terror of its own, little thought of at the time or remembered since. 24 men were sentenced to death at the Old Bailey sessions that ended on April the 28th. On June the 16th, 9 of these had the sentence commuted. The rest were hanged this day. Among these men was not a single murderer. 12 of them had committed burglary, 2 a street robbery, and 1 had personated another man's name with intent to receive his wages. The Gentleman's Magazine, recording the sentences, remarks, "Convicts under sentence of death in Newgate and the jails throughout the kingdom increase so fast that were they all to be executed, England would soon be marked among the nations as the bloody country." In the spring assizes the returns are given for 10 towns. There were 88 capital convictions, of which 21 were at Winchester. In the summer assizes and at the Old Bailey sessions for July, there were 149 capital convictions. At Maidstone, a man, on being sentenced, gave 3 loud cheers, upon which the judge gave strict orders for his being chained to the floor of the dungeon. The hangman was to grow busier yet. This increase in the number of capital punishments was attributed by Romilly in great part to Madane's Thoughts on Executive Justice, a small tract in which, by a mistaken application of the maxim that the certainty of punishment is more efficacious than its severity for the prevention of crimes, he absurdly insisted on the expediency of rigidly enforcing in every instance our penal code, sanguinary and barbarous as it was. In 1783, the year before the book was published, there were executed in London only 51 malefactors. In 1785, the year after the book was published, there were executed 97. And it was recently, after the publication of the book, that was exhibited a spectacle unseen in London for a long course of years before, the execution of nearly 20 criminals at a time. Madane's tract was published in the winter of 1784-85. Boswell's fondness for seeing executions is shown. End of footnote. I said to him, I was sure that human life was not machinery, that is to say, a chain of fatality planned and directed by the Supreme Being, as it had in it so much wickedness and misery, so many instances of both, as that by which my mind was now clouded. Were it machinery, it would be better than it is in these respects, though less noble, as not being a system of moral government. He agreed with me now, as he always did, upon the great question of the liberty of the human will, which has been in all ages perplexed with so much sophistry. But, sir, as to the doctrine of necessity, no man believes it. If a man should give me arguments that I do not see, though I could not answer them, should I believe that I do not see? It will be observed that Johnson at all times made the just distinction between doctrines contrary to reason and doctrines above reason. Talking of the religious discipline proper for unhappy convicts, he said, "Sir, one of our regular clergy will probably not impress their minds sufficiently. They should be attended by a Methodist preacher or a Popish priest." Footnote: a friend of mine happened to be passing by a field congregation in the environs of London, when a Methodist preacher quoted this passage with triumph. Boswell. On December 26, 1784, John Wesley preached the condemned criminal's sermon to 47 who were under sentence of death. He records, "The power of the Lord was eminently present, and most of the prisoners were in tears. A few days after, 20 of them died at once, 5 of whom died in peace. I could not but greatly approve of the spirit and behaviour of Mr. Villette, the ordinary, and I rejoiced to hear that it was the same on all similar occasions." End of footnote. Let me, however, observe, in justice to the Reverend Mr. Villette, who has been ordinary of Newgate for no less than 18 years, in the course of which he has attended many hundreds of wretched criminals, that his earnest and humane exhortations have been very effectual. His extraordinary diligence is highly praiseworthy, and merits a distinguished reward. Footnote: I trust that the City of London, now happily in unison with the Court, will have the justice and generosity to obtain preferment for this reverend gentleman, now a worthy old servant of that magnificent corporation. Boswell. In like manner, Boswell in 1768 praised the Reverend Mr. Moore, Mr. Villette's predecessor. Mr. Moore, the ordinary of Newgate, discharged his duty with much earnestness and a fervour for which I and all around me esteemed and loved him. Mr. Moore seems worthy of his office, which, when justly considered, is a very important one. End of footnote. On Thursday, June the 24th, I dined with him at Mr. Dilly's, where were the Reverend Mr. now Dr. Knox, Master of Tunbridge School, Mr. Smith, Vicar of Southill, Dr. Beattie, Mr. Pinkerton, author of various literary performances, and the Reverend Dr. Mayo. At my desire, old Mr. Sheridan was invited, as I was earnest to have Johnson and him brought together again by chance, that a reconciliation might be effected. Mr. Sheridan happened to come early, and having learned that Dr. Johnson was to be there, went away, so I found with sincere regret that my friendly intentions were hopeless. I recollect nothing that passed this day, except Johnson's quickness, who, when Dr. Beattie observed, as something remarkable which had happened to him, that he had chanced to see both No. 1 and No. 1000 of the hackney coaches, the first and the last, "Why, sir," said Johnson, "there is an equal chance for one seeing those 2 numbers as any other 2. He was clearly right. Yet the seeing of the 2 extremes, each of which is in some degree more conspicuous than the rest, could not but strike one in a stronger manner than the sight of any other 2 numbers. Though I have neglected to preserve his conversation, it was perhaps at this interview that Dr. Knox formed the notion of it, which he has exhibited in his Winter Evenings. Footnote: Knox, in Winter Evenings, attacks Johnson's biographers for lowering his character by publishing his private conversation. Biography, he complains, is every day descending from its dignity. End of footnote. On Friday, June the 25th, I dined with him at General Paoli's, where, he says in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale, "I love to dine." There was a variety of dishes much to his taste, of all which he seemed to me to eat so much that I was afraid he might be hurt by it, and I whispered to the General my fear, and begged he might not press him. Footnote. Johnson wrote on April 15th, "I am still very weak, though my appetite is keen, and my digestion potent. I now think and consult today what I shall eat tomorrow. This disease likewise will, I hope, be cured." Beattie, who dined with Johnson on June the 22nd, wrote, "Wine, I think, would do him good, but he cannot be prevailed on to drink it. He has, however, a voracious appetite for food. I verily believe that on Sunday last he ate as much to dinner as I have done in all for these 10 days past." It was said that Beattie latterly indulged somewhat too much in wine. End of footnote. "Alas," said the General, "see how very ill he looks. He can live but a very short time. Would you refuse any slight gratifications to a man under sentence of death? There is a humane custom in Italy, by which persons in that melancholy situation are indulged with having whatever they like best to eat and drink, even with expensive delicacies. I showed him some verses on Lichfield by Miss Seward, which I had that day received from her, and had the pleasure to hear him approve of them. He confirmed to me the truth of a high compliment which I had been told he had paid to that lady, when she mentioned to him the Colombiade, an epic poem by Madame du Bocage." Footnote. Horace Walpole wrote in April 1750, "There is come from France a Madame Bocage, who has translated Milton. My Lord Chesterfield prefers the copy to the original, but that is not uncommon for him to do, who is the patron of bad authors and bad actors. She has written a play too, which was damned, and worthy of my Lord's approbation." It was this lady who bade her footman blow into the spout of the teapot. Dr. J. H. Burton writes of her in his Life of Hume, "The wits must praise her bad poetry if they frequented her house. Elle était d'une figure aimable, says Grimm. Elle est bonne femme, elle est riche. Vous pouvez fixer chez elle des gens d'esprit et de bonne compagnie sans les mettre dans l'embarras de lui parler avec peu de sincérité de sa Colombiade ou de ses Amazones." End of footnote. "Madam, there is not anything equal to your description of the sea round the North Pole in your ode on the death of Captain Cook." Footnote. It is the sea round the South Pole that she describes in her elegy, not ode. The description begins, "While o'er the deep in many a dreadful form the giant danger howls along the storm, furling the iron sails with numbed hands, firm on the deck the great adventurer stands. Round glittering mountains hear the billows rave, and the vast ruins thunder on the wave." In the Gentleman's Magazine, 1793, were given extracts abusive of Johnson from some foolish letters that passed between Miss Seward and Hayley, a poet her equal in feebleness. Boswell, in his Corrections and Additions to the first edition, corrected an error into which he had been led by Miss Seward. She, in the Gentleman's Magazine for 1793, defended herself and attacked him. His reply is found on page 1009. He says, "As my book was to be a real history and not a novel, it was necessary to suppress all erroneous particulars, however entertaining." He continues, "So far from having any hostile disposition towards this lady, I have in my Life of Dr. Johnson quoted a compliment paid by him to one of her poetical pieces, and I have withheld his opinion of herself, thinking that she might not like it. I am afraid it has reached her by some other means, and thus we may account for various attacks by her on her venerable townsman since his decease. What are we to think of the scraps of letters between her and Mr. Hayley, impotently attempting to undermine the noble pedestal on which the public opinion has placed Dr. Johnson? End of footnote. On Sunday, June the 27th, I found him rather better. I mentioned to him a young man who was going to Jamaica with his wife and children, in expectation of being provided for by two of her brothers, settled in that island, one a clergyman and the other a physician. Johnson. It is a wild scheme, sir, unless he has a positive and deliberate invitation. There was a poor girl who used to come about me, who had a cousin in Barbados, that in a letter to her expressed a wish she should come out to that island, and expatiated on the comforts and happiness of her situation. The poor girl went out. Her cousin was much surprised, and asked her how she could think of coming. "Because," said she, "you invited me." "Not I," answered the cousin. The letter was then produced. "I see it is true," said she, "that I did invite you, but I did not think you would come." They lodged her in an outhouse, where she passed her time miserably, and as soon as she had an opportunity she returned to England. Always tell this when you hear of people going abroad to relations without a notion of being well received. In the case which you mention, it is probable the clergyman spends all he gets, and the physician does not know how much he is to get. We this day dined at Sir Joshua Reynolds's with General Paoli, Lord Elliot, formerly Mr. Elliot of Port Elliot, Dr. Beattie, and some other company. Talking of Lord Chesterfield, Johnson. His manner was exquisitely elegant, and he had more knowledge than I expected. Boswell. Did you find, sir, his conversation to be of a superior style? Johnson. Sir, in the conversation which I had with him, I had the best right to superiority, for it was upon philology and literature. Lord Elliot, who had travelled at the same time with Mr. Stanhope, Lord Chesterfield's natural son, *, Johnson said he had once seen Mr. Stanhope at Dodsley's shop, and was so much struck with his awkward manners and appearance, that he could not help asking Mr. Dodsley who he was. End of footnote. Justly observed that it was strange that a man who showed he had so much affection for his son as Lord Chesterfield did, by writing so many long and anxious letters to him, almost all of them when he was Secretary of State, which certainly was a proof of great goodness of disposition, should endeavour to make his son a rascal. Chesterfield was Secretary of State from November 1746 to February 1748. His letters to his son extend from 1739 to 1768. End of footnote. His lordship told us that Foote had intended to bring on the stage a father who had thus tutored his son, and to show the son an honest man to every one else, for practising his father's maxims upon him, and cheating him. Foote had taken off Lord Chesterfield in The Cozeners. Mrs. Aircastle trains her son Toby in the Graces. She says to her husband, "Nothing but grace. I wish you would read some late posthumous letters. You would then know the value of grace." Act 2, Scene 2. End of footnote. Johnson. I am much pleased with this design, but I think there was no occasion to make the son honest at all. No, he should be a consummate rogue. The contrast between honesty and knavery would be the stronger. It should be contrived so that the father should be the only sufferer by the son's villainy, and thus there would be poetical justice. He put Lord Elliot in mind of Dr. Walter Hart. "I know," said he, "Hart was your lordship's tutor, and he was also tutor to the Peterborough family. Pray, my lord, do you recollect any particulars that he told you of Lord Peterborough? He is a favourite of mine, and is not enough known. His character has been only ventilated in party pamphlets. Lord Eliot said, if Dr. Johnson would be so good as to ask him any questions, he would tell what he could recollect. Accordingly, some things were mentioned. But, said his lordship, the best account of Lord Peterborough that I have happened to meet with is in Captain Carleton's Memoirs. Carleton was descended of an ancestor who had distinguished himself at the siege of Derry. Footnote: Carleton, according to the Memoirs, made his first service in the navy in 1672, 17 years before the siege of Derry. There is no mention of the siege in the book. End of footnote. He was an officer, and, what was rare at that time, had some knowledge of engineering. Footnote: he had obtained by his long service some knowledge of the practical part of an engineer. End of footnote. Johnson said he had never heard of the book. Lord Eliot had it at Port Eliot, but after a good deal of inquiry, procured a copy in London and sent it to Johnson, who told Sir Joshua Reynolds that he was going to bed when it came, but was so much pleased with it that he sat up till he had read it through, and found in it such an air of truth that he could not doubt of its authenticity. Footnote: Lord Mahon proves that a Captain Carleton really served. It is not impossible, he says, that the manuscript may have been entrusted to Defoe for the purpose of correction or revision. The Memoirs are most strongly marked with internal proofs of authenticity. Lockhart says, it seems to be now pretty generally believed that Carleton's Memoirs were among the numberless fabrications of Defoe, but in this case, if the fact indeed be so, as in that of his Cavalier, he no doubt had before him the rude journal of some officer. Dr. Burton says that manuscripts in the British Museum disprove the possibility of Defoe's authorship. End of footnote. Adding, with a smile, in allusion to Lord Eliot's having recently been raised to the peerage, I did not think that a young lord could have mentioned to me a book in the English history that was not known to me. Footnote: Lord Chesterfield, writing to his son on November the 29th, 1748, says of Mr. Eliot, imitate that application of his which has made him know all thoroughly and to the bottom. He does not content himself with the surface of knowledge, but works in the mine for it, knowing that it lies deep. End of footnote. An addition to our company came after we went up to the drawing room. Dr. Johnson seemed to rise in spirits as his audience increased. He said, he wished Lord Orford's pictures, footnote, the Houghton collection was sold in 1779 by the 3rd Earl of Orford to the Empress of Russia for £40,555. Horace Walpole wrote on August the 4th of that year, well, adieu to Houghton. About its mad master I shall never trouble myself more. From the moment he came into possession, he has undermined every act of my father that was within his reach, but having none of that great man's sense or virtues, he could only lay wild hands on lands and houses. And since he has stripped Houghton of its glory, I do not care a straw what he does with the stone or the acres. End of footnote. And Sir Ashton Lever's museum, footnote, this museum at Alkrington, near Manchester, is described in the Gentleman's Magazine of 1773. A proposal was made in Parliament to buy it for the British Museum. On July the 8th, 1784, a bill enabling Lever to dispose of it by lottery passed the House of Commons. End of footnote. Reader's note, resuming from Johnson saying, he wished Lord Orford's pictures. might be purchased by the public, because both the money and the pictures and the curiosities would remain in the country, whereas if they were sold into another kingdom, the nation would indeed get some money, but would lose the pictures and curiosities, which it would be desirable we should have for improvement in taste and natural history. The only question was, as the nation was much in want of money, whether it would not be better to take a large price from a foreign state. He entered upon a curious discussion of the difference between intuition and sagacity, one being immediate in its effect, the other requiring a circuitous process. One, he observed, was the eye of the mind, the other the nose of the mind. Footnote: Johnson defines intuition as sight of anything, immediate knowledge, and sagacity as quickness of scent, acuteness of discovery. End of footnote. A young gentleman, footnote, young Mr. Burke is probably meant, as it stood in the second edition, it might have been thought that Edmund Burke was the gentleman, the more so as Johnson often denied his want of wit. End of footnote. Present took up the argument against him, and maintained that no man ever thinks of the nose of the mind, not adverting that though that figurative sense seems strange to us, as very unusual, it is truly not more forced than Hamlet's "In my mind's eye, Horatio." He persisted much too long, and appeared to Johnson as putting himself forward as his antagonist with too much presumption, upon which he called to him in a loud tone, "What is it you are contending for, if you be contending?" And afterwards, imagining that the gentleman retorted upon him with a kind of smart drollery, he said, "Mr. Blank Blank, it does not become you to talk so to me. Besides, ridicule is not your talent. You have there neither intuition nor sagacity." The gentleman protested that he had intended no improper freedom, but had the greatest respect for Dr. Johnson. After a short pause, during which we were somewhat uneasy, Johnson: "Give me your hand, sir. You were too tedious, and I was too short." Mr. Blank Blank: "Sir, I am honoured by your attention in any way." Johnson: "Come, sir, let's have no more of it. We offended one another by our contention. Let us not offend the company by our compliments." He now said he wished much to go to Italy, and that he dreaded passing the winter in England. I said nothing, but enjoyed a secret satisfaction in thinking that I had taken the most effectual measures to make such a scheme practicable. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 39. On Monday, June the 28th, I had the honour to receive from the Lord Chancellor the following letter. To James Boswell, Esquire, Sir, I should have answered your letter immediately, if, being much engaged when I received it, I had not put it in my pocket, and forgot to open it till this morning. I am much obliged to you for the suggestion, and I will adopt and press it as far as I can. The best argument, I am sure, and I hope it is not likely to fail, is Dr. Johnson's merit. But it will be necessary, if I should be so unfortunate as to miss seeing you, to converse with Sir Joshua on the sum it will be proper to ask, in short, upon the means of setting him out. It would be a reflection on us all, if such a man should perish for want of the means to take care of his health. Yours, etc., Thurlow. The letter gave me a very high satisfaction. I next day went and showed it to Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was exceedingly pleased with it. He thought that I should now communicate the negotiation to Dr. Johnson, who might afterwards complain if the attention with which he had been honoured should be too long concealed from him. I intended to set out for Scotland next morning, but Sir Joshua cordially insisted that I should stay another day, that Johnson and I might dine with him, and that we three might talk of his Italian tour, and, as Sir Joshua expressed himself, have it all out. I hastened to Johnson, and was told by him that he was rather better to day. Boswell. I am very anxious about you, sir, and particularly that you should go to Italy for the winter, which I believe is your own wish. Johnson. It is, sir. Boswell. You have no objection, I presume, but the money it would require. Johnson. Why, no, sir. Upon which I gave him a particular account of what had been done, and read to him the Lord Chancellor's letter. He listened with much attention, then warmly said, "This is taking prodigious pains about a man." "Oh, sir," said I, with most sincere affection, "your friends would do everything for you." He paused, grew more and more agitated, till tears started into his eyes, and he exclaimed with fervent emotion, "God bless you all." I was so affected that I also shed tears. After a short silence, he renewed and extended his grateful benediction, "God bless you all for Jesus Christ's sake." We both remained for some time unable to speak. He rose suddenly and quitted the room, quite melted in tenderness. He stayed but a short time, till he had recovered his firmness. Soon after he returned, I left him, having first engaged him to dine at Sir Joshua Reynolds's next day. I never was again under that roof which I had so long reverenced. On Wednesday, June the 30th, the friendly confidential dinner with Sir Joshua Reynolds took place, no other company being present. Had I known that this was the last time that I should enjoy in this world the conversation of a friend whom I so much respected, and from whom I derived so much instruction and entertainment, I should have been deeply affected. When I now look back to it, I am vexed that a single word should have been forgotten. Both Sir Joshua and I were so sanguine in our expectations, that we expatiated with confidence on the liberal provision which we were sure would be made for him, conjecturing whether munificence would be displayed in one large donation, or in an ample increase of his pension. He himself catched so much of our enthusiasm as to allow himself to suppose it not impossible that our hopes might in one way or other be realized. He said he would rather have his pension doubled than a grant of £1,000. "For," said he, "though probably I may not live to receive as much as £1,000, a man would have the consciousness that he should pass the remainder of his life in splendour, how long soever it might be." Considering what a moderate proportion an income of £600 a year bears to innumerable fortunes in this country, it is worthy of remark that a man so truly great should think it splendour. As an instance of extraordinary liberality of friendship, he told us that Dr. Brocklesby had upon this occasion offered him 100 a year for his life. A grateful tear started into his eye as he spoke this in a faltering tone. Wyndham says that when Dr. Brocklesby made this offer, Johnson pressed his hands and said, "God bless you through Jesus Christ, but I will take no money but from my sovereign." This, if I mistake not, was told the King through West. Dr. Brocklesby wrote to Burke on July 2nd, 1788, to make him an instant present of £1,000, which, he continues, for years past by will I had destined as a testimony of my regard on my decease. Burke, accepting the present, said, "I shall never be ashamed to have it known that I am obliged to one who never can be capable of converting his kindness into a burthen." End of footnote. Sir Joshua and I endeavoured to flatter his imagination with agreeable prospects of happiness in Italy. "Nay," said he, "I must not expect much of that. When a man goes to Italy merely to feel how he breathes the air, he can enjoy very little." Our conversation turned upon living in the country, which Johnson, whose melancholy mind required the dissipation of quick successive variety, had habituated himself to consider as a kind of mental imprisonment. "Yet, sir," said I, "there are many people who are content to live in the country." Johnson: "Sir, it is in the intellectual world as in the physical world. We are told by natural philosophers that a body is at rest in the place that is fit for it. They who are content to live in the country are fit for the country." Talking of various enjoyments, I argued that a refinement of taste was a disadvantage, as they who have attained to it must be seldomer pleased than those who have no nice discrimination, and are therefore satisfied with everything that comes in their way. Johnson: "Nay, sir, that is a paltry notion. Endeavour to be as perfect as you can in every respect." I accompanied him in Sir Joshua Reynolds's coach to the entry of Bolt Court. He asked me whether I would not go with him to his house. I declined it from an apprehension that my spirits would sink. We bade adieu to each other affectionately in the carriage. When he had got down upon the foot pavement, he called out, "Fare you well," and without looking back sprung away with a kind of pathetic briskness, if I may use that expression, which seemed to indicate a struggle to conceal uneasiness, and impressed me with the foreboding of our long, long separation. I remained one day more in town, to have the chance of talking over my negotiation with the Lord Chancellor, but the multiplicity of his Lordship's important engagements did not allow of it, so I left the management of the business in the hands of Sir Joshua Reynolds. Soon after this time, Dr. Johnson had the mortification of being informed by Mrs. Thrale that what she supposed he never believed was true, namely, that she was actually going to marry Signor Piozzi, an Italian music master. Footnote: Rogers describes him as a very handsome, gentlemanly, and amiable person. Madame D'Arblay tells her one evening at Dr. Burney's home, when Signor Piozzi was playing on the piano, Mrs. Thrale, stealing on tiptoe behind him, ludicrously began imitating him. Dr. Burney whispered to her, "Because, madam, you have no ear yourself for music, will you destroy the attention of all who in that one point are otherwise gifted?" Mrs. Thrale took this rebuke very well. This was her first meeting with Piozzi. It was in Mr. Thrale's lifetime. End of footnote. He endeavoured to prevent it, but in vain. If she would publish the whole of the correspondence that passed between Dr. Johnson and her on the subject, we should have a full view of his real sentiments. As it is, our judgment must be biassed by that characteristic specimen which Sir John Hawkins has given us. Poor Thrale! I thought that either her virtue or her vice would have restrained her from such a marriage. She has now become a subject for her enemies to exult over, and for her friends, if she has any left, to forget or pity. Footnote. The last time Miss Burney saw Johnson, not 3 weeks before his death, he told her that the day before he had seen Miss Thrale. I then said, "Do you ever, sir, hear from mother?" "No," cried he, "nor write to her. I drive her quite from my mind. If I meet with one of her letters, I burn it instantly. I have burnt all I can find. I never speak of her, and I desire never to hear of her more. I drive her, as I said, wholly from my mind." End of footnote. It must be admitted that Johnson derived a considerable portion of happiness from the comforts and elegancies which he enjoyed in Mr. Thrale's family, but Mrs. Thrale assures us that he was indebted for these to her husband alone, who certainly respected him sincerely. Her words are: "Veneration for his virtue, reverence for his talents, delight in his conversation, and habitual endurance of a yoke my husband first put upon me, and of which he contentedly bore his share for 16 or 17 years, made me go on so long with Mr. Johnson. But the perpetual confinement I will own to have been terrifying in the first years of our friendship, and irksome in the last, nor could I pretend to support it without help, when my coadjutor was no more." Alas, how different is this from the declarations which I have heard Mrs. Thrale make in his lifetime, without a single murmur against any peculiarities or against any one circumstance which attended their intimacy. Footnote: the saying of the old philosopher, who observes that he who wants least is most like the gods, who want nothing, was a favourite sentence with Dr. Johnson, who on his own part required less attendance, sick or well, than I ever saw any human creature. Conversation was all he required to make him happy. Miss Burney's account of the life at Streatham is generally very cheerful. I suspect that the irksome confinement described by Mrs. Piozzi was not felt by her till she became attached to Mr. Piozzi. This caused a great change in her behaviour and much unhappiness. He at times treated her harshly. 2 passages in her letters to Miss Burney show a want of feeling in her for a man who for nearly 20 years had been to her almost as a father. On February 18th, 1784, she writes: "Johnson is in a sad way, doubtless, yet he may still with care last another 12 months, and every week's existence is gain to him who, like good Hezekiah, wearies heaven with entreaties for life. I wrote him a very serious letter the other day." On March 23rd she writes: "My going to London will be a dreadful expense, and bring on 1,000 inquiries and inconveniences, visits to Johnson and from Cator. It is likely that in other letters there were like passages, but these letters Miss Burney, for cogent reasons, destroyed." End of footnote. As a sincere friend of the great man whose life I am writing, I think it necessary to guard my readers against the mistaken notion of Dr. Johnson's character which this lady's anecdotes of him suggest; for from the very nature and form of her book, it lends deception lighter wings to fly. "Let it be remembered," says an eminent critic, footnote, who has been pleased to furnish me with his remarks, Boswell, no doubt Malone, who says, however, "On the whole, the public is indebted to her for her lively, though very inaccurate and artful, account of Dr. Johnson." End of footnote. That she has comprised in a small volume all that she could recollect of Dr. Johnson in 20 years, during which period doubtless some severe things were said by him, and they who read the book in 2 hours naturally enough suppose that his whole conversation was of this complexion. But the fact is, I have been often in his company, and never once heard him say a severe thing to any one, and many others can attest the same. When he did say a severe thing, it was generally extorted by ignorance pretending to knowledge, or by extreme vanity or affectation. Two instances of inaccuracy, adds he, are peculiarly worthy of notice. It is said, that natural roughness of his manner, so often mentioned, would, notwithstanding the regularity of his notions, burst through them all from time to time, and he once bade a very celebrated lady, who praised him with too much zeal perhaps, or perhaps too strong an emphasis, which always offended him, consider what her flattery was worth before she choked him with it. Now let the genuine anecdote be contrasted with this. The person thus represented as being harshly treated, though a very celebrated lady, (Footnote: Hannah More, she with her sisters had kept a boarding school at Bristol), was then just come to London from an obscure situation in the country. At Sir Joshua Reynolds's one evening she met Dr. Johnson. She very soon began to pay her court to him in the most fulsome strain. "Spare me, I beseech you, dear madam," was his reply. She still laid it on. "Pray, madam, let us have no more of this," he rejoined. Not paying any attention to these warnings, she continued still her eulogy. At length, provoked by this indelicate and vain obtrusion of compliment, he exclaimed, "Dearest lady, consider with yourself what your flattery is worth before you bestow it so freely." Footnote: She first saw Johnson in June 1774. According to her memoirs, he met her with good humour in his countenance, and continued in the same pleasant humour the whole of the evening. She called on him in Bolt Court. One of her sisters writes, "Miss Reynolds told the Doctor of all our rapturous exclamations about him on the road. He shook his scientific head at Hannah, and said, she was a silly thing." He afterwards mentioned to Miss Reynolds how much he had been touched with the enthusiasm of the young authoress, which was evidently genuine and unaffected. She met him again in the spring of 1775. Her sister writes, "The old genius was extremely jocular, and the young one very pleasant. They indeed tried which could pepper the highest, Goldsmith's retaliation, and it is not clear to me that he was really the highest seasoner." From the Moors we know nothing of his reproof. He had himself said of a literary lady, no doubt Hannah More, "I was obliged to speak to Miss Reynolds to let her know that I desired she would not flatter me so much." Miss Burney records a story she had from Mrs. Thrale, which, she continues, exceeds, I think, in its severity, all the severe things I have yet heard of Dr. Johnson's saying. When Miss More was introduced to him, she began singing his praise in the warmest manner. For some time he heard her with that quietness which a long use of praise has given him. She then redoubled her strokes, till at length he turned suddenly to her with a stern and angry countenance, and said, "Madam, before you flatter a man so grossly to his face, you should consider whether or not your flattery is worth his having." Shortly afterwards, Miss Burney records that Mrs. Thrale said to him, "We have told her what you said to Miss More, and I believe that makes her afraid." He replied, "Well, and if she was to serve me as Miss More did, I should say the same thing to her." We have therefore three reports of what he said, one from Mrs. Thrale indirectly, one from her directly, and the third from Malone. However severe the reproof was, the Moores do not seem to have been much touched by it. At all events, they enjoyed the meeting with Johnson, and Hannah More needed a second reproof that was conveyed to her through Miss Reynolds. How different does this story appear when accompanied with all these circumstances which really belong to it! but which Mrs. Thrale either did not know or has suppressed. She says in another place, "One gentleman, however, who dined at a nobleman's house in his company and that of Mr. Thrale, to whom I was obliged for the anecdote, was willing to enter the lists in defence of King William's character, and having opposed and contradicted Johnson 2 or 3 times petulantly enough, the master of the house began to feel uneasy and expect disagreeable consequences, to avoid which he said loud enough for the doctor to hear, 'Our friend here has no meaning now in all this, except just to relate at club tomorrow how he teased Johnson at dinner today. This is all to do himself honour.' 'No, upon my word,' replied the other, 'I see no honour in it, whatever you may do.' 'Well, sir,' returned Mr. Johnson sternly, 'if you do not see the honour, I am sure I feel the disgrace.' This is all sophisticated. Mr. Thrale was not in the company, though he might have related the story to Mrs. Thrale. A friend from whom I had the story was present, and it was not at the house of a nobleman. On the observation being made by the master of the house on a gentleman's contradicting Johnson, that he had talked for the honour, etc., the gentleman muttered in a low voice, 'I see no honour in it,' and Dr. Johnson said nothing. So all the rest, de bien trouvé, is mere garnish. I have had occasion several times in the course of this work to point out the incorrectness of Mrs. Thrale as to particulars which consisted with my own knowledge; but indeed she has in flippant terms enough expressed her disapprobation of that anxious desire of authenticity which prompts a person who is to record conversations to write them down at the moment. Unquestionably, if they are to be recorded at all, the sooner it is done the better. This lady herself says, 'To recollect, however, and to repeat the sayings of Dr. Johnson is almost all that can be done by the writers of his life, as his life, at least since my acquaintance with him, consisted in little else than talking, when he was not absolutely employed in some serious piece of work.' She boasts of her having kept a commonplace book, and we find she noted at one time or other, in a very lively manner, specimens of the conversations of Dr. Johnson, and of those who talked with him. But had she done it recently, they probably would have been less erroneous, and we should have been relieved from those disagreeable doubts of their authenticity with which we must now peruse them. She says of him, 'He was the most charitable of mortals, without being what we call an active friend; admirable at giving counsel. No man saw his way so clearly, but he would not stir a finger for the assistance of those to whom he was willing enough to give advice.' And again on the same page, 'If you wanted a slight favour, you must apply to people of other dispositions, for not a step would Johnson move to obtain a man of vote in a society, to repay a compliment which might be useful or pleasing, to write a letter of request, etc., or to obtain £100 a year more for a friend who perhaps had already 2 or 3. No force could urge him to diligence, no importunity could conquer his resolution to stand still.' It is amazing that one who had such opportunities of knowing Dr. Johnson should appear so little acquainted with his real character. I am sorry this lady does not advert that she herself contradicts the assertion of his being obstinately defective in the petite morale, in the little endearing charities of social life, in conferring smaller favours, for she says, 'Dr. Johnson was liberal enough in granting literary assistance to others, I think, and innumerable are the prefaces, sermons, lectures, and dedications which he used to make for people who begged of him.' I am certain that a more active friend has rarely been found in any age. Footnote: Johnson, says Murphy, felt not only kindness, but zeal and ardour for his friends. Who, he asks, was more sincere and steady in his friendships? Numbers, he says, still remember with gratitude the friendship which he showed to them with unaltered affection for a number of years. End of footnote. This work, which I fondly hope will rescue his memory from obloquy, contains 1,000 instances of his benevolent exertions in almost every way that can be conceived, and particularly in employing his pen with a generous readiness for those to whom its aid could be useful. Indeed, his obliging activity in doing little offices of kindness, both by letters and personal application, was one of the most remarkable features in his character, and for the truth of this I can appeal to a number of his respectable friends: Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Langton, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Burke, Mr. Wyndham, Mr. Malone, the Bishop of Dromore, Sir William Scott, Sir Robert Chambers. And can Mrs. Thrale forget the advertisements which he wrote for her husband at the time of his election contest, the epitaphs on him and her mother, the playful and even trifling verses for the amusement of her and her daughters, his corresponding with her children and entering into their minute concerns, which shows him in the most amiable light? She relates that Mr. C.H. unexpectedly rode up to Mr. Thrale's carriage, in which Mr. Thrale and she and Dr. Johnson were travelling, that he paid them all his proper compliments, but observing that Dr. Johnson, who was reading, did not see him, tapped him gently on the shoulder. "'Tis Mr. C.H.," says my husband. "Well, sir, what if it is Mr. C.H.?" says the other sternly, just lifting his eyes a moment from his book, and returning to it again with renewed avidity. This surely conveys a notion of Johnson as if he had been grossly rude to Mr. Cholmondeley, a gentleman whom he always loved and esteemed. George James Cholmondeley, Esquire, grandson of George III. Earl of Cholmondeley, and one of the Commissioners of Excise, a gentleman respected for his abilities and elegance of manners. Boswell. When I spoke to him a few years before his death upon this point, I found him very sore at being made the topic of such a debate, and very unwilling to remember anything about either the offence or the apology. Croker. If, therefore, there was an absolute necessity for mentioning the story at all, it might have been thought that her tenderness for Dr. Johnson's character would have disposed her to state anything that could soften it. Why then is there a total silence as to what Mr. Cholmondeley told her? That Johnson, who had known him from his earliest years, having been made sensible of what had doubtless a strange appearance, took occasion, when he afterwards met him, to make a very courteous and kind apology. There is another little circumstance which I cannot but remark. Her book was published in 1785. She had then in her possession a letter from Dr. Johnson dated in 1777, which begins thus: "Cholmondeley's story shocks me, if it be true, which I can hardly think, for I am utterly unconscious of it. I am very sorry, and very much ashamed." Mrs. Piozzi lays the scene of this anecdote in some distant province, either Shropshire or Derbyshire, I believe. Johnson drove through these countings with the Thrales in 1774. If the passage in the letter refers to the same anecdote, and Mrs. Piozzi does not, as far as I know, deny it, more than 3 years passed before Johnson was told of his rudeness. Baretti, in a manuscript note on Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, No. 12, says that the story was Mr. Cholmondeley's running away from his creditors. In this he is certainly wrong. Yet if Mr. Cholmondeley had run away, and others gave the same explanation of the passage, his soreness is easily accounted for. End of footnote. Why then publish the anecdote? Or if she did, why not add the circumstances with which she was well acquainted? End of section 39. Section 40 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 40. In his social intercourse, she thus describes him: ever musing till he was called out to converse, and conversing till the fatigue of his friends, or the promptitude of his own temper to take offence, consigned him back again to silent meditation. Yet in the same book, she tells us, he was, however, seldom inclined to be silent when any moral or literary question was started, and it was on such occasions that, like the sage in Rasselas, he spoke, and attention watched his lips, he reasoned, and conviction closed his periods. His conversation, indeed, was so far from ever fatiguing his friends, that they regretted when it was interrupted or ceased, and could exclaim in Milton's language, "With thee conversing I forget all time." I certainly then do not claim too much in behalf of my illustrious friend in saying that, however smart and entertaining Mrs. Thrale's anecdotes are, they must not be held as good evidence against him, for wherever an instance of harshness and severity is told, I beg leave to doubt its perfect authenticity. For though there may have been some foundation for it, yet, like that of his reproof to the very celebrated lady, it may be so exhibited in the narration as to be very unlike the real fact. The evident tendency of the following anecdote is to represent Dr. Johnson as extremely deficient in affection, tenderness, or even common civility. When one day I lamented the loss of a first cousin killed in America, "Prithee, my dear," said he, "have done with canting. How would the world be the worse for it, I may ask, if all your relations were at once spitted like larks, and roasted for Presto's supper?" Presto was the dog that lay under the table while we talked. Footnote: Johnson one day, on seeing an old terrier lie asleep by the fireside at Streatham, said, "Presto, you are, if possible, a more lazy dog than I am." End of footnote. I suspect this too of exaggeration and distortion. I allow that he made her an angry speech, but let the circumstances fairly appear as told by Mr. Baretti, who was present. Mrs. Thrale, while supping very heartily upon larks, laid down her knife and fork, and abruptly exclaimed, "Oh, my dear Mr. Johnson, do you know what has happened? The last letters from abroad have brought us an account that our poor cousin's head was taken off by a cannon ball." Johnson, who was shocked both at the fact and her light, unfeeling manner of mentioning it, replied, "Madam, it would give you very little concern if all your relations were spitted like those larks, and dressed for Presto's supper." Footnote: Upon mentioning this to my friend Mr. Wilkes, he, with his usual readiness, pleasantly matched it with the following sentimental anecdote. He was invited by a young man of fashion at Paris to sup with him and a lady who had been for some time his mistress, but with whom he was going to part. He said to Mr. Wilkes that he really felt very much for her, she was in such distress, and that he meant to make her a present of 200 louis d'or. Mr. Wilkes observed the behaviour of Mademoiselle, who sighed indeed very piteously, and assumed every pathetic air of grief, but ate no less than 3 French pigeons, which are as large as English partridges, besides other things. Mr. Wilkes whispered the gentleman, "We often say in England, excessive sorrow is exceeding dry, but I never heard excessive sorrow is exceeding hungry. Perhaps 100 will do." The gentleman took the hint. Boswell. End of footnote. It is with concern that I find myself obliged to animadvert on the inaccuracies of Mrs. Piozzi's anecdotes, and perhaps I may be thought to have dwelt too long upon her little collection. But as, from Johnson's long residence under Mr. Thrale's roof and his intimacy with her, the account which she has given of him may have made an unfavourable and unjust impression, my duty as a faithful biographer has obliged me reluctantly to perform this unpleasing task. Having left the pious negotiation, as I called it, in the best hands, I shall here insert what relates to it. Johnson wrote to Sir Joshua Reynolds on July the 6th, as follows: "I am going, I hope in a few days, to try the air of Derbyshire, but I hope to see you before I go. Let me, however, mention to you what I have much at heart. If the Chancellor should continue his attention to Mr. Boswell's request, and confer with you on the means of relieving my languid state, I am very desirous to avoid the appearance of asking money upon false pretences. I desire you to represent to his Lordship what, as soon as it is suggested, he will perceive to be reasonable, that, if I grow much worse, I shall be afraid to leave my physicians to suffer the inconveniences of travel, and pine in the solitude of a foreign country. That, if I grow much better, of which indeed there is now little appearance, I shall not wish to leave my friends and my domestic comforts, for I do not travel for pleasure or curiosity. Yet if I should recover, curiosity would revive. In my present state, I am desirous to make a struggle for a little longer life, and hope to obtain some help from a softer climate. Do for me what you can." He wrote to me, July the 26th, "I wish your affairs could have permitted a longer and continued exertion of your zeal and kindness. They that have your kindness may want your ardour. In the meantime I am very feeble and very dejected." By a letter from Sir Joshua Reynolds I was informed that the Lord Chancellor had called on him, and acquainted him that the application had not been successful, but that his Lordship, after speaking highly in praise of Johnson as a man who was an honour to his country, desired Sir Joshua to let him know that, on granting a mortgage of his pension, he should draw on his Lordship to the amount of £500 or £600, and that his Lordship explained the meaning of the mortgage to be that he wished the business to be conducted in such a manner that Dr. Johnson should appear to be under the least possible obligation. Sir Joshua mentioned that he had by the same post communicated all this to Dr. Johnson. How Johnson was affected upon the occasion will appear from what he wrote to Sir Joshua Reynolds. Ashbourne, September the 9th. Many words, I hope, are not necessary between you and me to convince you what gratitude is excited in my heart by the Chancellor's liberality and your kind offices. I have enclosed a letter to the Chancellor, which, when you have read it, you will be pleased to seal with a head or any other general seal, and convey it to him. Had I sent it directly to him, I should have seemed to overlook the favour of your intervention. To the Lord High Chancellor, footnote, Sir Joshua Reynolds, on account of the excellence both of the sentiment and expression of this letter, took a copy of it, which he showed to some of his friends, one of whom, who admired it, being allowed to peruse it leisurely at home, a copy was made, and found its way into the newspapers and magazines. It was transcribed with some inaccuracies. I printed from the original draft in Johnson's own handwriting. Boswell. Hawkins writes, Johnson, upon being told that it was in print, exclaimed in my hearing, "I am betrayed," but soon after forgot, as he was ever ready to do all real or supposed injuries, the error that made the publication possible. End of footnote. My Lord, after a long and not inattentive observation of mankind, the generosity of your Lordship's offer raises in me not less wonder than gratitude. Footnote. Cooper wrote of Thurlow, "I know well the Chancellor's benevolence of heart, and how much he is misunderstood by the world. When he was young, he would do the kindest things, and at an expense to himself, which at that time he could ill afford, and he would do them too in the most secret manner." Yet Thurlow did not keep his promise made to Cooper when they were fellow clerks in an attorney's office. "Thurlow, I am nobody, and shall always be nobody, and you will be Chancellor. You shall provide for me when you are." He smiled and replied, "I surely will." When Cooper sent him the first volume of his poems, he thought it not worth his while, the poet writes, to return me any answer, or to take the least notice of my present. Mr. afterwards Sir W. Jones, in 2 letters to Burke, speaks of Thurlow as the Greek Therion beast. "I heard last night with surprise and affliction," he wrote on February 15, 1783, "that the Greek Therion was to continue in office. Now I can assure you from my own positive knowledge, and I know him well, that although he hates our species in general, yet his particular hatred is directed against none more virulently than against Lord North and the friends of the late excellent Marquis." End of footnote. Reader's note, Johnson. "Bounties so liberally bestowed I should gladly receive, if my condition made it necessary, for to such a mind who would not be proud to own his obligations? But it has pleased God to restore me to so great a measure of health, that if I should now appropriate so much of a fortune destined to do good, I could not escape from myself the charge of advancing a false claim. My journey to the Continent, though I once thought it necessary, was never much encouraged by my physicians, and I was very desirous that your Lordship should be told of it by Sir Joshua Reynolds as an event very uncertain. For if I grew much better, I should not be willing; if much worse, not able to migrate. Your Lordship was first solicited without my knowledge. But when I was told that you were pleased to honour me with your patronage, I did not expect to hear of a refusal. Yet, as I have had no long time to brood hope, and have not rioted in imaginary opulence, This cold reception has been scarce a disappointment, and from your Lordship's kindness I have received a benefit which only men like you are able to bestow. I shall now live mihi cario, with a higher opinion of my own merit. I am, my Lord, your Lordship's most obliged, most grateful, and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, September 1784. Upon this unexpected failure, I abstain from presuming to make any remarks, or to offer any conjectures. Footnote. Scarcely had Pitt attained possession of unbounded power, when an aged writer of the highest eminence, who had made very little by his writings, and who was sinking into the grave under a load of infirmities and sorrows, wanted £500 or £600 to enable him, during the winter or two which might still remain to him, to draw his breath more easily in the soft climate of Italy. Not a farthing was to be obtained, and before Christmas the author of the English Dictionary and of the Lives of the Poets had gasped his last in the river fog and coal smoke of Fleet Street. Just before, Macaulay, with monstrous exaggeration, says that Gibbon, forced by poverty to leave his country, completed his immortal work on the shores of Lake Leman. This poverty of Gibbon would have been splendour to Johnson. Debrett's Royal Calendar for 1795 shows that there were 12 Lords of the King's Bedchamber, receiving each £1,000 a year, and 14 Grooms of the Bedchamber, receiving each £500 a year. As Burns was made a gauger, so Johnson might have been made a Lord, or at least a Groom, of the Bedchamber. It is not certain that Pitt heard of the application for an increased pension. Mr. Croker quotes from Thurloe's letter to Reynolds of November the 18th, 1784, "It was impossible for me to take the King's pleasure on the suggestion I presume to move. I am an untoward solicitor." Whether he consulted Pitt cannot be known. Mr. Croker notices a curious obliteration in this letter. The Chancellor had written, "It would have suited the purpose better if nobody had heard of it except Dr. Johnson, you, and J. Boswell." Boswell has been erased, artfully too, says Mr. Croker, so that the sentence appears to run, "except Dr. Johnson, you, and I." Mr. Croker, with his usual suspiciousness, suspects an uncandid trick, but it is very likely that Thurloe himself made the obliteration regardless of grammar. He might easily have thought that it would have been better still had Boswell not been in the secret. End of footnote. Having, after repeated reasonings, brought Dr. Johnson to agree to my removing to London, and even to furnish me with arguments in favour of what he had opposed, I wrote to him requesting he would write them for me. He was so good as to comply, and I shall extract that part of his letter to me of June the 11th as a proof how well he could exhibit a cautious yet encouraging view of it. I remember, and entreat you to remember, that virtus est vicium fugere. The first approach to riches is security from poverty. The condition on which you have my consent to settle in London is, that your expense never exceeds your annual income. Fixing this basis of security, you cannot be hurt, and you may be very much advanced. The loss of your Scottish business, which is all that you can lose, is not to be reckoned as any equivalent to the hopes and possibilities that open here upon you. If you succeed, the question of prudence is at an end. Everybody will think that done right, which ends happily. And though your expectations, of which I would not advise you to talk too much, should not be totally answered, you can hardly fail to get friends who will do for you all that your present situation allows you to hope, And if after a few years you should return to Scotland, you will return with a mind supplied by various conversation and many opportunities of inquiry, with much knowledge and materials for reflection and instruction. Let us now contemplate Johnson 30 years after the death of his wife, still retaining for her all the tenderness of affection. To the Reverend Mr. Bagshaw at Bromley, Sir. Perhaps you may remember that in the year 1753 you committed to the ground my dear wife. I now entreat your permission to lay a stone upon her, and have sent the inscription, that, if you find it proper, you may signify your allowance. You will do me a great favour by showing the place where she lies, that the stone may protect her remains. Mr. Ryland will wait on you for the inscription, and procure it to be engraved. You will easily believe that I shrink from this mournful office. When it is done, if I have strength remaining, I will visit Bromley once again, and pay you part of the respect to which you have a right from, Reverend Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, July the 12th, 1784. On the same day he wrote to Mr. Langton, I cannot but think that in my languid and anxious state I have some reason to complain that I receive from you neither inquiry nor consolation. You know how much I value your friendship, and with what confidence I expect your kindness, if I wanted any act of tenderness that you could perform. At least, if you do not know it, I think your ignorance is your own fault. Yet how long is it that I have lived almost in your neighbourhood without the least notice? I do not, however, consider this neglect as particularly shown to me. I hear two of your most valuable friends make the same complaint. But why are all thus overlooked? You are not oppressed by sickness. You are not distracted by business. If you are sick of leisure, and allow yourself to be told that no disease is more to be dreaded or avoided. Rather to do nothing than to do good is the lowest state of a degraded mind. Boileau says to his pupil, que l'hiver ne soit pas votre éternel emploi, cultivez vos amis. That voluntary debility which modern language is content to term indolence will, if it is not counteracted by resolution, render in time the strongest faculties lifeless, and turn the flame to the smoke of virtue. I do not expect nor desire to see you, because I am much pleased to find your mother stays so long with you, and I should think you neither elegant nor grateful if you did not study her gratification. You will pay my respects to both the ladies and to all the young people. I am going northward for a while to try what help the country can give me, but if you will write, the letter will come after me. Next day he set out on a jaunt to Staffordshire and Derbyshire, flattering himself that he might be in some degree relieved. During his absence from London he kept up a correspondence with several of his friends, from which I shall select what appears to me proper for publication, without attending nicely to chronological order. To Dr. Brocklesby he writes, Ashbourne, July the 20th, the kind attention which you have so long shown to my health and happiness makes it as much a debt of gratitude as a call of interest to give you an account of what befalls me when accident recovers me from your immediate care. The journey of the first day was performed with very little sense of fatigue. The second day brought me to Lichfield without much lassitude, but I am afraid that I could not have borne such violent agitation for many days together. Tell Dr. Heberden that in the coach I read Ciceronianus, which I concluded as I entered Lichfield. My affection and understanding went along with Erasmus, except that once or twice he somewhat unskilfully entangled Cicero's civil or moral with his rhetorical character. I stayed 5 days at Lichfield, but being unable to walk, had no great pleasure, and yesterday, the 19th, I came hither, where I am to try what air and attention can perform. Of any improvement in my health I cannot yet please myself with the perception. The asthma has no abatement. Opiates stop the fit, so as that I can sit and sometimes lie easy, but they do not now procure me the power of motion, and I am afraid that my general strength of body does not increase. The weather, indeed, is not benign, but how low is he sunk, whose strength depends upon the weather. I am now looking into Floyer, who lived with his asthma to almost his 90th year. His book, by want of order, is obscure, and his asthma, I think, not of the same kind with mine. Something, however, I may perhaps learn. My appetite still continues keen enough, and what I consider as a symptom of radical health, I have a voracious delight in raw summer fruit, of which I was less eager a few years ago. Footnote: I have heard Dr. Johnson protest that he never had quite as much as he wished of wall fruit, except once in his life. End of footnote. You will be pleased to communicate this account to Dr. Heberden, and if anything is to be done, let me have your joint opinion. Now, abite cure. Let me inquire after the club. July the 31st. Not recollecting that Dr. Heberden might be at Windsor, I thought your letter long in coming, but you know, notitura petuntur. The letter which I so much desired tells me that I have lost one of my best and tenderest friends. My comfort is that he appeared to live like a man that had always before his eyes the fragility of our present existence, and was therefore, I hope, not unprepared to meet his judge. Your attention, dear sir, and that of Dr. Heberden to my health is extremely kind. I am loath to think that I grow worse, and cannot fairly prove even to my own partiality that I grow much better. August the 5th. I return you thanks, dear sir, for your unwearied attention, both medicinal and friendly, and hope to prove the effect of your care by living to acknowledge it. August the 12th. Pray be so kind as to have me in your thoughts, and mention my case to others as you have opportunity. I seem to myself neither to gain nor lose strength. I have lately tried milk, but have yet found no advantage, and am afraid of it merely as a liquid. My appetite is still good, which I know is dear Dr. Heberden's criterion of the vis vitae. As we cannot now see each other, do not omit to write, for you cannot think with what warmth of expectation I reckon the hours of a post day. August 14th. I have hitherto sent you only melancholy letters. You will be glad to hear some better account. Yesterday the asthma remitted, perceptibly remitted, and I moved with more ease than I have enjoyed for many weeks. May God continue his mercy. This account I could not delay, because I am not a lover of complaints or complainers, and yet I have, since we parted, uttered nothing till now but terror and sorrow. Write to me, dear sir. August the 16th. Better, I hope, and better. My respiration gets more and more ease and liberty. I went to church yesterday after a very liberal dinner, without any inconvenience. It is indeed no long walk, but I never walked it without difficulty since I came before. The intention was only to overpower the seeming vis inertiae of the pectoral and pulmonary muscles. I am favoured with a degree of ease that very much delights me, and do not despair of another race upon the stairs of the Academy. Footnote. His letter to Dr. Heberden shows that he had gone with Dr. Brocklesby to the last Academy dinner, when, as he boasted, he went up all the stairs to the pictures without stopping to rest or to breathe. End of footnote. If I were, however, of a humour to see or to show the state of my body on the dark side, I might say, quid te exempta juvat spinis de pluribus una. The nights are still sleepless, and the water rises, though it does not rise very fast. Let us, however, rejoice in all the good that we have. The remission of one disease will enable nature to combat the rest. The squills I have not neglected, for I have taken more than 100 drops a day, and one day took 250, which, according to the popular equivalence of a drop to a grain, is more than half an ounce. I thank you, dear sir, for your attention in ordering the medicines. Your attention to me has never failed. If the virtue of the medicines could be enforced by the benevolence of the prescriber, how soon should I be well? End of section 40. Section 41 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 41. August the 19th. The relaxation of the asthma still continues. Yet I do not trust it wholly to itself, but soothe it now and then with an opiate. I not only perform the perpetual act of respiration with less labour, but I can walk with fewer intervals of rest, and with greater freedom of motion. I never thought well of Dr. James's compounded medicines. His ingredients appeared to me sometimes inefficacious and trifling, and sometimes heterogeneous and destructive of each other. This prescription exhibits a composition of about 330 grains, in which there are 4 grains of emetic tartar and 6 drops of thebaic tincture. He that writes thus surely writes for show. The basis of his medicine is the gum ammoniacum, which dear Dr. Lawrence used to give, but of which I never saw any effect. We will, if you please, let this medicine alone. The squills have every suffrage, and in the squills we will rest for the present. August the 21st. The kindness which you show by having me in your thoughts upon all occasions will, I hope, always fill my heart with gratitude. Be pleased to return my thanks to Sir George Baker, footnote Sir Joshua's physician, end of footnote, for the consideration which he has bestowed upon me. Is this the balloon that has been so long expected, this balloon to which I subscribed, but without payment? Footnote. How much balloons filled people's minds at this time is shown by such entries as the following in Wyndham's diary. February the 7th, 1784. Did not rise till past 9. From that time till 11 did little more than indulge in idle reveries about balloons. July the 20th. The greater part of the time till now, 1 o'clock, spent in foolish reveries about balloons. Horace Walpole wrote on September the 30th, "I cannot fill my paper as the newspapers do with air balloons, which, though ranked with the invention of navigation, appear to me as childish as the flying kites of schoolboys." "Do not write about the balloon," wrote Johnson to Reynolds, "whatever else you may think proper to say." In the beginning of the year he had written, "It is very seriously true that a subscription of £800 has been raised for the wire and workmanship of iron wings." End of footnote. It is pity that philosophers have been disappointed, and shame that they have been cheated, but I know not well how to prevent either. Of this experiment I have read nothing. Where was it exhibited? And who was the man that ran away with so much money? Continue, dear Sir, to write often, and more at a time, for none of your prescriptions operate to their proper uses more certainly than your letters operate as cordials. August the 26th. I suffered you to escape last post without a letter, but you are not to expect such indulgence very often, for I write not so much because I have anything to say, as because I hope for an answer, and the vacancy of my life here makes a letter of great value. I have here little company and little amusement, and thus abandoned to the contemplation of my own miseries, I am sometimes gloomy and depressed. This too I resist as I can, and find opium, I think, useful, but I seldom take more than one grain. Is not this strange weather? Winter absorbed the spring, and now autumn is come before we have had summer. But let not our kindness for each other imitate the inconstancy of the seasons. September the 2nd. Mr. Wyndham has been here to see me. He came, I think, 40 miles out of his way, and stayed about a day and a half. Perhaps I make the time shorter than it was. Such conversation I shall not have again till I come back to the regions of literature. And there Wyndham is inter stellas. Footnote. It is remarkable that so good a Latin scholar as Johnson should have been so inattentive to the metre as, by mistake, to have written stellas instead of ignes, Boswell. End of footnote. Luna minors. Footnote. Micat inter omnes Julium sidus velut inter ignes luna minores. And like the moon, the feebler fires among conspicuous shines the Julian star. Francis. End of footnote. He then mentions the effects of certain medicines as taken, that nature is recovering its original powers, and the functions returning to their proper state. God continue his mercies, and grant me to use them rightly. September the 9th. Do you know the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire? And have you ever seen Chatsworth? I was at Chatsworth on Monday. I had indeed seen it before, but never when its owners were at home. I was very kindly received, and honestly pressed to stay, but I told them that a sick man is not a fit inmate of a great house. But I hope to go again sometime. September the 11th. I think nothing grows worse, but all rather better, except sleep, and that of late has been at its old pranks. Last evening I felt what I had not known for a long time, an inclination to walk for amusement. I took a short walk, and came back again neither breathless nor fatigued. This has been a gloomy, frigid, ungenial summer, but of late it seems to mend. I hear the heat sometimes mentioned, but I do not feel it. Praeterea minimus gelido iam in corpore sanguis febre calet sola. Footnote. The little blood that creeps within his veins is but just warmed in a hot fever's pains. Dryden. End of footnote. I hope, however, with good help, to find means of supporting a winter at home, and to hear and tell at the club what is doing, and what ought to be doing in the world. I have no company here, and shall naturally come home hungry for conversation. To wish you, dear Sir, more leisure would not be kind, but what leisure you have, you must bestow upon me. September the 16th. I have now let you alone for a long time, having indeed little to say. You charge me somewhat unjustly with luxury. At Chatsworth you should remember that I have eaten but once, and the doctor, with whom I live, follows a milk diet. I grow no fatter, though my stomach, if it be not disturbed by physic, never fails me. I now grow weary of solitude, and think of removing next week to Lichfield, a place of more society, but otherwise of less convenience. When I am settled, I shall write again. Of the hot weather that you mention, we have not had in Derbyshire very much, and for myself I seldom feel heat, and suppose that my frigidity is the effect of my distemper, a supposition which naturally leads me to hope that a hotter climate may be useful, but I hope to stand another English winter. Lichfield, September the 29th. On one day I had 3 letters about the air balloon. Footnote: Lunardi had made on September the 15th the first balloon ascent in England. Johnson wrote to Mr. Ryland on September the 18th, I had this day in 3 letters 3 histories of the flying man in the great balloon. He adds, I live in dismal solitude. End of footnote. Yours was by far the best, and has enabled me to impart to my friends in the country an idea of this species of amusement. In amusement, mere amusement, I am afraid it must end, for I do not find that its course can be directed so that it should serve any purposes of communication, and it can give no new intelligence of the state of the air at different heights till they have ascended above the height of mountains, which they seem never likely to do. I came hither on the 27th. How long I shall stay I have not determined. My dropsy is gone, and my asthma much remitted, but I have felt myself a little declining these 2 days, or at least to-day, but such vicissitudes must be expected. One day may be worse than another, but this last month is far better than the former. If the next should be as much better than this, I shall run about the town on my own legs. October the 6th. The fate of the balloon I do not much lament. To make new balloons is to repeat the jest again. Footnote: September the 27th, 1784, went to see Blanchard's balloon, met Burke and D. Burke, walked with them to Pantheon to see Lunardi's. September 29. About 9 came to Brooks's, where I heard that the balloon had been burnt about 4 o'clock. End of footnote. We now know a method of mounting into the air, and I think are not likely to know more. The vehicles can serve no use till we can guide them, and they can gratify no curiosity till we mount with them to greater heights than we can reach without, till we rise above the tops of the highest mountains, which we have yet not done. We know the state of the air in all its regions to the top of Teneriffe, and therefore learn nothing from those who navigate a balloon below the clouds. The first experiment, however, was bold, and deserved applause and reward. But since it has been performed, and its event is known, I had rather now find a medicine that can ease an asthma. October the 25th. You write to me with a zeal that animates and a tenderness that melts me. I am not afraid either of a journey to London or a residence in it. I came down with little fatigue, and am now not weaker. In the smoky atmosphere I was delivered from the dropsy, which I consider as the original and radical disease. The town is my element. There are my friends, there are my books, to which I have not yet bid farewell, and there are my amusements. Footnote. His love of London continually appears. In a letter from him to Mrs. Smart, wife of his friend the poet, which is published in a well-written life of him, prefixed to an edition of his poems in 1791, there is the following sentence: "To one that has passed so many years in the pleasures and opulence of London, there are few places that can give much delight." Once, upon reading that line in the curious epitaph quoted in the Spectator, "Born in New England, did in London die," he laughed and said, "I do not wonder at this. It would have been strange if, born in London, he had died in New England." Boswell. Mrs. Smart was in Dublin when Johnson wrote to her. After the passage quoted by Boswell, he continued, "I think, madam, you may look upon your expedition as a proper preparative to the voyage which we have often talked of. Dublin, though a place much worse than London, is not so bad as Iceland." The epitaph quoted in the Spectator begins, "Here Thomas Sapper lies interred. Ah, why, born in New England, did in London die." End of footnote. Sir Joshua told me long ago that my vocation was to public life, and I hope still to keep my station till God shall bid me go in peace. To Mr. Wheal. Ashbourne, August 7th. Since I was here, I have 2 little letters from you, and I have not had the gratitude to write. But every man is most free with his best friends, because he does not suppose that they can suspect him of intentional incivility. One reason for my omission is that, being in a place to which you are wholly a stranger, I have no topics of correspondence. If you had any knowledge of Ashbourne, I could tell you of 2 Ashbourne men who, being last week condemned at Derby to be hanged for a robbery, went and hanged themselves in their cell. Footnote. There is no record of this in the Gentleman's Magazine. Among the 149 persons who that summer had been sentenced to death, who would notice these 2? End of footnote. But this, however it may supply us with talk, is nothing to you. Your kindness, I know, would make you glad to hear some good of me, but I have not much good to tell. If I grow not worse, it is all that I can say. I hope Mrs. Wheal receives more help from her migration. Make her my compliments, and write again to, dear Sir, your affectionate servant. August 13th. I thank you for your affectionate letter. I hope we shall both be the better for each other's friendship, and I hope we shall not very quickly be parted. Tell Mr. Nichols that I shall be glad of his correspondence when his business allows him a little remission, though to wish him less business that I may have more pleasure would be too selfish. To pay for seats at the balloon is not very necessary, because in less than a minute they who gaze at a mile's distance will see all that can be seen. About the wings I am of your mind. They cannot at all assist, nor, I think, regulate its motion. I am now grown somewhat easier in my body, but my mind is sometimes depressed. About the club I am in no great pain. The forfeitures go on, and the house, I hear, is improved for our future meetings. I hope we shall meet often and sit long. September 4th. Your letter was indeed long in coming, but it was very welcome. Our acquaintance has now subsisted long, and our recollection of each other involves a great space and many little occurrences which melt the thoughts to tenderness. Write to me, therefore, as frequently as you can. I hear from Dr. Brocklesby and Mr. Ryland that the club is not crowded. I hope we shall enliven it when winter brings us together. To Dr. Burney. August 2nd. The weather, you know, has not been balmy. I am now reduced to think, and at last content to talk, of the weather. Pride must have a fall. Footnote. There was no information for which Dr. Johnson was less grateful than for that which concerned the weather. It was in allusion to his impatience with those who were reduced to keep conversation alive by observations on the weather that he applied the old proverb to himself. If any one of his intimate acquaintance told him it was hot or cold, wet or dry, windy or calm, he would stop them by saying, "Pooh, pooh, you are telling us that of which none but men in a mine or a dungeon can be ignorant. Let us bear with patience, or enjoy in quiet, elementary changes, whether for the better or the worse, as they are never secrets." Burney. In The Idler, Johnson shows that an Englishman's notice of the weather is the natural consequence of changeable skies and uncertain seasons. In our island every man goes to sleep unable to guess whether he shall behold in the morning a bright or cloudy atmosphere, whether his rest shall be lulled by a shower or broken by a tempest. We therefore rejoice mutually at good weather, as at an escape from something that we feared, and mutually complain of bad, as of the loss of something that we hoped. End of footnote. I have lost dear Mr. Allen, and wherever I turn, the dead or the dying meet my notice and force my attention upon misery and mortality. Mrs. Burney's escape from so much danger, and her ease after so much pain, throws, however, some radiance of hope upon the gloomy prospect. May her recovery be perfect, and her continuance long. I struggle hard for life. I take physic and take air. My friend's chariot is always ready. We have run this morning 24 miles, and could run 48 more. But who can run the race with death? September the 4th. Concerning a private transaction in which his opinion was asked, and after giving it, he makes the following reflections, which are applicable on other occasions. Nothing deserves more compassion than wrong conduct with good meaning, than loss or obloquy suffered by one who, as he is conscious only of good intentions, wonders why he loses that kindness which he wishes to preserve, and not knowing his own fault, if, as may sometimes happen, nobody will tell him, goes on to offend by his endeavours to please. I am delighted by finding that our opinions are the same. You will do me a real kindness by continuing to write. A post day has now been long a day of recreation. November the 1st. Our correspondence paused for want of topics. I had said what I had to say on the matter proposed to my consideration, and nothing remained but to tell you that I waked or slept, that I was more or less sick. I drew my thoughts in upon myself, and supposed yours employed upon your book. That your book has been delayed, I am glad, since you have gained an opportunity of being more exact. Footnote, his account of the musical performances in commemoration of Handel. End of footnote. Of the caution necessary in adjusting narratives there is no end. Some tell what they do not know, that they may not seem ignorant, and others from mere indifference about truth. All truth is not indeed of equal importance, but if little violations are allowed, every violation will in time be thought little, and a writer should keep himself vigilantly on his guard against the first temptations to negligence or supineness. I had ceased to write, because respecting you I had no more to say, and respecting myself could say little good. I cannot boast of advancement, and in cases of convalescence it may be said, with few exceptions, non progredi est regredi. I hope I may be accepted. My great difficulty was with my sweet Fanny, (the celebrated Miss Fanny Burney, Boswell,) who, by her artifice of inserting her letter in yours, had given me a precept of frugality which I was not at liberty to neglect. Dr. Burney's letter must have been franked, otherwise there would have been no frugality, for each enclosure was charged as a separate letter. And I know not who were in town under whose cover I could send my letter. He does not know, that is to say, what people of his acquaintance were in town privileged to receive letters post free, such as members of either House of Parliament. I rejoice to hear that you are all so well, and have a delight particularly sympathetic in the recovery of Mrs. Burney. To Mr. Langton, August the 25th. The kindness of your last letter, and my omission to answer it, begins to give you, even in my opinion, a right to recriminate, and to charge me with forgetfulness for the absent. I will therefore delay no longer to give an account of myself, and wish I could relate what would please either myself or my friend. On July the 13th I left London, partly in hope of help from new air and change of place, and partly excited by the sick man's impatience of the present. I got to Lichfield in a stage vehicle, with very little fatigue, in 2 days, and had the consolation to find that since my last visit my 3 old acquaintance are all dead. July the 20th I went to Ashbourne, where I have been till now. The house in which we live is repairing. I live in too much solitude, and am often deeply dejected. I wish we were nearer, and rejoice in your removal to London. A friend at once cheerful and serious is a great acquisition. Let us not neglect one another for the little time which Providence allows us to hope. Of my health I cannot tell you what my wishes persuaded me to expect, that it is much improved by the season or by remedies. I am sleepless, my legs grow weary with very few steps, and the water breaks its boundaries in some degree. The asthma, however, has remitted. My breath is still much obstructed, but is more free than it was. Nights of watchfulness produce torpid days. I read very little, though I am alone, for I am tempted to supply in the day what I lost in bed. This is my history. Like all other histories, a narrative of misery. Yet am I so much better than in the beginning of the year, that I ought to be ashamed of complaining. I now sit and write with very little sensibility of pain or weakness, but when I rise I shall find my legs betraying me. Of the money which you mentioned I have no immediate need. Keep it, however, for me, unless some exigence requires it. Your papers I will show you certainly when you would see them, but I am a little angry at you for not keeping minutes of your own acceptum et expensum, and think a little time might be spared from Aristophanes for the res familiares. Forgive me, for I mean well. I hope, dear Sir, that you and Lady Rothes and all the young people, too many to enumerate, are well and happy. God bless you all. To Mr. Windham, August. The tenderness with which you have been pleased to treat me through my long illness, neither health nor sickness can, I hope, make me forget. And you are not to suppose that after we parted you were no longer in my mind. But what can a sick man say but that he is sick? His thoughts are necessarily concentrated in himself. He neither receives nor can give delight. His inquiries are after alleviations of pain, and his efforts are to catch some momentary comfort. Though I am now in the neighbourhood of the Peak, you must expect no account of its wonders, of its hills, its waters, its caverns, or its mines. But I will tell you, dear sir, what I hope you will not hear with less satisfaction, that for about a week past my asthma has been less afflictive. Lichfield, October 2nd. Footnote: Wyndham visited him at Ashbourne in the end of August, after the former of these letters was written. End footnote. I believe you have been long enough acquainted with the phenomena of sickness not to be surprised that a sick man wishes to be where he is not, and where it appears to everybody but himself that he might easily be, without having the resolution to remove. I thought Ashbourne a solitary place, but did not come hither till last Monday. I have here more company, but my health has for this last week not advanced, and in the languor of disease how little can be done. Whither or when I shall make my next remove I cannot tell, but I entreat you, dear sir, to let me know from time to time where you may be found, for your residence is a very powerful attractive to, sir, your most humble servant. End of section 41.
Section 42 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arup Sen. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell. Section 42. To Mr. Perkins. Dear Sir, I cannot but flatter myself that your kindness for me will make you glad to know where I am, and in what state. I have been struggling very hard with my diseases. My breath has been very much obstructed, and the water has attempted to encroach upon me again. I passed the first part of the summer at Oxford. Afterwards I went to Lichfield, thence to Ashbourne in Derbyshire, and a week ago I returned to Lichfield. My breath is now much easier, and the water is in a great measure run away, so that I hope to see you again before winter. Please to make my compliments to Mrs. Perkins and to Mr. and Mrs. Berkeley. I am, dear sir, your most humble servant, Sam Johnson, Lichfield, October 4, 1784. To the Right Honourable William Gerard Hamilton. Dear Sir, considering what reason you gave me in the spring to conclude that you took part in whatever good or evil might befall me, I ought not to have omitted so long the account which I am now about to give you. My diseases are an asthma and a dropsy, and, what is less curable, 75. Of the dropsy, in the beginning of the summer, or in the spring, I recovered to a degree which struck with wonder both me and my physicians. The asthma now is likewise, for a time, very much relieved. I went to Oxford, where the asthma was very tyrannical, and the dropsy began again to threaten me, but by seasonable physic stopped the inundation. I then returned to London, and in July took a resolution to visit Staffordshire and Derbyshire, where I am yet struggling with my diseases. The dropsy made another attack, and was not easily ejected, but at last gave way. The asthma suddenly remitted in bed on the 13th of August, and, though very oppressive, is, I think, still somewhat gentler than it was before the remission. My limbs are miserably debilitated, and my nights are sleepless and tedious. When you read this, dear sir, you are not sorry that I wrote no sooner. I will not prolong my complaints. I hope still to see you in a happier hour, to talk over what we have often talked, and perhaps to find new topics of merriment, or new incitements to curiosity. I am, dear sir, etc., Sam Johnson, Lichfield, October 20, 1784. To John Paradise, Esquire. Footnote. Son of the late Peter Paradise, Esquire, His Britannic Majesty Consul at Solokha in Macedonia, by his lady, a native of that country. He studied at Oxford, and has been honoured by that university with the degree of Legum Doctor. He is distinguished not only by his learning and talents, but by an amiable disposition, gentleness of manners, and a very general acquaintance with well-informed and accomplished persons of almost all nations. Boswell. End of footnote. Though in all my summer's excursion I have given you no account of myself, I hope you think better of me than to imagine it possible for me to forget you, whose kindness to me has been too great and too constant not to have made its impression on a harder breast than mine. Silence is not very culpable when nothing pleasing is suppressed. It would have alleviated none of your complaints to have read my vicissitudes of evil. I have struggled hard with very formidable and obstinate maladies, and though I cannot talk of health, think all praise due to my Creator and Preserver for the continuance of my life. The dropsy has made 2 attacks, and has given way to medicine. The asthma is very oppressive, but that has likewise once remitted. I am very weak, and very sleepless, but it is time to conclude the tale of misery. I hope, dear sir, that you grow better, for you have likewise your share of human evil, and that your lady and the young charmers are well. I am, dear sir, etc., Sam Johnson, Lichfield, October 20, 1784. To Mr. George Nicol. Footnote. Bookseller to His Majesty, Boswell. End of footnote. Dear sir, since we parted, I have been very much oppressed by my asthma, but it has lately been less laborious. When I sit, I am almost at ease. I can walk, though yet very little, with less difficulty for this week past than before. I hope I shall again enjoy my friends, and that you and I shall have a little more literary conversation. Where I now am, everything is very liberally provided for me, but conversation. My friend is sick himself, and the reciprocation of complaints and groans affords not much of either pleasure or instruction. What we have not at home this town does not supply, and I shall be glad of a little imported intelligence, and I hope that you will bestow, now and then, a little time on the relief and entertainment of, Sir, yours, etc., Sam Johnson. Ashbourne, August 19, 1784. To Mr. Cruikshank. Dear Sir, do not suppose that I forget you. I hope I shall never be accused of forgetting my benefactors. Footnote. Mr. Cruikshank attended him as a surgeon the year before. End of footnote. I had till lately nothing to write but complaints upon complaints, of miseries upon miseries. But within this fortnight I have received a great relief. Have your lectures any vacation? If you are released from the necessity of daily study, you may find time for a letter to me. In this letter he states the particulars of his case. In return for his account of my health, let me have a good account of yours, and of your prosperity in all your undertakings. I am, dear sir, yours, etc., Sam Johnson, Ashbourne, September 4, 1784. To Mr. Thomas Davies, August 14. The tenderness with which you always treat me makes me culpable in my own eyes for having omitted to write in so long a separation. I had, indeed, nothing to say that you could wish to hear. All that has been hitherto misery accumulated upon misery, disease corroborating disease, till yesterday my asthma was perceptibly and unexpectedly mitigated. I am comforted with this short relief, and am willing to flatter myself that it may continue and improve. I have at present such a degree of ease as not only may admit the comforts, but the duties of life. Make my compliments to Mrs. Davies. Poor dear Alan, he was a good man. To Sir Joshua Reynolds, Ashbourne, July 21. The tenderness with which I am treated by my friends makes it reasonable to suppose that they are desirous to know the state of my health, and a desire so benevolent ought to be gratified. I came to Lichfield in 2 days, without any painful fatigue, and on Monday came hither, where I purpose to stay, and try what air and regularity will effect. I cannot yet persuade myself that I have made much progress in recovery. My sleep is little, my breath is very much encumbered, and my legs are very weak. The water has increased a little, but has again run off. The most distressing symptom is want of sleep. August 19. Having had since our separation little to say that could please you or myself by saying, I have not been lavish of useless letters. But I flatter myself that you will partake of the pleasure with which I can now tell you that about a week ago I felt suddenly a sensible remission of my asthma, and consequently a greater lightness of action and motion. Of this grateful alleviation I know not the cause, nor dare depend upon its continuance, but while it lasts, I endeavour to enjoy it, and am desirous of communicating, while it lasts, my pleasure to my friends. Hitherto, dear sir, I had written before the post, which stays in this town but a little while, brought me your letter. Mr. Davies seems to have represented my little tendency to recovery in terms too splendid. I am still restless, still weak, still watery, but the asthma is less oppressive. Poor Ramsay. Footnote. Allan Ramsay, Esquire, painter to His Majesty, who died August 10, 1784, in the 71st year of his age, much regretted by his friends. Boswell. End of footnote. On which side soever I turn, mortality presents its formidable frown. I left 3 old friends at Lichfield when I was last there, and now found them all dead. I no sooner lose sight of dear Alan than I am told that I shall see him no more. That we must all die, we always knew. I wish I had sooner remembered it. Do not think me intrusive or importunate, if I now call, dear sir, on you to remember it. September 2. I am glad that a little favour from the court has intercepted my furious purposes. Footnote. Northcote says that Johnson most probably refers to Sir Joshua's becoming painter to the king. I know, he continues, that Sir Joshua expected the appointment would be offered to him on the death of Ramsay, and expressed his disapprobation with regard to soliciting for it. But he was informed that it was a necessary point of etiquette, with which at last he complied. His furious purposes should seem to have been his intention to resign the presidency of the Academy, on finding that the place was not at once given him, and in the knowledge that the Academy there was a party against him. End of footnote. I could not in any case have approved such public violence of resentment, and should have considered any who encouraged it as rather seeking sport for themselves than honour for you. Resentment gratifies him who intended an injury, and pains him unjustly who did not intend it. But all this is now superfluous. I still continue by God's mercy to mend. My breath is easier, my nights are quieter, and my less are less in bulk and stronger in use. I have, however, yet a great deal to overcome, before I can yet attain even an old man's health. Do write to me now and then. We are now old acquaintance, and perhaps few people have lived so much and so long together, with less cause of complaint on either side. The retrospection of this is very pleasant, and I hope we shall never think on each other with less kindness. September 9. I could not answer your letter before this day, because I went on the 6th to Chatsworth, and did not come back till the post was gone. Many words, I hope, are not necessary between you and me to convince you what gratitude is excited in my heart by the Chancellor's liberality and your kind offices. I did not indeed expect that what was asked by the Chancellor would have been refused, but since it has, we will not tell that anything has been asked. Footnote: the Chancellor had not, it should seem, asked the King. End of footnote. I have enclosed a letter to the Chancellor which, when you have read it, you will be pleased to seal with a head, or other general seal, and convey it to him. Had I sent it directly to him, I should have seemed to overlook the favour of your intervention. My last letter told you of my advance in health, which, I think, in the whole still continues. Of the hydropic tumour there is now very little appearance. The asthma is much less troublesome, and seems to remit something day after day. I do not despair of supporting an English winter. At Chatsworth I met young Mr. Burke, who led me very commodiously into conversation with the Duke and Duchess. We had a very good morning. The dinner was public. Footnote: the Duke of Devonshire has kindly given me the following explanation of this term. It was formerly the custom at some, I believe several, of the large country houses to have dinners at which any of the neighbouring gentry and clergy might present themselves as guests, without invitation. The custom had been discontinued at Chatsworth before my recollection, so as far as I am aware is now only kept up at Wentworth, Lord Fitzwilliam's house in Yorkshire, where a few public dinners are still given annually. I believe, however, that all persons intending to be present on such occasions are now expected to give notice some days previously. Public dinners were also given formerly by the Archbishop of Canterbury, and if I am not mistaken, also by the Archbishop of York. I have myself been present at a public dinner at Lambeth Palace within the last 50 years or thereabouts, and I have been at one or more such dinners at Wentworth. Since receiving this explanation, I have read the following in the second part of the Greville Memoirs. June 1, 1838. I dined yesterday at Lambeth, at the Archbishop's public dinner, the handsomest entertainment I ever saw. There were nearly 100 people present, all full dressed, or in uniform. Nothing can be more dignified and splendid than the whole arrangement. End of footnote. September 18. I flattered myself that this week would have given me a letter from you, but none has come. Write to me now and then, but direct your next to Lichfield. I think, and I hope, am sure, that I still grow better. I have sometimes good nights, but am still in my legs weak, but so much mended, that I go to Lichfield in hope of being able to pay my visits on foot, for there are no coaches. I have 3 letters this day, all about the balloon. I could have been content with one. Do not write about the balloon, whatever else you may think proper to say. Footnote. 6 weeks later he was willing to hear even of balloons, so long as he got a letter. You, he wrote to Mr. Sastre, may always have something to tell. You live among the various orders of mankind, and may make a letter from the exploits, sometimes of the philosopher, and sometimes of the pickpocket. You see some balloons succeed and some miscarry, and 1,000 strange and 1,000 foolish things. End of footnote. October 2. I am always proud of your approbation, and therefore was much pleased that you liked my letter. When you copied it, you invaded the Chancellor's right rather than mine. The refusal I did not expect, but I had never thought much about it, for I doubted whether the Chancellor had so much tenderness for me as to ask. He, being keeper of the King's conscience, ought not to be supposed capable of an improper petition. All is not gold that glitters, as we have often been told, and the adage is verified in your place and my favour. Footnote. He alludes probably to the place of King's painter, which, since Burke's reforming the King's household expenses, had been reduced from £200 to £50 per annum. The place was more profitable than Johnson thought. It was worth having from the harvest it brought in by the multiple of the faces of King and Queen as presents for ambassadors and potentates. This is shewn by the following note in Sir Joshua's Price book. November 28, 1789. Remain in the Academy 5 kings, 4 queens. In the House 2 kings and 1 queen. End of footnote. But if what happens does not make us richer, we must bid it welcome if it makes us wiser. I do not at present grow better, nor much worse. My hopes, however, are somewhat abated, and a very great loss is the loss of hope. But I struggle on as I can. To Mr. John Nichols. Lichfield, October 20. When you were here, you were pleased, as I am told, to think my absence an inconvenience. I should certainly have been very glad to give so skilful a lover of antiquities any information about my native place, of which, however, I know not much, and have reason to believe that not much is known. Though I have not given you any amusement, I have received amusement from you. At Ashbourne, where I had very little company, I had the luck to borrow Mr. Bowyer's Life, a book so full of contemporary history that a literary man must find some of his old friends. I thought that I could, now and then, have told you some hints worth your notice, and perhaps we may talk a life over. I hope we shall be much together. You must now be to me what you were before, and what dear Mr. Allen was, besides. He was taken unexpectedly away, but I think he was a very good man. I have made little progress in recovery. I am very weak and very sleepless, but I live on and hope. Footnote. On November 4 he wrote to Mr. Ryland, I have just received a letter in which you tell me that you love to hear from me, and I value such a declaration too much to neglect it. To have a friend, and a friend like you, may be numbered amongst the first felicities of life. At a time when weakness either of body or mind loses the pride and the confidence of self-sufficiency, and looks round for that help which perhaps human kindness cannot give, and which we yet are willing to expect from one another. I am at this time very much dejected. I am now preparing myself for my return, and do not despair of some more monthly meetings. To hear that dear Payne is better gives me great delight. I saw the draught of the stone over Mrs. Johnson's grave. Shall I ever be able to bear the sight of this stone? In your company I hope I shall. End of footnote. This various mass of correspondence, which I have thus brought together, is valuable both as an addition to the store which the public already has of Johnson's writing, and as exhibiting a genuine and noble specimen of vigour and vivacity of mind, which neither age nor sickness could impair or diminish. It may be observed that his writing in every way, whether for the public or privately to his friends, was by fits and starts. We see frequently that many letters are written on the same day. When he had once overcome his aversion to begin, he was, I suppose, desirous to go on, in order to relieve his mind from the uneasy reflection of delaying what he ought to do. Footnote. To him as a writer might be generally applied what he said of Rochester. His pieces are commonly short, such as one fit of resolution would produce. End of footnote. While in the country, notwithstanding the accumulation of illness which he endured, his mind did not lose its powers. He translated an Ode of Horace, which is printed in his Works, and composed several prayers. I shall insert one of them, which is so wise and energetic, so philosophical and so pious, that I doubt not of its affording consolation to many a sincere Christian, when in a state of mind to which I believe the best are sometimes liable. Footnote. Against inquisitive and perplexing thoughts, O Lord, my Maker and Protector, who hast graciously sent me into this world to work out my salvation, enable me to drive me from all such unquiet and perplexing thoughts as may mislead or hinder me in the practice of those duties which thou hast required. When I behold the works of thy hands, and consider the course of thy providence, give me grace always to remember that thy thoughts are not my thoughts, nor thy ways my ways, and while it shall please thee to continue me in this world, where much is to be done, and little to be known, teach me by thy Holy Spirit to withdraw my mind from unprofitable and dangerous inquiries, from difficulties vainly curious, and doubts impossible to be solved. Let me rejoice in the light which thou hast imparted. Let me serve thee with active zeal and humble confidence, and wait with patient expectation for the time in which the soul which thou receivest shall be satisfied with knowledge. Grant this, O Lord, for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. Boswell. End of footnote. And here I am enabled to fully refute a very unjust reflection by Sir John Hawkins, both against Dr. Johnson and his faithful servant Mr. Francis Barber, as if both of them had been guilty of culpable neglect towards a person of the name of Healy, whom Sir John chooses to call a relation of Dr. Johnson's. The fact is that Mr. Healy was not his relation. He had indeed been married to one of his cousins, but she had died without having children, and he had married another woman, so that even the slight connection which there once had been by alliance was dissolved. Dr. Johnson, who had shewn very great liberality to this man while his first wife was alive, as had appeared in a former part of his work, was humane and charitable enough to continue his bounty to him occasionally. But surely there was no strong call of duty upon him or upon his legatee to do more. The following letter, obligingly communicated to me by Mr. Andrew Strahan, will confirm what I have stated. To Mr. Healy, No. 5 in Pye Street, Westminster. Sir, as necessity obliges you to call so soon again upon me, you should at least have told the smallest sum will supply your present want. You cannot suppose that I have much to spare. 2 guineas is as much as you ought to be behind with your creditor. If you wait on Mr. Strahan, in New Street, Fetter Lane, or in his absence on Mr. Andrew Strahan, Shew this, by which they are entreated to advance you 2 guineas, and to keep this as a voucher. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Sam Johnson. Ashbourne, August 12, 1784. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 43. Indeed, it is very necessary to keep in mind that Sir John Hawkins has unaccountably viewed Johnson's character and conduct in almost every particular with an unhappy prejudice. Footnote: I shall add one instance only to those which I have thought it incumbent on me to point out. Talking of Mr. Garrick's having signified his willingness to let Johnson have the loan of any of his books to assist him in his edition of Shakespeare, Sir John says, Mr. Garrick knew not what risk he ran by this offer. Johnson had so strange a forgetfulness of obligations of this sort, that few who lent him books ever saw them again. This surely conveys a most unfavourable insinuation, and has been so understood. Sir John mentions the single case of a curious edition of Politian, where he tells us, appeared to belong to Pembroke College, and which, probably, had been considered by Johnson as his own for upwards of 50 years. Would it not be fairer to consider this as an inadvertence, and draw no general inference? The truth is, that Johnson was so attentive, that in one of his manuscripts in my possession he has marked in 2 columns, books borrowed and books lent. In Sir John Hawkins's compilation there are, however, some passages concerning Johnson which have unquestionable merit. One of them I shall transcribe, in justice to a writer whom I have had too much occasion to censure, and to shew my fairness as the biographer of my illustrious friend. There was wanting in his conduct and behaviour that dignity which results from a regular and orderly course of action, and by an irresistible power commands esteem. He could not be said to be a staid man, nor so to have adjusted in his mind the balance of reason and passion, as to give occasion to say what may be observed of some men, that all they do is just, fit, and right. Yet a judicious friend well suggests, it might however have been added, that such men are often merely just and rigidly correct, while their hearts are cold and unfeeling, and that Johnson's virtues were of a much higher tone than those of the staid, orderly man here described. Boswell. End of footnote. We now behold Johnson for the last time in his native city, for which he ever retained a warm affection, and which, by a sudden apostrophe, under the word Lick. Footnote: Lick, a dead carcass, whence Lichfield, the field of the dead, a city in Staffordshire, so named from martyred Christians. Salve magna parens. It is curious that in the abridgment of the dictionary he struck out this salutation, though he left the rest of the article. Salve magna parens, hail, mighty parent, is from Virgil's Georgics. The Reverend T. Twining, when at Lichfield in 1797, says, I visited the famous large old willow tree, which Johnson, they say, used to kiss when he came to Lichfield. End of footnote. He introduces with reverence into his immortal work the English dictionary, Salve magna parens. Footnote: The following circumstance, mutually to the honour of Johnson and the corporation of his native city, has been communicated to me by the Reverend Dr. Vyse, from the town clerk. Mr. Simpson has now before him a record of the respect and veneration which the corporation of Lichfield in the year 1767 had for the merits and learning of Dr. Johnson. His father built the corner house in the market place, the 2 fronts of which, towards Market and Broad Market Street, stood upon waste land of the corporation, under a 40 years' lease, which was then expired. On the 15th of August, 1767, at a common hall of the bailiffs and citizens, it was ordered, and that without any solicitation, that a lease should be granted to Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws, of the encroachments at his house. for the term of 99 years, at the old rent, which was 5 shillings. Of which, as town clerk, Mr. Simpson had the honour and pleasure of informing him that he was desired to accept it, without paying any fine on the occasion, which lease was afterwards granted, and the doctor died possessed of this property. Boswell. End of footnote. While here he felt a revival of all the tenderness of filial affection, an instance of which appeared in his ordering the gravestone and inscription over Elizabeth Blaney to be substantially and carefully renewed. To Mr. Henry White, a young clergyman, with whom he now formed an intimacy, so as to talk to him with great freedom, he mentioned that he could not in general accuse himself of having been an undutiful son. Footnote: according to Miss Seward, who was Mr. White's cousin, Johnson once called him the rising strength of Lichfield. End of footnote. Once, indeed, said he, I was disobedient. I refused to attend my father to a Uttoxeter market. Pride was the source of that refusal, and the remembrance of it was painful. A few years ago I desired to atone for this fault. I went to Uttoxeter in very bad weather, and stood for a considerable time bareheaded in the rain, on the spot where my father's stall used to stand. In contrition I stood, and I hope the penance was expiatory. Footnote: the Reverend R. Warner, who visited Lichfield in 1801, gives in his tour through the northern counties a fuller account. He is clearly wrong in the date of its occurrence, and in one other matter, yet his story may, in the main, be true. He says that Johnson's friends at Lichfield missed him one morning. The servant said that he had set off at a very early hour, whither they knew not. Just before supper he returned. He informed his hostess of his breach of filial duty, which happened just 50 years before on that very day. To do away the sin of this disobedience, I this day went, he said, in a chaise to, and going into the market at the time of high business, uncovered my head, and stood with it bare an hour, before the stall which my father had formerly used, exposed to the sneers of the standers-by, and the inclemency of the weather. This penance may recall Dante's lines: Quando vivia più gloriosa disse, liberamente nel campo de Siena, ogni vergogna deposta suffice. When at his glory's topmost height, said he, respect of dignity all cast aside, freely he fixed him on Siena's plain. Carey, Dante, Purgatory. End of footnote. I told him, says Miss Seward, in one of my latest visits to him, of a wonderful learned pig, which I had seen at Nottingham, and which did all that we have observed exhibited by dogs and horses. The subject amused him. Then, said he, the pigs are a race unjustly calumniated. Pig has, it seems, not been wanting to man, but man to pig. We do not allow time for his education. We kill him at a year old. Mr. Henry White, who was present, observed that if this instance had happened in or before Pope's time, he would not have been justified in instancing the swine as the lowest degree of grovelling instinct. Dr. Johnson seemed pleased with the observation, while the person who made it proceeded to remark that great torture must have been employed, ere the indocility of the animal could have been subdued. Certainly, said the doctor, but, turning to me, how old is your pig? I told him 3 years old. Then, said he, the pig has no cause to complain. He would have been killed the first year if he had not been educated, and protracted existence is good recompense for very considerable degrees of torture. As Johnson had now very faint hopes of recovery, and as Mrs. Thrale was no longer devoted to him, it might have been supposed that he would naturally have chosen to remain in the comfortable house of his beloved wife's daughter, and end his life where he began it. But there was in him an animated and lofty spirit. Footnote: Mr. Burke suggested to me as applicable to Johnson what Cicero, in his Cato Major, says of Appius: Intentem enum animum, tanquam arcum habebat, nec languescens sunt compibat senectuti. Repeating at the same time the following noble words in the same passage: Ida enim senectus honesta est, si es ipsa defendit, si jus seum retenet, si nemini emancipata est, si usque ad extremum vitae spiritum vindictet jus suum. Boswell. The last line runs in the original, si usque ad ultimum spiritum dominatur in suos. End of footnote. And however complicated diseases might depress ordinary mortals, all who saw him beheld and acknowledged the invictum animum Catonis. Such was his intellectual ardor even at this time, that he said to one friend, "Sir, I look upon every day to be lost, in which I do not make a new acquaintance." Footnote: Yet Baretti, who knew Johnson well, in an MS. note on Piazzi letters, says, "If ever Johnson took any delight in anything, it was to converse with some old acquaintance. New people he never loved to be in company with, except ladies, when disposed to caress and flatter him." End of footnote. And another, when talking of his illness, "I will be conquered, I will not capitulate." Footnote: Johnson, 34 years earlier, wrote, "I think there is some reason for questioning whether the body and mind are not so proportioned that the one can bear all that can be afflicted on the other; whether virtue cannot stand its ground as long as life, and whether a soul well principled will not be separated sooner than subdued." He wrote to Mrs. Thrale on August 14, 1780, "But what if I am 72? I remember Sulpicius says of St. Martin," now that's above your reading, "Est animus victor annorum, et senectuti sedere nisius. Match me that among your young folks." On September 2, 1784, he wrote to Mr. Sastries, the Italian master, "I have hope of standing the English winter, and of seeing you and reading Petrarch at Bolcourt." End of footnote. And such was his love of London, so high a relish had he of its magnificent extent, and variety of intellectual entertainment, that he languished when absent from it, his mind having become quite luxurious from the long habit of enjoying the metropolis, and therefore, though at Lichfield, surrounded with friends who loved and revered him, and for whom he had a very sincere affection, he still found that such conversation as London affords could be found nowhere else. These feelings joined, probably, to some flattering hopes of aid from the eminent physicians and surgeons in London, who kindly and generously attended him without accepting fees, made him resolve to return to the capital. From Lichfield he came to Birmingham, where he passed a few days with his worthy old schoolfellow, Mr. Hector, who thus writes to me: "He was very solicitous with me to recollect some of our most early transactions, and transmit them to him, for I perceive nothing gave him greater pleasure than calling to mind those days of our innocence." I complied with his request, and he only received them a few days before his death. I have transcribed for your inspection exactly the minutes I wrote to him. This paper having been found in his repositories after his death, Sir John Hawkins has inserted it entire, and I have made occasional use of it and other communications from Mr. Hector in the course of this work. Footnote: It is a most agreeable circumstance attending the publication of this work, that Mr. Hector has survived his illustrious schoolfellow so many years; that he still retains his health and spirits, and has gratified me with the following acknowledgment: "I thank you, most sincerely thank you, for the great and long continued entertainment your life of Dr. Johnson has afforded me and others of my particular friends." Mr. Hector, besides setting me right as to the verses on a sprig of myrtle, has favored me with 2 English odes, written by Dr. Johnson at an early period of his life, which will appear in my edition of his poems. Boswell. End of footnote. I have both visited and corresponded with him since Dr. Johnson's death, and by my inquiries concerning a great variety of particulars have obtained additional information. I followed the same mode with Rev. Dr. Taylor, in whose presence I wrote down a good deal of what he could tell, and he at my request signed his name, to give it authenticity. It is very rare to find any person who is able to give a distinct account of the life even of one whom he has known intimately, without questions being put to them. My friend Dr. Kippis (footnote, the editor of the Biographia Britannica) has told me that on this account it is a practice with him to draw out a biographical catechism. Johnson then proceeded to Oxford, where he was again kindly received by Dr. Adams, who was pleased to give me the following account in one of his letters, February 17, 1785. [Footnote: On December 23d, Miss Adams wrote to a friend: "We are all under the sincerest grief for the loss of poor Dr. Johnson. He spent 3 or 4 days with my father at Oxford, and promised to come again, as he was, he said, nowhere so happy." End of footnote. His last visit was, I believe, to my house, which he left after a stay of 4 or 5 days. We had much serious talk together, for which I ought to be the better as long as I live. You will remember some discourse which we had in the summer upon the subject of prayer, and the difficulty of this sort of composition. He reminded me of this, and of my having wished him to try his hand, and to give us a specimen of the style and manner that he approved. He added that he was now in a right frame of mind, and as he could not possibly employ his time better, he would in earnest set about it. But I find upon inquiry that no papers of this sort were left behind him, except a few short ejaculatory forms suitable to his present situation. Dr. Adams had not then received accurate information on this subject, for it has since appeared that various prayers had been composed by him at different periods, which, intermingled with pious resolutions and some short notes of his life, were entitled by him Prayers and Meditations, and have, in pursuance of his earnest requisition, in the hopes of doing good, been published, with a judicious well-written preface, by the Reverend Mr. Strahan, to whom he delivered them. [Footnote: Mr. Strahan says that Johnson, being hindered by illness from revising these prayers, determined to give the MSS. without revision in charge to me. Accordingly, one morning, on my visiting him by desire at an early hour, he put these papers into my hands, with instructions for committing them to the press, and with a promise to prepare a sketch of his own life to accompany them. Whatever Johnson wished about the prayers, it passes belief that he ever meant for the eye of the world these minute accounts of his health and his feelings. Some parts indeed Mr. Strahan himself suppressed, as the Pembroke College MSS. shew. It is curious that one portion at least fell into other hands. There are other apparent gaps in the diary which raise the suspicion that it was only fragments that Mr. Strahan obtained. On the other hand, Mr. Strahan had nothing to gain by the publication beyond notoriety. Dr. Adams, whose name is mentioned in the preface, expressed in a letter to the Gentleman's Magazine, 1785, his disapproval of the publication. Mr. Courtenay thus attacked Mr. Strahan: "Let Priestley Strahan in a godly fit the tale retell in aid of Holy Writ. Though candid Adams, by whom David fell, who ancient miracles sustained so well, to recent wonders may deny his aid, nor own a pious brother of the trade." The Reverend Dr. Adams of Oxford, distinguished for his answer to David Hume's essay on miracles. End of footnote. This admirable collection, to which I have frequently referred in the course of this work, evinces, beyond all his compositions for the public, and all the eulogies of his friends and admirers, the sincere virtue and piety of Johnson. It proves with unquestionable authenticity that amidst all his constitutional infirmities, his earnestness to conform his practice to the precepts of Christianity was unceasing, and that he habitually endeavored to refer every transaction of his life to the will of the Supreme Being. He arrived in London on the 16th of November, and next day sent to Dr. Burney the following note, which I insert as the last token of his remembrance of that ingenious and amiable man, and as another of the many proofs of the tenderness and benignity of his heart. "Mr. Johnson, who came home last night, sends his respects to dear Dr. Burney, and all the dear Burneys, little and great." [Footnote: Johnson once said to Miss Burney of her brother Charles, "I should be glad to see him if he were not your brother, but were he a dog, a cat, a rat, a frog, and belonged to you, I must needs be glad to see him." On November 25th she called on him. "He let me in, though very ill. He told me he was going to try what sleeping out of town might do for him. 'I remember,' said he, 'that my wife, when she was near to her end, poor woman, was also advised to sleep out of town, and when she was carried to the lodgings that had been prepared for her, she complained that the staircase was in very bad condition, for the plaster was beaten off the walls in many places.' 'Oh,' said the man of the house, 'that's nothing but by the knocks against it of the coffins of the poor souls that have died in the lodgings.' He laughed, though not without apparent secret anguish, in telling me this. Miss Burney continues, how delightfully bright are his faculties, though the poor and infirm machine that contains them seems alarmingly giving way. Yet all brilliant as he was, I saw him growing worse, and offered to go, which, for the first time I ever remember, he did not oppose, but most kindly pressing both my hands, "Be not," he said, in a voice of even tenderness, "be not longer in coming again for my letting you go now." I assured him I would be the sooner, and was running off, but he called me back in a solemn voice, and in a manner the most energetic said, "Remember me in your prayers." To Mr. Hector, in Birmingham. Dear Sir, I did not reach Oxford until Friday morning, and then I sent Francis to see the balloon fly, but could not go myself. I stayed at Oxford till Tuesday, and then came in the common vehicle easily to London. I am as I was, and having seen Dr. Brocklesby, am plied to the squills, but whatever be their efficacy, this world must soon pass away. Let us think seriously on our duty. I send my kindest respects to dear Mrs. Careless, [Footnote: Mr. Hector's sister, and Johnson's first love.] Let me have the prayers of both. We have all lived long, and must soon part. God have mercy on us, for the sake of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I am, etc., Sam. Johnson. London, November 17, 1784. His correspondence with me, after his letter on the subject of my settling in London, shall now, so far as is proper, be produced in one series. July 26 he wrote to me from Ashbourne. On the 14th I came to Lichfield, and found everybody glad enough to see me. On the 20th I came hither, and found a house half built, of very uncomfortable appearance, but my own room has not been altered. That a man worn with diseases, in his 72nd or 3rd year, should condemn part of his remaining life to pass among ruins and rubbish, and that no inconsiderable part, appears to me very strange. I know that your kindness makes you impatient to know the state of my health, in which I cannot boast of much improvement. I came through the journey without much inconvenience, but when I attempt self-motion I find my legs weak, and my breath very short. This day I have been much disordered. I have no company. The doctor is busy in his fields, and goes to bed at 9, and his whole system is so different from mine, that we seem formed for different elements. I have therefore all my amusement to seek within myself. Having written to him, in bad spirits, a letter filled with dejection and fretfulness, and at the same time expressing anxious apprehensions concerning him, on account of a dream which had disturbed me, his answer was chiefly in terms of reproach, for a supposed change of affecting discontent and indulging the vanity of complaint. It, however, proceeded: "Write to me often, and write like a man. I consider your fidelity and tenderness as a great part of the comforts which are yet left me, and sincerely wish we could be nearer to each other. My dear friend, life is very short and very uncertain. Let us spend it as well as we can. My worthy neighbor Allen is dead. Love me as well as you can. Pay my respects to dear Mrs. Boswell. Nothing ailed me at that time. Let your superstition at last have an end." End of Section 43.